Internet? Very refreshing. Okay, perfect. We are live, I believe. All
Yeah,
right,
perfect.
we're in.
Sorry about that faulty transition because we had a little bit of a tech failure, but we are in. We are live.
All
and
right.
here are the
Oh.
standings. So let's pick our feature match for day 2.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, thanks everyone for joining back in for day 2 of the Canadian National Championships. We've got 32 players at X3 or better, still live for the top 8 as we go into 3 more rounds of Classic Constructed, and this is really where the champions will be made. Rob, what are you looking at here?
I'm looking at the standings. We got to pick a feature match, basically.
That's right. And yeah, I think that, unfortunately, the way they've seated the tables now, we can't just look at the lowest number here.
Right.
But we'll probably also take a quick look and try to find us a matchup that's interesting. We were looking at that split of heroes and players on unique heroes. There's 10 unique heroes represented in the top 32 at this point. And I'm thinking, some of the fans were asking for Katsu earlier in the day yesterday. Should we go with something along those lines?
I like Katsu. I think we should get him back.
Yeah, let's get him back. All right, so with that, we'll check in with our judges, get the players seated at the table, and we'll be back online in about 5 minutes.
Couple minutes? Yeah. See you soon.
Okay, so as the players get seated, let's just talk a little bit about Classic Constructed as we go into day 2.
We're back into CC games finally.
That's
no more
right.
draft for this event.
That's what everyone's here for. We're all really, really excited about. And Rob, how do you feel about this metagame? Do you feel like it's fast, slow? Do you think the banning of Bullseye Racers has
This is the
slowed it down
slowest meta we've ever seen in the history of I'm kidding. I think judging by what we've seen, especially at this Nationals, with all the Lexi representation, we have all the Dromais, I think that we're heading into a very, well, not heading, we are in the midst of a very fast meta.
Right.
I think if you're thinking of a deck to bring to Nationals, you're either thinking of a deck that can beat Lexi, or a variant of Lexi that can beat Lexi, or just the fastest Lexi there is. I think the name of the game is speed right now. Katsu is another example of another good deck that's just trying to run at you. Yeah, Bravo's getting a lot more aggressive too with the rouses, with the Zealous belting. Just wants to go strong, and you can't really slow down this meta right now.
Yeah, that might just be the name of the game, to be honest. It's like, when is the last time we had a slow meta game? And
and we used to be able to fatigue Lexi too.
That's right. You can't
not
do that
anymore.
quite so easily.
Yeah, not anymore. I remember even Reinhardt could have a chance against her back in PT1 days. Yeah. Lexi was a big threat there, but you could run anything that could just fatigue her, and you'd be okay. But not anymore.
You know what? And I've actually heard of a few players getting fatigued by Lexi. But anyways, okay, so we're just getting the cues now from the table. Katsu versus Katsu. Unfortunately or fortunately, we're actually seeing a mirror match in this game.
I know.
So let's go over to the table camera here and introduce our players. On the left side, we've got Maxim Villeneuve from Montreal playing Katsu. And, okay, hold on. Yeah. We've got Maxime Villeneuve on the left side playing Katsu, and Nauris Rosenfeld's on the right side also playing Katsu.
Yep.
I'm not sure where Nauris is from, but he's having a great tournament. I'm sure that he's Nori. Okay, great. And sure that he's really happy with how he's done so far. Rocking the Katsu sleeves. And, I think that this match is actually really, really pivotal with how the tiebreakers work in Fab tournaments.
Right.
This match basically gives them a lot of leeway for where they take their next games.
Exactly. Winning this early will help them a lot. If they lose now, that means they have to win out the 2 next games.
Yeah, that's correct.
I think
have worse tiebreakers.
That's right, because X3 isn't actually guaranteed for top 8.
That's right.
So, you got to work hard, I think, for the next few games if you lose here. Or get lucky.
Yeah, and I like to do the math for the tournament size and whatnot, but, as a player, you can't really be too fixated on that. You just want to win every single game,
play your game. Exactly. There's no real, min-maxing or, just play your best. Hope to win, and, hope for the best.
Yeah, but I was told earlier on that it is not guaranteed for one X3 player, I believe, to make the top cut, which is really nerve-wracking for players that potentially have 1 or 2 losses already in the early rounds.
Yeah.
Every X3 player is still going to be playing their best, trying to win, the remaining 3 games. And
ELO matters too. You want to get your ELO up.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe you'll get that Worlds invite off of your rating.
There you go. Yeah. But we were looking for a Katsu match. Unfortunately, the one we found was a mirror. So
I think it's fortunately because.
Fortunately,
Well, we haven't seen a lot of Katsu. We haven't seen a lot of Ninja on the feed. And these games can be really, really interesting because of how intricate the lines are, how much tech is available in terms of flick-flack or other defense reaction.
And we had a pretty good, Lexi mirror yesterday, right? Where it was at first, Lexi mirror. But then, it actually came down to some pretty cool plays to tie out the game.
Rob, this is why we pay you the big bucks. It's because of your sunny disposition and positive attitude.
That's right. That's how I get by in life.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but we'll have a good game, I'm sure. The Kodachis will come in clutch, I'm sure.
Get
those, bonds of ancestry.
I'm curious to see what the more off-the-wall tech that either of these players might be including in their decks.
Oh man, I wonder.
I think the big thing is when you come to a tournament like this, you're really, really prepared for perhaps the other matchups in the metagame. You're going to be prepared for Dromai. You're going to be prepared for Lexi. Not that Ninja needs a lot of help versus Dromai, but you have some number of sideboard cards devoted to that.
Yeah.
And where is the room for cards in the mirror?
For a mirror match, I don't even know if you have any, to be completely honest. I guess because Katsu is now, I think, in the top 5 slots, maybe do consider it a little bit.
Well, and that's the thing is, like, if you're playing Reinforce the Line to get around some of these dominated effects from Bravo or Azalea, RIP, then, maybe that doesn't give you the room for Flick Flax. And, of course, both players here presenting Heart and Cross Trap is a classic for Katsu to play that in more aggressive.
Yeah, that free surging is way too good.
Yeah, exactly. And, of course, Maxim still rocking the Tunic sleeve, so we're still seeing Tunic on the board. He's going to start off pitching a Lord of Wind to kick us off with a Kodachi for 1.
Yeah, classic start. Usually you just want to block these out turn 1, but we'll see if he can come back with maybe I don't know, 0 for 4 into 0 for 4 maybe. I don't know if that's possible. 0 for 3, 0 for 4. There's a way to deal damage here if Nori is kind of blocking every Kodachi hit.
Yeah, and that's okay. He's going to let the 1 damage leak through.
Okay, so just more cognizant of a 0 for 4 later on down the attack chain.
Yeah, and following up with another Kodachi, so not too surprising here. Looks like Nori's marking it down on the piece of paper.
Taking both, okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe he drew something good. Drew into a combo line, maybe, naturally.
Yeah, or either that or he's spelling Villeneuve on the sheet.
Yeah, that
there we go.
Well.
Okay, so he's blocking. He's he's placed 100 wins here to block that chain
link. And
link.
that's typically what you want to do just to prevent the mask from being too effective. You block the second Kodachi, right? That means that you have to play 2 more attack action cards, or actually 3 more, to be able to get the mask trigger.
Right, okay, so this is a Fluster Fist. And we're blocking 3 on the Fluster Fist. We're going to leak a damage.
You leak 1? Yeah.
Or maybe that was a blue Fluster Fist.
Oh, it might have been.
Yeah. Okay. So really, really important part here. It's actually really good that Maxim was able to just play out a Fluster Fist there, because then any of his future bonds can go and fetch another Fluster Fist from the deck.
That's a good point. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. So
let me see. Was that an Art of War? That's got to be tech, right?
You know what? I think that there's a strong debate within or for Katsu players whether that's a card that you really, really want to be playing. And CNC also very good in aggro mirrors, but actually Nori is going to be pitching it to pay for a Descendant Gust Wave.
Okay. Just going for some raw damage here.
Yeah, it's threatened some sort of combo, and, and actually just has the bonds here.
Yeah, okay.
Able to go into the graveyard, so one of his 2 blocking cards was also a Fluster Fist, and he'll go and find that Fluster Fist that we were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, very nice. Turning that into a 0 for 4. Not bad at all.
And the one thing here is that depending on how the rest of the turn shakes out, I think Maxim's going to see that a red was pitched, be able to infer some decisions about Kodachis coming in after this off of that.
Right.
But if it goes bonds into that Fluster Fist, then there isn't a mask trigger at this point, and then Maxim can think about how he wants to try to deny a potential mask trigger by blocking earlier or later in the chain. And actually, we're seeing Fluster Fists all over this combat chain. We've got at least 3 of them, plus the 2...
All blue, I think.
Yeah.
Well, besides the one that's being attacked with, but the 2 blocking cards are all blue. So pretty weak hand, I guess. Happy to block this out, especially on a natural bonds combo chain.
Yeah, that's right. That's just sometimes your opponent has that card available to them. And you know what?
Yeah.
With the bonds line in Katsu, I think there's a certain number of them that you need to run because you want to see them consistently.
Consistency, exactly.
Oh, and Maxim committing, committing the boots here at this point. Wow, didn't want to take any points of damage there.
I wonder why. I mean, I guess you're just mitigating damage, but at the same time, that seems like it'd be really good when your opponent's really threatening that breaking scales or something like that, right?
Maybe it's that he has a potential line that involves, playing the or activating the Breeze Rider boots.
Yeah, that's true. You want to get it online too. That's a potential use case. Yeah.
And so now this whelming, if it hits, Maxim can activate Katsu's ability to search up a bonds and also activate the Breeze Rider boots. Give it go again. If it doesn't hit, no harm, no foul. It's not like Snapdragon Scalers where you have to commit in the reaction step and get blown out by a single blow.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah. Just like any other equipment that has a really good effect, you want to just block with it first, get it online. All
right, and there's our first flick flack of the game. So, okay, Nori is prepared for
have some room.
Some go wide aggro.
Yeah.
And that's playable in other matchups, but I would definitely say that
I think so.
Ninja is the biggest, target when you have a card like that in your deck, right?
That makes 100% sense. Makes a lot of sense, I should say, because being able to block with a combo card for 5 after can cover pretty much anything.
Yeah, and now we're coming with a spinning wheel kick. This is basically upgraded leg tap for a lot of these ninja decks, especially because, it's got combo. You could use all of your combo synergies with it.
Exactly. Yeah. Not a card to scoff at for sure. Coming in for 4.
And if I'm just seeing correctly over here, Nauris pitched 2 reds the past 2 turns. Maybe a little bit starved on resources, but still able to do something functional.
Not able to poke with those Kodachis, unfortunately. That's what he likes to do, Katsu. Just poke with Kodachis, threaten mass trigger. That's the MO.
Yeah, and I think one long-term narrative we can keep in the back of our mind as this game goes on is, how big is this advantage that Nauris had from going second, going to say crystallize into actual damage or actual results in the game.
Yeah, because Katsu, being a tempo deck, you do want to go second to kind of get your foot in the door and keep the pressure on your opponent, hopefully until the end of the game.
Yeah, and I almost would say it's in matchups like this, these full aggro matchups, it's just universally better to go second because you're basically starting the game 3 cards ahead of your opponent. They've arsenaled 1 card, but then you just get your 4 cards to run at them, and if they want to keep any of the cards in their hand, they've got to take all of the damage.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%.
And we've just seen Nori play this Ancestral to draw a card, pump that spinning wheel kick up by 1, and so Maxim, no sweat there, didn't even want to block that anyways.
Yeah, usually you'd use it to get over the block, right? Get that 1 extra, trigger some one hits, but didn't need it there, unfortunately.
Yeah, and so with that, also activating the Katsu ability, is that another Fluster Fist. This is a fistful of dollars.
Fistful of flusters.
Yeah, a fistful of flusters. There you go.
Yeah. See what he gets here. Okay.
Oh, and he's just coming in with the Fluster Fist. Okay, so not the most exciting turn necessarily, but I suppose that, when you have cards, just converting them to damage any way you can is something that, you're pretty satisfied with.
And in this matchup, raw damage is pretty much the name of the game, I think. When you're looking at an aggressive deck, you just want to put as much damage as you can.
Yeah.
No dishonoring yet, but
yeah. And Maxim's previous turn wasn't super threatening, and Nori already blocked 1 card there, so just with the remaining cards, being able to play something is totally fine. And now we've got a Be Like Water, unassuming card, but very, it's kind of like a mix-up attack. You give an indication to your opponent that, hey, I could have anything beyond this first game link.
Very good opener for sure. And it makes your opponent think twice. Should I block this? Should I take a chance? Usually this is going to translate into a combo. I think there's very little chance that Maxim won't find anything to follow this up with.
Yeah, and we see in Nori's hand that he's got a Be Like Water of his own, which only blocks 2, but also an E-Strike. Oh, no, sorry, maybe, oh my gosh, is that another Fluster Fist?
Is an E-Strike, another Fluster Fist, yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't ever accuse any of these players of cheating, but I just want to count the total number of Fluster Fists in both of these players' decks. Because
I feel we've seen 6 by now. Yeah.
Yeah, and now we're getting an E-Strike block. Okay, so that's going to clean block the Be Like Water. And, okay, pitching a Dishonor.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, and that's one of the upsides of the card. It's a blue 0 for 4 potentially, but also it just pitches for your Kodachis, feels your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no harm in having it in the deck, really. The upside is tremendous. If you can get the combo line off, you can just win games into... it doesn't really care too much what Dromai is, but if you shut down the Dromai with Dishonor, it's just over.
Yeah, and okay, here's one of the cards that makes Nori glad that he did block that Be Like Water, because this Descendant Gustwave would be coming in for 5 if that previous chain link was Surging Strike, or... Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it would have been a freebie, too, I believe.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I thought I might have caught a glimpse of that last card in Maxim's hand. I think it is a Bonds, so he's got the natty line himself. Oh, and the Flick Flag lines up exceptionally well here.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, that was Arsenal Bonds too. Okay.
Yeah, Arsenal Bonds. And so this is going to be a very clean block for Nori if he has a combo card he's willing to commit.
Yep, exactly. And I think... looking at the hand, it was so Fluster, I think, is the combo.
Well, I think it's Be Like Water, and maybe that's a Descendant Gustwave of his own, which is a combo card.
True.
And so that can potentially clean cover up a 4 attack somewhere here. Maxim looks to be ending on the Fluster Fist and just arsenaling that extra card, but he also can Kodachi sometime in the middle there.
He's got 1 left, exactly, and I think there's no chance. There's no reason not to, right?
And that turn one Flusterfist that Maxim played paying dividends, except for the fact that he also blocked with like 6 more Flusterfists.
Yeah, there's the combo card. Okay.
Yeah, okay, there we go. So
no
that fully cleans that up.
Bracers either, or breaking scales, I should say.
Yeah, and that's going to make sure that there's no mass trigger possible for this turn, even with the Kadachi and Flusterfist. I mean, I guess I shouldn't even say not possible, because, you know, this card in hand could be a go-again attack, and that would kind of force Nori to consider a bit there. But in this case, I think, as we had said, oh my gosh, yeah, and there's that other Fluster. This is some fist-on-fist action.
Yep. Some fist-on-fist action, exactly.
Yeah, you know what? Ninja is just one of my favorite classes in the game, because there's just these dynamic combat chains where your decisions at the beginning of the combat chain and the end of the combat chain are just constantly changing as you see what your opponent's playing out, what you want to do with your hand. It's peak fab, in my opinion.
I think so too. This is one of your first decks you've played, I think, right? Katsu, one of your pet decks?
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? I at Pro Tour New Jersey. Well, I didn't play in the Pro Tour actually, but at New Jersey, I played the whole tournament wearing a Katsu outfit.
That's right. Yeah, you know everything there is about Katsu. His life, his fan, his backstory.
And okay, so here we go. We've got a Art of War being pitched now. So okay, Maxim keeping the Art of War is in the deck in spite of it being an aggro matchup. This is another thing that, you know, some players don't quite all agree on, but just the ceiling of Art of War is very, very high. And, you know, notably here, I don't know if it's because he doesn't have additional resource cards or just because he has a very good line he wants to play out on 2 resources.
Right.
But he chose not to use the RNG Lotto effect of Art of War to banish an attack action and draw 2 cards.
How could you resist, right?
I think it's because, yeah, that's a little bit of a punish there. So now we get the Ancestral peeking over the top. And you know what? Ancestral in hand with Art of War can be awkward because you can't really pitch the Ancestral and you can't banish it to Art of War.
Exactly. So you got to rely on drawing attack action cards. But here we see Ancestral being used really for its main purpose, getting over that 1 block, drawing a card, getting the on-hit. Okay, really good stuff.
And now we're seeing a flick-flack from Maxim's side of the board. So he discarded it to Katsu's ability to find a Bonds of Ancestry, which he's going to immediately play. And I see what he's doing here. He's just said to Nori, I'm not going to shuffle because I'm actually going to go back in my deck and pull out another Bonds right away. Oh my gosh. And yeah, okay, so banishes it, pulls it out. He's going to shuffle now, present. I thought he found 2 for some reason, but, you know, it is actually possible.
It didn't look like that,
it's possible that he plays another Descendant after this because he's got 1 resource floating, and then Bonds again for another card, which would
be amazing. If only he was able to play
I don't know, maybe my ninja excitement is
going wild here.
Yeah, exactly.
Imagination is going wild. Yeah, but hey, why not? Everything's possible with Katsu.
Yeah, that's right.
Especially as new players too, you're kind of looking down these combo lines and you're not sure what your opponent could do with this.
Yeah,
there are so many decision points you can make.
Yeah, shout out to Yi Chen Liu or Mal Zenith on the Discord. Very prominent figure in the judge community and one of the co-creators of the Bento Box Cube, in which Katsu faces off against Katsu. And this is what I was talking about earlier. We've got another Descendant, which means that there will be an additional search with the Bonds of Ancestry that Maxim just banished. Yeah. This can be really hard for Nori to actually know how to stop a mass trigger. He might just have to give it to Maxim at some point.
Yeah, giving the armor here, I think, wise choice. Breaking Scales is still available. So we're going to see.
You know, Maxim says, you know what, my 1 damage, I'm eating both of your armor pieces. I'm getting my mask trigger on this attack.
Oh, it's so worth. Yeah,
worth. Exactly.
Yeah, you get the +1 damage, you get the draw. I mean, in this case, because you're playing an extra Bonds, you really want the extra card.
Yeah, and again, Maxim can search up a. I think if he's got a go again attack in, oh my gosh, it's a whelming. Wait a second, is that suspicious to you?
Kind of a little bit.
It might just
telegraphing something here.
It might just be the best combo. 0 for 3 that he has. If there's no more, no more Flusterfist. But it might also be because he has a way to turn this into into another Bonds, I don't know. I'm getting ahead of myself here.
He's got 2 cards in hand. Anything's possible at this point. Can definitely pitch for whatever he wants.
Yeah, it just says, you know what, I don't care about my block with the Breaking Scales. I just want to go face.
That's the name of the game, really.
Yeah, Nori's really reluctant to be blocking at all. Just knows that
I think
at this point, the mask has been triggered. There's no more on-hit effects at this current point.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So now we're seeing
just some damage, I guess.
Yeah. Wait. Oh. You know what? I missed earlier on that we did in fact activate the boots.
The Breeze Riders?
Yeah, the Breeze Rider boots on this turn as well. So this Whelming Gust Wave has go again.
Oh, it's a
Mugenshi release. Yeah. Okay.
That's
another Flick Flack, a double Flick Flack turn for Maxim. Must have drawn that off of the Mask of Momentum. But
Nori kind of lucky that he has 2 cards left here in hand. Hopefully these can block this out, because getting Lord of Winds here would be really huge.
Yeah, you know what? Just find all your friends, shuffle a few of them back in your deck, get in with your Kodachis. You know what? I might even think, depending on what's in the graveyard right now, it might even just be better to go Kodachi, Lord of Wind instead of playing a really, really big Lord of Wind kind of thing. But either way, like, you know, I think Maxim's very happy with how this turn is played out.
I'd be happy.
It's pretty. It's put him in a really, really good spot. He's used 2 of his equipment pieces, which are crucial in you know, pushing damage. Maybe not for as high total value as he wants, but in terms of the pace of the game, the tempo, and where he's sitting.
Too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Chunk out of him.
Yeah, and remember, tempo is value. Life total is tempo. Something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. Words to live by.
Yeah, and okay, so now Nori shaking his head a little bit as he puts those cards. We'll see how he tries to claw back from this. You know, Katsu has good 2-card hand. Oh, boy.
Just passing. Oh, what was that in the hand, I wonder? Probably not a 0 for 4 or 0 for 3.
Yeah, maybe it was a powerful combo starter that he couldn't pay for or something along those lines. Didn't want to pitch away to the Kodachis. And we caught a glimpse of an Art of... Oh, and yeah, Maxim's not letting up any pressure. Coming in with a yellow Surging Strike, paying for the Heart and Cross Trap. He says, you know what? The best decks in this format use their equipment and then throw them away.
Yeah, and you don't want to end the game without having used all your equipment, right? So having the chance to do it right now, I think, is worth taking.
Nori on the back. Oh, it comes in with a CNC. Okay, we know that's an Art of War there. Does Nori have 2-3 blocks?
Lord of Wind was there, I think, plus the Bonds in hand. So, okay, he's playing out the Art of War.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't have the 2-3 blocks, so he's forced now to
play
the Art of War defensively.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah, you know what? I guess better than not getting value off of it, but
or losing it altogether.
Like the math is so awkward because you're still kind of taking a negative here. You've
got to pitch for it, right?
Pitch for it. You're gonna block 2 cards, and you don't take the damage, I guess, but you're trading 3 cards for the 1 CNC on Maxim's side of the board. And
you know, do what you gotta do.
Notably here, there is a red Fluster Fist left in Maxim's deck. We'll just try to keep track of those throughout the game on both sides, because eventually, as you activate Bonds of Ancestry enough times, or Katsu's Hero Power, you run out of some of those combo cards. And I noticed that Maxim's putting that Flick Flack on the bottom of his deck as well. He doesn't want to draw that again.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. I think if you're heavily in the lead like this, you don't want to draw your D-Reacts now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is to say that'll be relevant for all of 5 seconds until he triggers Katsu's Hero Power again.
That's a good point, Very good way to churn that, D-React into something useful.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so now he's looking at his hand here. Oh, sorry, no, this is the opponent's graveyard. I was gonna say this is way too many cards in
his hand.
Oh my gosh!
Figure out what he has left there. Yeah, how many Fluster Fists do you have left?
That's right. Okay, now we're gonna come in with the Kodachi. Yeah, and I'm gonna be completely honest. Love Katsu. Really love the combo lines. Really love how deep and intricate you can go with decision making here, but it also makes it hard to give effective commentary on, because there's a lot of angles that Maxim could be thinking about when he's looking at that graveyard. There's a lot of things that he could be trying to force in terms of interaction here, and obviously Surging is always just good because it's like, oh well, you've got to block this, or I'm gonna go find a Whelming Gust Wave or something like that.
It's always a threat. Plus, it's a good good value of 2 for 5. It's quite a strong card. And it just opens the door for Katsu. So when you're looking, if you're facing a Katsu and you're determining what to block, Surging is typically what you'd want to go for.
Yeah, and I think Nori's, happy to have stopped the Surging Strike here. Maxim basically playing 3 cards out of this 4-card hand. Hitting with Soul Beat Strike to give it go again, but doesn't really want to use that last card for the follow-up.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where he's like trying to assemble another really massive turn to really
I think so.
Put Nori to...
Yeah, because if you keep operating on 4-card hands, you're going to give him some leeway to come back into the game. And it can be a blowout turn on Nauris' side. And then all of a sudden, Maxim's sitting at 15 health with no cards left.
Yeah, and all the equipment pieces are still available to Nauris. So, you know, he could do a Heart and Cross strap or breaking scales or something play of his own.
There's always that option. So you got to be careful about that. You can't give them any opening. So I think that...
Okay, so now he's probably counting the bonds.
That makes sense. Yeah, yes. How many bonds do you have left? Typically, you run all the reds, I assume. Some yellows, probably.
I think it's actually quite popular to run 6 bonds. So you do run the yellows, and then you run a few of the yellow descendant gust waves as well, just to ensure that you can have the higher consistency of seeing them as a starter or as a combo card. You know, I was always against it in the beginning because I was like, oh, but like I hate this yellow. It's like a 1 for 2.
Yeah.
But you know, as you see players be successful with their lists, like they've done very, very well with it to the point, you know, I'm just a hater, right? Yeah, it's not based in data reality.
Like, yeah, just the feel, I guess. It's kind of face value doesn't look great.
Oh, and you know what I think happened here is that Maxim looked at the graveyard and counted the number of bonds and was like, you know what, you probably just have it in your hand, which Nori did.
That's right. 1 left in the whole deck, but it's probably in your hand.
Yeah, okay, so now he's banishing see, this is another upside of the spinning wheel kick. So now he's run out of Fluster Fists, which would give him 1 extra damage off of Kodachi at some point in this turn, but still has a 4-power combo attack to go with here.
Yeah.
So that means that if Maxim chooses to not block this Bonds of Ancestry, you know, it's just going to be a harder time to block any sort of Mask of Momentum trigger.
Exactly, yeah, because those 0-for-4s are really tricky to deal with. No armor left besides the Mask of Momentum, I guess.
Not really wanting to give that up this early in the game, I think. You know, we're kind of still in the middle third of the game. We're not quite in an end game state.
I'd say so.
And Maxim's going to give up this 4-power attack. Maybe just looking at whether this spinning wheel kick comes out first. I guess either way this shakes out, you know, there's always the potential for he's giving the trigger.
Okay, yeah.
I was saying like, these are both 4-power attacks, so you got to block 5 if you want to get around breaking scales.
That too, yeah. That thing's still online.
But he says no. Actually, I'm sticking with my guns.
Yeah, I think knowing that he has the health lead now, and that Nori probably doesn't have that much more to follow this up with, you're okay giving the card, letting him arsenal, and coming back with something big.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's pretty much how Katsu's going to be securing the game.
Yeah.
Just those big combo lines.
Yeah, Maxim says, you know what, I'll let you think that you've caught up for the next half of a second until we go to my turn and I play my 5-card hand.
It's insane how he called that bluff too, right? If you're looking at a mass trigger and you're like, he's going to have 1 card in hand, you know, you kind of think of the worst, or you fear the worst.
But well, we know there were CNCs in Nori's deck, so that probably would have been like best case scenario to draw there, threaten that card in Arsenal.
Yeah.
But even then, like, you're still kind of incentivized to just like not, you know, you don't want to worry about a random card in your opponent's deck.
Exactly right. Kind of like your natural instinct is to block that because the extra card is always bad.
All right. Oh yeah.
Very nice.
Oh no! Wait. Oh, okay. This is not pushing it over the top. That's a 3-block underneath, I believe.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah,
okay. All right. I thought this was gonna get the Katsu trigger here.
I think he likely has the combo.
That's right. And you know what? Seeing the Artivore as well, though, like, it's hard to it's hard to block effectively with an Artivore in your hand and still have a turn. So, you know, maybe Maxim was even priced into playing this 5-card hand, even if it wasn't exactly what he wanted to do.
That's a good point. Yeah, having to pitch a CNC and force into a Kodachi.
Okay, now pitching a Kodachi. So, yeah, not getting that Katsu trigger was pretty pivotal here.
Yeah, didn't have the opportunity.
Seeing 2 constructed All-Stars in the pitch zone here, Warmonger's Diplomacy and this Command and Conquer.
All for Kodachis. It's all for the glory of the Kodachis. Right.
Yeah, now a Fluster Fist for 5.
Yeah,
okay, and unfortunately not going to be able to get go again on this in any way.
Yeah.
And not going to get a mass trigger, so probably not how you want to see an Art of War used.
No, and Maxim took a lot of damage for this turn.
Yeah, and I think that this might be a good turning point in the game. You know, Nori still got all of the equipment pieces up.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure that a consideration was given to playing out this CNC instead of the Fluster Fist.
Right.
But, you know, maybe the thought that you just get stuff by 2 attacks, and Maxim wants to deal damage to close out the game faster.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wonder if forcing the cards might have been stronger with the CNC. I guess around Flick Flack too, if that's a Flick Flack in Arsenal. You know,
that's true.
there are
That's very
pros
true.
to playing it for sure, but the extra Kodachi might have been more worthwhile.
Right, and now we've got a Surging Strike. And activated off a Hardened Cross
He
Trap.
paid for it with the Hardened Cross Trap, yeah, so that's very strong. That's exactly what you want to see. And I think it was a red one. It's coming in for 5.
Yeah, that's right. And Maxim was hoping to, you know, put it all on the line this turn, I think, but might not have the opportunity.
Yeah, Maxim looking maybe a little flustered and...
Oh no, a little flustered himself.
Yeah, this is just how these matchups go, though. You know, you're ahead for a while, but then you give Katsu one little foot in the door hold, and yeah.
Okay.
Foothold in the door.
Yeah, and now a Dishonor being discarded to the Katsu trigger. We're going to be finding overwhelming classic Katsu plays.
This is like Welcome to Wraith style.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen a few Ancestral Empowerments from Nauris, so there's a number of those to consider, as well as the Breaking Scales. And we know that there are Art of Wars in the deck. So how much do you think Maxim's going to block here?
Let's see. So he took the 5 from the first Surging. Yeah, I think this is a card you want to block. The extra draw here, I think mid-combo line matters a lot more than the extra draw at the end of a combo line with the mask here.
That's right.
So I would be inclined to block this. No armor, though. So you have to commit 2 cards or a Flick Flack, if you got it.
Well, does he block? If he blocks 5...
I think you have to block 5 in this case because of the Breaking Scales. So maybe that's a reason for not blocking at all, because like, I can get over anyway, so maybe I'm just going to leave it. But I think I'd rather give 2 cards here.
Right, but do you think he ever has to block 6 because of a potential other attack reaction?
I wouldn't worry about it, no. Not in my mind at all. You don't play around that.
Right, you just big dog them and you say you don't have it.
You go for 5? Yeah, exactly. That's how you got to do it. Because once you start playing into that kind of fearful mindset of always getting around attack reactions, if it's not lethal, you know, you kind of just give it to them if they have it.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it better than me, Rob. Don't play with fear. Fear is for losers.
Yeah, just play with confidence. Fear's for losers.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we're joined today by Levia up above us. A little bit of a more
appropriate.
Yeah, exactly. Angle.
For body.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I thought I just saw Maxim look into the camera and stare into my soul there. He knows that we're watching him.
Yeah. This is all for the cast. He knows.
Yeah.
He has such a cinematic name. I wouldn't put it past him.
Villeneuve.
Villeneuve. It's beautiful.
Villeneuve. Yeah. Oh man. He's still thinking about that block. I mean, it wasn't easy for me to come up with that answer, too. I'm sure that he's going through a million other reasons why you'd want to block this or not.
I think he's doing the math on how low he can, like, his opponent can get him here, you know?
Right, what's the ceiling on this damage?
Yeah, exactly.
But, 10 health, if he can get down to, I wouldn't go to 1 probably, but if he can go to, 2 or 3, and come back with something big, I think
he's taking it. He says,
all right,
no, that's the real big dog. It's not, I don't think you have Ancestral. It's, I don't think 5. You can kill me.
It's not blocking at all.
Yeah, exactly, because there's no follow-up Kodachis. He probably feels like he can't prevent a mask trigger throughout the whole turn if the opponent has anything relevant.
Yeah, I think there's another Surging in hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow, oh my gosh. And you know, Maxim rewarded for his play because it's just the Lord of Wind.
I am so shocked. Was there nothing better? I guess he has a Surging in hand, which is like, you have to pitch for it, I guess.
Yeah, you can't afford to pay for it. You can't even swing a Kodachi, pitch it to a Kodachi.
That was an Arsenal Lord of Wind, I guess?
Yeah, there was a Lord of Wind from the last turn.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Your heart kind of, you probably feel a lot of relief seeing this kind of combo. Quote-unquote combo.
Yeah, now now Maxim is not thinking about the block anymore. He's thinking about how to
what do I do on my own
dismantle the opponent.
How do I tear him apart now?
Yeah. Okay, so I was thinking the previous turn when Maxim was trying to really just take a line that would guarantee damage goes through and disincentivize the opponent to block. This is what he's playing towards. The opponent's at 10. When you're Katsu and your opponent's at 10, you can potentially just strip every card of their hand and deal a lot of damage.
Some damage, and you'll get to a point where you could actually lock them, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And then
is that on anyone's bingo sheet, by the way? Commentary says Kodachi lock.
Oh, there we go.
It's not on mine.
Oh, it's not on your bingo sheet. I don't even know where that's over there.
Yeah. But, the most important thing.
Yeah.
I think about both of these heroes too is both of the players at this point is it's just being really tight with the blocks. right?
Yeah.
And so
every point matters.
Like you said, like going into that Kadachi lock, like you'll regret the moment earlier on when you took 1 or 2 extra damage.
Since the beginning of the game, your mind's always going to that. Like, if I get to 1, I'm dead.
Yeah, exactly.
You never want to give them that much life total.
Yeah.
Which
I believe this.
That's a great hero.
Yeah. Now Maxim looking to even up the life totals with the second Kadachi.
Yeah, there's the Dishonor being pitched again. Not needing this in this matchup, I think. It's more of a tech for other heroes, but if you get it off into Katsu, it's still fine.
Yeah, so Be Like Water, pretty clean block on this Kadachi.
Yeah, no
Follow up with 100 wins. I think there might be another one in the hand, so that's a pretty effective way to just, turn your 0 for 3 into a 0 for 4.
Yeah, I think this is the fearful play. Blocking the second Kadachi, right? It's like, I'm going to make sure you can't get mass trigger this early.
That's right. Well, I think if Nori thinks that he's going to be, not able to use all of his cards that effectively because he has to block some amount of the turn, maybe Be Like Water is the weak link and it's just mitigating damage for a future turn. Right?
Yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah.
One more Kadachi he can take in an end game. And you know what? Maybe we're in the back third of, we might be in that last third of the game now, right? Like this might be that end game.
Last 3-4 turns, definitely.
Yeah, and we go from 3 to 4. Yeah, so a couple of red 100 wins really giving Maxim a bit of an edge here.
Yeah, and the thing about breaking your breaking scales early is that your opponent doesn't have to fear it anymore, right? So now it's like, I'll give you a clean 3 block on your 100 wins. I don't care about the potential, +1 anymore. So I think having it so late in the game gives you an edge just by virtue of having it, right?
Yeah, that's right. And
so block it effectively.
So what are you thinking here? Like, do you take the damage, go to 5, but then leave yourself open to 2 cards?
Honestly, I think I would be okay going to 5, assuming that you have something good in hand. I'm looking at a Dishonor and a Whelming, though. Looking at that.
But remember, he has the Surging Strike in the arsenal.
Oh, he can
actually, he's got Surging into Whelming here, which is a pretty big swing.
That was a yellow Whelming, or it might be even a blue. I couldn't tell what color it was. If it is a yellow, you're still okay, because you can potentially pump it.
Right.
Which will make it into 4, which are breaking scales, which would be fine. Red's obviously, the gravy, but a blue might not be worth keeping, in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh, and now we're getting the Katsu trigger.
Okay.
I think we're searching for. I think we're searching for maybe a leg kick. Oh no! Okay, it's just. Oh my God.
Oh.
This is very, very concerning. I think for Nori, if you're seeing this, because you know what comes after a gust wave.
James Bond.
Yeah, exactly. Is this a bluff? Is this just legit? Is that a Bonds of Ancestry?
It's a very smart bluff if he does one. Yeah.
Because, you think about it, compared to that card that was discarded, it was a Soul Bead Strike. The Soul Bead Strike deals 4 damage. So
You're right. So that's mega big brain if this is a bluff.
Yeah, this has got to be real. There's got to be a follow-up, right?
Yeah, I think so. This is not a bluff.
Yeah.
I repeat, this is not a test.
It might not be the follow-up, but
right.
It is a follow-up. There is a follow-up.
Kind of showing what he has there in his. That's not his deck, is it? No, it's not. No, sorry.
I think that was the Banish Stone.
Banish Stone. There we go. Yeah. I didn't see a deck anywhere, so I was concerned. But yeah, there it is. Yeah. Okay.
And you know what's so funny here, too? Maxim's gotten the opponent to shuffle and cut the deck. It's like, no, I don't have a Bonds. What are you talking about? Never heard of it.
What card?
Oh, he has it.
Yeah,
oh, no.
Of course.
Disastrous.
Norway declined the blocks there, too. Yeah, all right. Well, it didn't matter, really, because there's no on-pitch for your...
Yeah, you didn't have really a good option there.
Yeah, no concentrate.
Yeah. Oh, and the Fluster Fist coming back from the grave.
The blue one. Fluster Fist, nice.
We saw the red Fluster Fist pitched.
Oh, it is red. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, the blue one gets banished.
Banished blue has red.
He searches the red one up, Okay, so now we're going 3 into 4. Nori's got a 3 block and a 2 block in his hand.
He can survive. Oh, 3 and 2.
So he can live, but you're not happy to be in the spot. He's going to 1.
Does he survive? Because this is 3 damage now on the Bonds, right? And he has a 3 and 2 in hand. I think that might be lethal, right? Because
and he has the Mask of Momentum if he needs it.
Oh, you're right. Okay, it's not lethal. Yeah. He can go to 1, but if you're at 1, guess what comes after that?
Exactly. Then we get to the gash. Oh my God, this has been a great game. Earlier we were talking in the booth here about but the Katsus are playing against each other.
Yeah, the mirror, right?
That's awkward because we want to spread the love to all of the heroes that we want to see.
The more niche. Well, I wouldn't call now Katsu niche, but he's the less played hero for sure.
Yeah, Nori thinking about this block because, it's the last thinking that he's going to be doing in this game if he doesn't.
Oh, man, it's got to be masked, right? Yeah, he's throwing it there in the front. So that is, unfortunately, a mask being used. Yeah. That's rough. Yeah.
Wow, this is, I've been having so much fun commentating this game. I got to add this to, like, my show reel or something like that, courtesy of Ethan Sant.
Yeah, of course. It's not often you see a Katsu mirror, actually, so I'm glad we caught this one.
And this is what I mean by dynamic gameplay, right? I looked for a second like Nori was just going to snatch this game back, really throw Maxim off.
Yeah.
And, a couple of turns where you both leave a little bit of a window. Maxim had to take damage to assemble that 5-card hand.
Oh, yeah.
And now he's in a commanding position. Now he's at a point where those Kodachis represent
half his health total and basically lethal. And I want to also point out that Maxim really constructed those combos like surgically.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like, he knew exactly what he needed, how much pitch he had for like a 6-string combo, which blowed my mind.
It wasn't.
Blew my mind. I'm sorry.
No, that's totally fine. It wasn't like he just drew them off the top. It wasn't like every single one of them was a Katsu trigger that Nori had to let through. It was a combination of the arsenal and what you draw off the top, and
Katsu trigger
withholding cards at the appropriate time. And okay, so now we're pitching a flick flag to Art of War here. Oh, I see what the issue is in Maxim's hand. He's got a couple of Ancestrals.
He's got so as you mentioned, so it is kind of awkward.
You know what?
Both.
You know what though? He's given this go again with the Art of War. And it's a blue, so it's +1 go again.
Yeah.
And I mean, from Nori's point of view, right, like maybe we'll see him count the graveyard again. He's worried about those mons.
That wasn't 2 Ancestrals, was it?
I think it is.
Well, that would be lethal if he chooses to block with 2 cards. 2 damage.
That's true. Yeah, if he blocks with the 2 block here. I mean, even if he does block with a 3 block, it's like, I'm going to play both these Ancestrals, take 1 damage.
Right?
He draws 2 cards.
You can definitely pitch for Kodachis at that
and then
point.
he could just Kodachi you twice and strip another 2 cards.
You got to put him at 1. Yeah, for sure.
I don't know, as I know what Maxim's probably thinking to himself, like, oh, this is so awkward. I've got these Ancestrals, but, he's finding the line.
Yeah, and he very intelligently does not banish the whelming to draw 2 here, right? I think most people, I would have definitely banished. Like, here's a blue for 2, I don't want this. But giving it go again and having the 2 Ancestrals, that's the play. That's got to be the play. Yeah. He's looking to his outs for sure, knowing that any element of surprise in this game is going to win him the game.
Yeah, and Nori was actually, palming a couple of, not palming, I shouldn't use that word because it's got a negative connotation.
Are you saying he's like putting stuff
No, he's holding 2 cards, which if he wants to block 2, maybe playing around a Razor Reflex. It might be a Razor Reflex of his own.
Oh my god. Yeah, so that's kind of funny. I think. Chooses not to use
Maxim
it anyway.
Doesn't use the
You know what? Because these for another day.
Because it's really hard for Nori to
come
threaten lethal from this position.
Yeah. Very intelligently overblocking there. A 3 would have been enough because there was no chance of Razor. There was still a chance of Razor to have 2 cards in hand. So I guess covering the Razor.
Right, so now we have a whelming with a clear Breaking Scales and Breeze Riders play on the board.
That's right, yeah. Now's the time to use them. I think you got to pump them out as quickly as you can. Being at 2 health, you got to push the envelope a little bit.
Okay, so he's going to give the Ancestral, force the Breaking Scales.
Okay, yep, there we go. Going on top of that, taking... That's interesting.
No, that's very good for Maxim's side because he doesn't want this flick flag in his hand.
Yeah,
it doesn't do anything offensively.
Yeah, you want to pitch for Kodachi, I guess. But it does end the turn, which is
great. Okay, and now we've kind of got the same line as before, but this time this whelming does not have go again.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's actually no...
very interesting. So Nori's probably going to overblock again because I think you expect the attack reaction at this point. Based on how Maxim was, playing and arsenaling, I think without go again here, you probably expect it.
Yeah, really interesting. Both players kind of have this in penalty going on.
Yeah, exactly. Both of them overblocking.
Yeah, and I didn't quite see what the last card in Maxim's hand was.
Same here. Yeah. I know we have the Ancestral and Arsenal, but the last card might have been like a 1 cost or something weaker that it's not for 3.
Yeah, and you know what? I was saying the Kodachis are lethal earlier, which they can be.
Right.
But Nori's really protecting the second life point as well right now because he knows that he might need to face tank a Kodachi to play a turn that wins him the game. Like, it's not over. It's really not over.
No, yeah, it's true. Yeah, we might think it is, but you know, if you can take one Kodachi and survive and come back with something strong, I think you're okay. It's just that Maxim being at 8 health, I believe, at this point, there isn't much you can do in a 2-card hand to really make him block, I think.
Yeah, and both of these players in the zone, in their groove, you know.
Yeah, just full-on Katsuing here. Thinking about the blocks. I think you give, well, knowing what he has, you give 1 card, but, you know, thinking there might be a
there could also be a flick flack as well of his own.
That's true.
I mean, maybe he says, I guess, can't play around a razor or a, or I don't know, like.
Yeah, he's like, if you have it, you have it, but luckily not lethal there. See, the sigh of relief on Nauris' face, like to say there's no
razor reflex.
Razor to kill me here, so at least I go to 1.
Yeah, it goes to 1, which is relevant here, but, you know, Nori going to be able to come back with 4 cards.
No go again. Yeah, this is actually pretty big, so.
Yeah, so now 4 cards can absolutely be enough to strip every card from Maxim's hand and deal damage to him.
Exactly. We saw, I think, a red fluster in hand. Oh, no, that's a Be Like Water.
Yeah, there's a Be Like Water. There's a Dishonor. That'll be a good resource card at this point in the game.
Absolutely, yeah.
And one other card. Oh, and it's a Spinning Wheel. Okay.
I'm not seeing the full damage, potentially. I think he's missing a few middle combo pieces. But he can probably discard a card with Katsu.
Yeah, he can go find a... he can go find the Whelming to go... Wait, is this a Whelming in the Arsenal? Or is it a Surging in the Arsenal? I think it's a Surging in the Arsenal still.
Was it Surging? Okay.
So actually, if this hits, he can go find the Whelming or... yeah, probably would be Whelming would be the most natural option.
I would say Whelming. Yeah. I mean, the Descendant might be okay too, I guess.
Yeah, which is really tricky because, like, I mean, even if Maxim blocks for 4 here, like...
Yeah.
There's still the Surging that could just hit afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of the main threat.
And that puts Nori back on a 4-card hand.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah.
Yeah, or it's, you know, it goes... Okay, you know what? He says Mask is no longer relevant, and this Surging Strike is a brick in the way my hand is configured. I've got to play around these possibilities.
Absolutely. No, he played this very intelligently, I think. You don't give Katsu the ability to discard and draw because he knows very well that Katsu, if you give him what he needs, he can come back with a very strong hand. And you don't need the mask anymore.
That's so interesting.
1 HP, right? Like, this is the time.
Yeah, and this is, you know... All right, so... Now we've got the
Surging. It was a Surging 5, yeah. So using all of his resources here. I think he has 1 card to be...
yeah, I think that was a... it was a 0 for 4... oh, no, sorry. It was Be Like Water, right?
Still has that in hand, I believe. Yeah. Didn't need it for, you know, this combo line, but still, you know. I think Be Like Water is a 0 for 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 0 for 3.
So you can still discard it with Katsu if you want to.
Yeah, you can discard it with Katsu or just deal 3 damage or Arsenal it. And Nori's shaking his head because he knows that Maxim has the agency.
Exactly. Yeah, this, I mean, just like you said, this can come in for a Whelming, reserve for 4, into a draw maybe, right?
Yeah, I don't see a scenario in which Maxim's not just, you know...
Giving him...
blocking some amount of...
Yeah. Knowing that you can just Kodachi.
Yeah, exactly. Guaranteed strip 2 cards from your opponent is very, very relevant.
Exactly. And then you can take another hit. Like,
oh my gosh, he's taking the damage.
Oh, that's very dangerous. Okay, let's see if Nori wants to discard the card with Katsu here. I would say you
would. All right, okay. You know what?
You would, yeah.
Yeah, I guess he's saying that, you know, I don't think you have very many good targets left in your deck. What are you going to find? Find something relevant. I dare you.
Does he not have a red Whelming anymore?
Maybe he doesn't have a red Whelming anymore.
Oh, yeah, he took a look and kind of nodded his head. It might not be... It's, okay, yellow Descendant for 4, I believe.
Also for 4, yeah. So it still takes 2 cards.
No draw potential, though, sadly.
Yeah, no draw potential.
But he might just take 1 card from this, right?
And only requires 1 card to block if it's... Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, takes CNC, take away that.
Yeah, okay.
Get out of here.
Wow. Remember earlier when I said, like, even as a Katsu enthusiast, familiar with the lines, like, when you look at these games and, like, the decisions that you're playing around, you're anticipating that your opponent's going for, like, these players are on another level. They're both very experienced Katsu players.
Yeah. That's insane. Yeah, I'm actually surprised he got the health rolls of 2.
And this time, this Whelming Gust Wave is coming in to, or sorry, he's pitching to go with the Kodachi instead of being played out.
Playing it out this time, yeah.
Exactly.
I still love that play from earlier. That was still very smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now, is that an Art of War in hand?
Oh, boy.
Is that 2 Art of Wars? No, I might be mistaken. That top card in his hand looks kind of orange to me.
Yeah.
But it's probably not. It's probably going to be like water.
Oh, it's an Enlightened Strike.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and now...
water, I think.
I think
so he cannot block a 0-for-4 after this. Oh, it's just a 5. Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's a 5. It's no problem.
That's
Can't block
fine.
any 5s.
You're okay with this. You're okay with this. Yeah. I mean, you're not okay.
Well, you're not okay. There's another Kadashi coming after this.
Was no pitch. Oh, you can pitch. I'm sorry. He has one card left.
Yeah, he's.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah. No, this.
Nori's got a gamble. Well, not gamble. Nori's got. Yeah, he's got a gamble on this Art of War, right? Like, I don't even understand. Where's the possible out? He's got to pitch the yellow, banish the other card.
You have
Art of War, draw 2. Draw another Art of War, banish that, and then be able to block this surging on one card to be able to survive, right? Is that the only
that is the only
sequence?
out, I think. Yeah, because 3 cards in hand, pitch, play, banish, draw 2, buff. He has 2 cards in hand, pitch again. Yeah.
Wow, yeah, that's just the cherry on top. It's actually a Descendant Gust Wave. Yeah.
Ooh. Good game.
Let's go, Katsu.
Katsu had to
What
win.
happened there? That was a beautiful game.
Wow.
Well navigated
Congrats to
by
Maxim.
Maxim.
I'm so impressed by how he knew how to combo that hard.
Yeah, the scourge of Quebec City, that guy.
That's right.
Yeah,
maybe he'll take it for Quebec City, take the whole Nationals.
That's right.
Wouldn't that be cool if a Katsu won?
Yeah, that would be so cool if Katsu won. No bias whatsoever.
What did you change, by the way?
Just like a few seconds ago, I figured that if we were going to be commentating a Katsu game, I should get in the mood,
Get in your Katsu pajamas?
Yeah, exactly. It's really funny, actually. This isn't even the Katsu outfit that I wore to New Jersey. This is a separate, unrelated Katsu outfit that I have. Yeah, exactly.
Every occasion. Great game. Oh, my God.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't even know what to say after that. Like, that was peak flesh and blood. I know it's a mirror match, so it doesn't necessarily give you the full breadth of what makes Ninja good in the metagame.
That's fair, because if everything's a mirror match, then nothing matters.
Yeah, but even so, we can still see, like, there were some of those lines there where basically by controlling the flow of the game and being aggressive or defensive at various points really lets an aggressive deck like Katsu conserve cards and conserve resources such as your equipment pieces and whatnot for a really, really big turn that becomes insurmountable for your opponent. And I think that's one of the things that makes him well positioned in spite of some weak matchups, is because being able to play slightly flexible while you're like just trying to assemble this mega combo to kill your opponent, like Katsu peak fab.
Yeah, exactly. And go ahead.
No. I'm just gesticulating wildly because I'm excited.
I can tell this is the match for you. I think. I'm glad that you were here for this match. Okay, so we heard that we have the day 2 meta breakdown for Canadian Nationals. So we'll pull this up here.
Alrighty.
So this is the conversion basically for day 2. Lexis have 12 Lexis. Dromai is at 6. One Briar made it through. Nice. What else is interesting here? The one Azalea for the entire tournament.
Yeah, one Azalea in the entire tournament, making day 2 still live for the top 8.
Exactly. We have 3 Katsus, right? Just not 2 of them.
Yeah, just not 2 of the 3 Katsus.
One of them kind of got knocked down a peg, unfortunately. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so I think maybe we'll go to one of these heroes on the bottom row for the next game and see if any of them can stay alive, both for their tournament hopes and for all of the fans at home.
Oh, man. And Briar is actually one of the second place currently.
Yeah, before the round started, before round 10, I believe, started, Daniel Dreisiger, who we had seen in an earlier draft game, was 8-1. So we'll check in a moment here and see where all the players got to in that round. But yeah, maybe we'll get Briar on, or maybe we'll, depending on all the records, like we could even get, what do we think? That Azalea? Do we link Azalea?
I'm down for Azalea or Briar. I think I want to see either of them. I'm
great.
more on the Briar side, but I don't know if people are sick of Briar.
We also had Icelander. So Icelander, really prominent in the metagame previously. Had some ups and downs in this tournament season.
She kind of had a low recently, but then now she's just...
Yeah, had a couple of big battle-hardened wins. And I think that it's never good to discount a hero like her who just punishes you if you're not prepared.
Anyone who has that kind of flexibility.
Yeah, that's right.
And you have to have the knowledge to play against her too. You always have to remember her outs because she can take advantage of that pretty well. Especially with Stormstriders. Anything happens with that card. So it's like she always has a window. It's just, do you know enough about the matchup?
But then we get to use the Stormstrider sound effects.
we are
I
prepared
really,
for that.
really want that to happen.
I think Ethan would love to show that one off.
Exactly.
Storm Striders.
So maybe, okay, I know it's a bit of a grab bag. We haven't decided completely, but that's the direction that we're thinking. So maybe leave some comments in the chat as well for what you would really like to see.
Yeah.
And when we come back from break, we will be giving you round 11 of Canadian Nationals.
I want to apologize. I have this one ready.
Combo.
And I never
played it. We never played it.
Actually, to be fair, we would have heard it like every 2 seconds.
Yeah, we would have heard it every 2 seconds. Totally fine. Totally
We have a
fine.
matchup, so we're going to pick something soon, and we'll come back to you very shortly.
Yeah.
All right, we are back live. Hi, Eric. No longer Frank.
No longer Frank.
No longer Mr. Lazy Dog.
Sometimes.
It's okay. It depends on the day.
It depends on the day.
Wake
Depends
up
how I
feeling
feel.
lazy
Depends how lazy I feel, I guess.
Exactly, yeah. All right. Well, we are back with round, I believe we're at 11? No, we're on 12 now. No, 11, I'm sorry.
We're on round 11. No, we're on round...
No, 11 is one more CC game after
now we're on
this,
11 and then 12 on Top
8.
Cup.
Yeah. So we did find a spicy one.
You say we. I found a spicy one.
Well, okay, Frank and I determined that before you even saw it, and then you came back telling me that you picked the same match, so we all thought of it.
We all thought of it at the same time. So we have Philippe, Peking,
a French name, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that one. On Azalea versus...
Okay, Azalea versus Lexi, that's the bottom line, so we're going to go to the gameplay. I think they're ready.
They are ready. Off to the races here. So we
got Tariq, familiar name.
Some of the notes. Yeah, Tariq just happened to be there. This was a repair. It was going to be Azalea into Dromai.
That's right. Yeah, we were going to show that one. They did repair, unfortunately, but then we got Tariq. So
fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you want to look at it. So now we get to see Tariq. Both these players on the X3.
Yeah, that's true.
So on the X3 bubble. So really, you do need to. Both of these players need to win out rest of the day to have a shot at that top 8 here.
If you know anything about this matchup, it can go pretty much anyway.
Yeah, this matchup is. I'd hazard to say pretty rough on the Lexi side. Lexi could definitely like pull out some Lexi shenanigans, but it's quite nice for Azalea. I mean, you can really just make it a non-game depending on how many random ledgers you get. You get buffs. You can get turn 0 dominate into without any sort of
or knock into something.
Yeah, you can knock into something. I think the key is if that does happen and maybe Tariq's running a couple lightning presses or something like that, and you're still able to fire one chonky arrow.
Yeah.
Then that's one
block
way.
It out, yeah.
Yeah, well, because that's one way to get around the only one action piece, right? Because if you have those, I don't think you're gonna spend Rain Razor on a turn like that, but you could definitely spend the lightning presses. I don't know if Tariq's running any lightning presses. I imagine he probably is, but maybe not.
Fighting it. Yeah, exactly. So it's probably okay to run it in this matchup because, like you said, because the one action point or the one action.
Yeah, random into random ledger because it's a non-blocking card, which is awkward. But if they're dominating you, does it really matter?
As much. Yeah, exactly. But Azalea can pump an attack to 13 damage, right? So if you have a lightning press in hand, that becomes very awkward. Yeah. Because you have no armor to speak of that actually blocks.
Yeah, 13 is kind of the norm because you have on a full hand 3/3/3/5 off random ledger, 3/3/3 infecting shot, something like that. We do see the Bracers of Belief now, the new.
Okay. Yeah, the new Azalea tech. Yeah. Perch grapplers on Tariq's side, so that makes sense. You want to have some armor. Yeah, so never mind. You got 3 armor there, so you might be okay.
Yeah, you got the Horn Sting, so you got one get out of jail free card.
Exactly.
Thing, right?
One dominated arrow you can block, which makes sense.
Without many pumps. This has to be a raw dominated arrow here.
Exactly. All right. Well, we're looking at the
Philippe going first. Yeah, Philippe going first here.
Philippe first. Nice. Okay.
I am actually curious who won the roll and who picked because.
It's a good point because Azalea, I think, wants to go first because of the potential dominate, right? Kind of like Bravo's idea. It's dominate turn 1, you get some free damage in. If you get a red in the ledger, well, you just win, probably. So, luckily though, Tariq can block a turn 1 red in the ledger that's dominated with his armor.
Sure.
There's gonna be very little chance that you buff it as well.
Yeah, looks like Death Dealer loading into a Drill Shot red. Looks like he drew into that Rabble. Going to reveal a Lace with Blood Rot.
Yeah, not bad.
So not likely to Azalea that.
Unless you want to buff. He already Death Dealer though, so you're not going to want to put that in Arsenal.
You're definitely not. It's going to be blocked. I mean, this is only turn Tariq's really going to look to be blocking things, but.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, from now on, no more blocking, I think.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We do see the Drill Shot. So there's an E-Strike in Philippe's hand. He could go for E-Strike 5 go again and fire the Drill Shot, but that's just leaking a little bit of damage.
Yeah, I think a 7 is more likely here. Unfortunately, you can't use the skull wrap or cross wrap. I'm sorry, next turn.
Cross wrap.
Because
there
the
you go.
card's face up in her, so we got that.
It is face up, yeah.
yeah. So you won't get a free ops, but you can still play it out, I guess, or a blind Azalea into a buff potentially.
Yeah, depending on what Tariq has in his hand, his options are essentially he could load and block with a card. He can block with 2 cards and not load. Depends on how much damage he wants to soak. If he has a really good red arrow, he could consider, taking 4 going down to 35. But
yeah. I think the free arsenaling, I think with Voltaire is too valuable here.
Yeah, it's
especially
pretty good, right? But it looks like Tariq has Codex.
Oh, he's 3 of a kind.
Is it? It looks like Codex of Frailty and the 3 of a kind. So
yeah, unfortunate blocking cards. So yikes, having to give one of his three of a kinds.
Yeah, one of the 3 of a kinds. I mean, 3 of a kind maybe slightly less value into this matchup if Red and the Ledgers, like stuff like that does come in.
I agree. And his only options were really to block with it or pitch it away. Or actually, no, he had no arrow in hand.
No, he had no arrow left. He just had the Codex.
Couldn't even pitch it. Yeah, exactly. So I think that was the only option, really.
Yeah, a lot of 2 blocks. So actually pretty okay for Philippe. Like, does 3 damage. Tariq didn't get an arsenal out of it. Just going to be probably firing like a double arrow hand. Unless the Bolden Shot hits, so you might be able to fire a triple arrow hand. But other than that, if Bolden Shot doesn't hit, it's just double arrows. I'm not really sure how good Philippe feels about blocking these out. Yeah, just like denying the value, but...
Yeah, he's okay with the damage there, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Tariq could have like a good reload, but like he could also have nothing here. It's like
exactly a 2-card hand left, and like you probably just have 1 arrow left.
Another Bolden Shot. So here you could easily have another 1 for 5.
Yeah, this is the danger area here.
4-card 15.
Pretty good.
Not bad.
Yeah, pretty good.
It's just some Lexi shenanigans going above rate without 3 of a kind or Rain Razors.
I wonder if he wants to play Codex here.
That's a good question, yeah. Because Philippe knows Tariq kept a card back, right?
Yeah.
So
exactly.
I don't think he thinks that. I mean, I'm not gonna try to predict what he says, but you think it's like probably a 2 block.
Tariq's pumping it out here. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit awkward because the cards in grave were not that great.
Yeah, because it's very early, but he does have a couple blocks. I think he had a hamstring shot. That's his only 1-cost arrow, I believe. Yeah, there is that hamstring shot that he did block with turn.
That's the one you want to play out. Yeah, and you get the ponder. You give Azalea the frailty. That's worth something.
Yeah, -1. Yeah. I mean, it's not nothing. I think that the hamstring also making additional cost. A lot of Azalea's hands are very, very tuned, so it looks like Philippe's hand's very, very good.
And no Tunic online either.
No Tunic online. It's only going to be a 2. He could Bracers to Believe to kind of counteract part of the frailty, so he could gain +2 off Bracers off a red.
Right, that makes sense.
And
just taking everything on Philippe's side.
Yeah, 15. Yeah, what's 15? What's a 15 between
and
friends?
I'd be kind of worried about. I mean, if you give Lexi a bit of leeway here, it could be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, give her an inch and she takes the game.
Yeah, not even a mile.
No. Lexi doesn't take a mile. Takes the game. Oh, so it's good at Bracers. Only the Codex does kind of like nullify-ish the effect of frailty.
Yeah, oof, and getting a yellow unfortunately with that Bracers.
Yeah.
I think only a +1 here, right?
I believe it's only +1. I think
3
it's
minus pitch,
3 minus the pitch value. Yeah, so I think it's gonna like counteract the frailty, but it's not gonna give him that like +1.
Yeah.
Now it's
worried for Azalea, I think.
Yeah, so Tariq's kind of signifying that he's gonna get the 1 for frailty.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
He's gonna be able to. Oh yes.
Triple buff. Whoa.
Blood rot and
frailty.
Yeah, it's so 3, 3, 3, 4.
13 damage.
And he's going to pay because of Bolton Shot. I mean, he's going to pay because of the hamstring, pitching with a Bolton Shot. I mean, I don't think he wants... I think he can Arsenal it. Assuming it's not hamstring, probably would have been fine Arsenal. You can opt and you can Azalea. Like, it's something in the Arsenal that you can do something with.
So. Oh, yeah, absolutely. The free opt is so valuable.
Yeah, and this arrow is, holy moly, it's threatening a lot, right? It's threatening all the on-hits you literally want, especially because Tariq's on Perch Grapplers.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
So Drill Shot's like effective 2 more, because if it hits, you get a counter on the Grapplers.
Exactly.
Which
you want to take that
out. Super good.
Of course, you want that out of the way for the Red and the Ledgers. So
100%.
I think this is a pretty good attack.
Getting it this early, too. Like, getting that drill shot, that buff drill shot, that's like the only thing that would be better is a dominate, obviously. But, like, beggars can't be choosers.
No, of course. Yeah, oh my god. So this Tariq block here. I think...
this Tariq blocker,
you have to give everything, really, right?
You give the hand. You can give the hand and Horn Sting.
Yeah,
if you have 4 3 blocks, you can give the hand and plus Horn Sting. I think that's probably... If you do it, you kind of go in and out. Like, that's the thing. Like, what happens if you play your small hand, you're under frailty, and you're taking 4 from Blood Rot, and you're taking another, 2 on your grapplers. I really think it's all or nothing. Like,
I think so, too, yeah, because letting 1 damage through even would not be good enough.
I don't know. I think if I have 3 blocks, it looks like there's a Rain Razor in Tariq's hand. I don't even think that's an option.
Oh,
yeah, there's a Rain Razor. Ends up premeditate blocks for 2.
2 block, 2, yeah. Was that... That's not
Affecting shot. No, there's a Rain Razor, so that all block is automatically not really.
Wow.
So he's probably gonna have to ship the grapplers regardless, huh?
I think so. Yeah. Wow, that's an insane turn. I think very lucky for.
Why take the 15?
He might 15. Might be more than that. Might be 17.
No, that's why Philippe took the 15.
Oh, that's why Philippe took the 15. Yeah. But the thing is, if Tariq had the 12 block in hand, right?
I don't think it
would have paid off as well.
Yeah, but I also think Tariq does have a lot of 2 blocks and no blocks in his deck.
It's a good chance.
There's not, an insurmountable he could easily draw 4 arrow hand and just block out, but he can also very easily just draw 1 card that doesn't block for 3.
And that's it, right?
And then he has to give grapplers on a non-dominated arrow, which is exactly what he's trying to do here. So Tariq deciding to ship 1 card.
Okay.
Just the infecting shots here. So he's going to be taking Frailty, Blood Rot, Drill Shots probably going to hit the grapplers. So this is a swing for a lot.
10 damage
Blood
here.
Rot.
Yeah, this is going to be 10, threatening another 4 off Blood Rot, and then another 2 effective on the grapplers.
That's insane.
And so he's going to...
Oh, did he not pick the grapplers? Did he pick the Hornet Sting?
He did pick the Hornet Sting. I mean, he essentially nullified the effect of Hornet Sting not blocking.
That's right. So it could be like a 2, right? Like a 1 damage plus the 1 block, I guess. But,
yeah, so he's preventing the additional damage. That's the key. So he wants to... Because effectively Hornet Sting is also 2.
Yeah.
Because it's 1 damage if it hits and then 1 block.
It is, but if you think about blocking a dominated red in the ledger, that's a 5, right?
You want the extra armor.
Block,
you want
right?
the extra armor because it's a 2. You are right. I think either like they both value wise make sense, but like I understand. There's a tar pit there, which
oh, there is, eh?
a little interesting to see. What do we got? Premeditate Endless Arrow.
Yeah.
Pitching the Rain Razor so we can see the
very good on hit here.
Very good on hit. You're gonna get a Ponder on hit.
Yeah.
Ponder on hit, and you're going to get the Endless back. I mean, you have 1 floating, so you can easily fire that off again. I think Philippe probably pretty heavily incentivized to block 6.
I would here, yeah. Getting the CNC out, okay, yeah.
Because you're preventing another 5 effectively, because you'd be able to load, give it +1.
Exactly, give it +1, yeah. Maybe even get it back to Arsenal if it doesn't block the second one.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And Tariq's still taking 4 from the Blood Rod. So it's 23 to 25 here.
Yeah.
The Ponder trigger going to...
Tunic online, importantly.
Did he not have a Ponder? I guess he didn't have a Ponder.
He should have. Oh, no,
he didn't hit. He didn't hit.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
I was thinking of the Codex from a previous turn.
Right, yeah.
No, that's fair. So he just has the Tar Pit.
Yeah, okay. So very nice. So definitely opting here and being able to load with the... Okay, actually there's no...
Being able to Codex.
No loading. That's right.
He does have 3 on Tunic, right? So he's going to be firing any 1-cost arrow.
That's a good
He hasn't
point.
seen Red in the Ledger yet, so it's probably not going to be what's coming out here.
Unfortunately not seeing it yet, but he can definitely get that infecting shot.
No,
he wants to preserve... Okay, that makes sense. You don't want to use the Tunic on an arrow because you can use it for Death Dealer.
You can use it for Death Dealer.
Frailty.
It is going to be a Frailty. It's going to be a Ponder. So
he's going for that last piece of armor that he neglected last turn.
He just really wants the armor. And you know what? I don't blame him. Like, he's still got grapplers online.
Exactly.
It's effectively good. I mean, Tarpit's really not doing too much. Like, it's good because it's a in the arsenal into a dominate.
It dominates.
But as far as the actual, like, preventing an on-hit, it's going to be tricky to actually...
You got to use it, like, on a E-Strike or something. Let's go again.
E-Strike or Rabble.
Rabble's a good choice. That's true.
Then you Tarpit, and then, you know, the next on-hit if you like double.
Yeah, if that's the case.
Yeah, that's the key, because it has to be a
go-again
attack with go-again for it to actually play the defense reaction, right? So it's going to be a little bit more difficult versus, like, versus another Lexi, like in the mirror. Like, they go again arrow all the time. Azuri on something like Spider's Bite to ignore your
That's a good point. Ignore that shakedown that comes in afterwards.
Shakedown, CNC. You could just,
especially.
Isn't it nice to just be able to laugh at CNC and just be like, you know what, I don't care if you have
a
CNC.
2 for 6? That's very below raid. That's like whatever.
No, it's just on raid.
It's on raid, but you would never play a vanilla like that.
Yeah. Well, they play, I guess they play Amnesia.
Slaughter. Oh, okay. Yeah, Amnesia.
But
that's kind of, that's not a hit.
So it looks like the discard was Sleep Dart from the Codex, because Tariq did have an open arsenal slot, because Tar Pit was face up.
That's
right. Loading the infecting shot in there, and then Drill Shot's going to come in for 7 with that on hit. So
all right, yeah, turning off the block potential of Tariq's hand.
Yeah, it looks like we see an Infecting, an Ice Quake, and another card. So 2 block, a 3 block.
Yeah.
Looks like a hamstring shot. So 2 3 blocks and a 2 block.
Not bad, not bad. I wonder if you give Perch Grapplers here. Like a 2-2-3 kind of thing.
I wonder if he gives Tar Pit here. Because he needs
you want to free up that arsenal.
Yeah, if he wants to fire 2. Okay, so he's just gonna tunic to 3 and then fire the infecting shot.
That makes sense. Yeah, you free up the arsenal and you leave Tar Pit for an actual like strong turn.
Yeah, for sure. So this is gonna be for 4 because of the frailty, and you know it's still a breakpoint. That's the nice thing about the 1 for 5. Even if you frailty them, it's a 1 for 4. It's still a 1 for 4, and Azalea has not a lot in the way of armor here.
I think I see a sink below. Is that right?
I wouldn't be surprised to see a sync from.
This would be a perfect time to use it.
I
can't really do much with it.
I do see a red in the ledger.
Yeah.
I see. You see what I see here.
Looks to be a very red heavy hand though. So I don't really know. You have Tunic, yeah. Oh, that's a yellow. Oh, Codex.
Oh, you could sync. Oh, there's a yellow too.
Okay,
no,
never
you're
mind.
fine because you
Never
can sync a card if you really want to. Try to find a buff.
He's got the pitch in there. Yeah. Okay. So syncing is amazing here. Fully covers the arrow.
Yep. Doesn't look like he's.
Why Frailty's good.
Doesn't look like he's actually going to sync here. So maybe it could be a. I don't know what he pondered.
No, I think this is a perfectly fine hand to keep because you pitch for the arrow, pitch for your buff here in this case. You can tunic your Death Dealer, although I don't know if you want to because you have a blue pitch in hand, and you can play the Codex.
Yeah, I mean, he might just be looking for, a dominated arrow. The Deadeye is just like a regular 1 for 3 buff.
Yeah,
there's
no Crow's Nest.
Yeah, I mean, there's not as many ways to get aim counter without something like a Sand Scour Great Bow, right?
Yeah. I think you have to blind Azalea the arrow to be able to Crow's Nest and then activate it.
I think the key is Philippe wants to run the Ledger Engrave ASAP. He wants one so that when he codexes, he can always find one, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
He did find a Read the Glide Path. That was probably the last card in his hand.
Yeah, very nice. Oh, keeping it on top. We might see an Azalea here.
It could be Azalea, or he could just be like Oh yeah, no, he's good at Azalea.
Wondering what could be better than a
dominated something, I guess.
Anything, I guess, but it has to be disruptive, I think.
That is disruptive.
That's okay.
That is disruptive.
It'll be at least 2 more damage here.
Yeah.
If Tariq plays 2 arrows.
Now Tariq does have the tar pit here in the arsenal,
point.
so he is going to be able to like block 3 + 2 + a card if he wants.
Yep. This is coming for 11, I believe.
Remorseless text.
Oh, no D-Reacts from Arsenal.
There's no D-Reacts, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good
I
point.
thought it was from hand for a second. Yeah, can't be played from Arsenal. I'm thinking of the other one, the Tension.
Yeah, that rarely comes up, actually.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So, yeah, reading the D-Reacts. So, I mean, it won't really matter here, but it cannot be played on the chain link.
It's actually really nice that lined up that way, that he found literally Remorseless when he has an open tar pit.
I was about to say that the Dominate won't matter as much because of that tar pit.
Oh, it totally
so
matters,
you might as well just keep, yeah, well, now it does matter.
So we do see a bunch of 3 blocks in Tariq's hand. Doesn't do a lot of good when there's Dominate.
Absolutely, yeah.
But Philippe was able to have the last pitch there for Crow's Nest, getting the additional.
So we're seeing, it's funny enough, we're seeing Azalea do really well even without Red and the Ledger being played.
Yeah.
I would have thought that would be the only way you win, but there's actually some crazy.
I mean, when you have Deadeye and then you have Crow's Nest, there's a way to get an aim counter.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, well, precisely right. So I think that would be the other way, but he didn't actually get the aim counter, I think. Oh no, he did.
He just did.
Oh,
so he got because it looks like he had a blue.
Well, not blind.
Blue. No, it wasn't blind.
It wasn't blind. He knew it was coming.
Yeah, he skull boned that. So
that is insanely strong, actually. I didn't understand how strong this was until right now.
Yeah, Thoughtseize is pretty good.
Yeah. All right, wow.
He's going to snap.
Oh, he's actually going to be Codexing here with snaps.
Yeah, he has Codex. That's his last yellow in hand because he didn't play it.
That's very smart.
Right?
No pitch, though, so that's be a 0.
He's got that drill shot. That drill shot's coming back.
Coming.
Oh, my God, the drill shot.
To finish the job.
It's great because Tariq didn't...
Interesting. That's probably... I guess people just forget about the... I mean, we forgot about the Red and the Ledger. No, the
might want to...
Right? Yeah, there might be a judge... I don't know if...
I think there's 2 over there.
Yeah.
We're reading that right? Yeah, they can't be played to the chain link. We're gonna. Oh no, he's taking it back here.
They caught it. Yeah, they're gonna call a judge here. Yeah.
Okay, they realize that they're well aware.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, this is looking very dire, I think, for Lexi. I don't know about you.
Yeah, this is really good because he's able to snipe a card there with the Deadeye.
Yeah, that is so strong. That is actually an insane card to give a counter.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think the tar pit just goes back to Arsenal. I'm not really sure what
he just can't play it, right? So it just goes back.
Yeah, I don't think it would just be like destroyed. He literally just can't play it.
Exactly.
It's not like it does nothing.
It wasn't a wasted activation because he just can't even
Correct.
play it.
Yeah, they just can't be played on that.
Head judge is just kind of taking a look.
Yeah, which is reasonable. So let's kind of look at the lay of the land. 25 to 18, and you're gonna get at least. This is for 11, right? 3, 3, 5.
Tariq might have taken the damage already. I think he might have 23.
Oh, so he took the damage. He did take the damage already?
No, it's only.
So he blocked 3. There's 3.
The way the health went down is because I think they assumed 6 block here with the tar pit. I'm taking 5.
Okay.
So he'll take 3 more, I think, from this attack.
Okay.
He should be at 15 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so 15 to 25.
Deadeye's +3, Reed is +3, Remorseless is 5 plus Crow's Nest?
course, that doesn't do
do +1. It doesn't give the +1, but it just allows Deadeye. So it's just going to be the 11, 5, 3, 3.
21. I wonder if that's a miscount.
I think maybe they're going back to the original, and now he's going to be taking.
Okay, he's back to 23. Yeah, that makes sense.
So he's taking 2 + 3 + 3. Yeah.
That is correct. Should be 8, going down to 15.
Math is difficult. Reading and math are just like one of those skills you learn as like in elementary school or.
Just forget later on, right?
It just seems to get worse by age. You know, most of the times when I read a big nice wall of text, I miss some pieces too.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, if we all learn something, it's you can't play D-Reacts on Remorseless.
Yeah, I honestly, I thought it was from hand for a second, then I realized that was increased attention.
Oh, that's a good point. There's different ways to block D-Reacts here,
Because I'm like, if you increase Remorseless, you just can't play D-Reacts, period, on it. Yeah. I'm like,
that's right. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see if, I guess Tariq can't really take back that block.
No, because they moved to reactions already, because
exactly.
he snapped.
Oh, and there was a snap, of course. Yeah, you've already passed that.
Yeah, you're in reaction stage, so when there's no D-Reacts on the chain, so unless there was anything else going on. I think we're just pausing. They might be checking the life totals beforehand. I think that might have been the key.
Yeah, I think we're just checking footage here.
Yeah, we're just checking the footage
to make sure was the appropriate health total.
Yeah, so we're just getting that confirmed. Judge walking over. Gonna confirm that. So
right.
He's gonna get the Deadeye. So Tariq's gonna have 2 cards in hand. He's gonna have a face-up Tar Pit.
Yeah.
And then there's gonna be the drill shot. So
yeah,
probably gonna be blocking that drill shot, I imagine.
No, he's. Oh, you.
Yeah. So this is the Deadeye trigger.
Yeah. That makes sense because dominated. Yeah. So picking a card here.
Seeker looks. Yeah, I would not say Seeker looks real cool right about now.
Yeah, you don't really care about the Fall coming for 3, Bolton Shot for 3 more, or 4.
Because what he's gonna do at 2-card hand, he's just gonna fire the Heat Seeker.
Pitch for exactly. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's kind of the out he has. Yeah.
So now you're going to get the Codex.
Remorseless too, I guess.
So Codex is going to get a second card out of Tariq's hand because he's going to open Arsenal.
He has an Arsenal slot. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah.
Frailty.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Frailty.
So this shot has to land, right? Oh, but he can de-react it.
He can Tar Pit it. He also still has grapplers up.
Exactly.
So I think he's giving him grapplers before he's taking the damage, yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. It's only 1 card in hand, can't do much, so I guess you keep the Tar Pit.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, he's going to have 1 card left, I guess. It doesn't really matter. It's going to be just a pitch card in general.
Yeah. It's funny. I don't think Philippe realized how lucky he was with the Remorseless on top of the deck.
That
mattered so much.
That is the literal... Like, we were saying, like, what could be better than Undominated Random Ledger? It's Dominated Remorseless.
I think so, too. Now, you can ask for Dominated Random Ledger, but I think
you can ask for the
asking
world,
for, like,
but you might...
2 Christmases.
Yeah, you're asking for 2 Christmases here.
Yeah.
So this drill shot coming in for 4. There is an affecting shot there, so just kind of going for maximum damage, trying to get for the 1 for 7. I don't think Philippe's gonna be blocking anytime soon. I think Philippe is just like he's rolling in the deep here. He's feeling the fire.
Yeah.
Putting Tariq under some uncomfortable positions. Wow.
That kind of a life deficit usually. I think usually it's very neck and neck, and then you rely on some disruption, then you get back in the game. But Lexi does claw back with a big turn.
Yeah.
And you get back to like low life totals. 5 each, then you come with some dominate and you win. That's typically how it goes. But being at 10 life lead, and Tariq actually being insanely on the back foot in terms of his momentum right now.
Yeah.
He has 2 cards, and like, what's he gonna do with them? Pitch for a single arrow, maybe?
Well, now he
has to just.
Now he has the 1 because of the Codex, right? Because he had 3. Deadeye took 1. Codex took another.
Now, what he could do
he's got the 1 left. I mean, he's just gonna use that and
block it.
Tunic.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
Keep the grapplers.
I would do that too. Yeah.
Save for a dominated arrow. So now he's just going to have Tar Pit, which he kind of needs to get out ASAP because he's got no empty arsenal slot if he wants to fire more than 1 arrow.
Say that. You want to free up a spot so that you can actually Voltaire, right?
You know the funniest thing is like Philippe still gets an arsenal off the pot. Well, Codex is a great card, huh?
Just a little broken, I guess.
No, not broken. It's just, we're just seeing that both Rangers can use it effectively.
Fair. That's a good point. In this case, it's pretty fair. Yep. Yeah.
But Philippe showing like this guy knows how to play Azalea. Like
Azalea runs rain, eh? Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, because you run Bolton Shot.
You run Bolton Shot.
It's +2 that can get a lot of the effective on hits off, like all these like blood rots. He can get frailties. He can get seek and destroys. Like he can all these really impactful on hits.
And he has the Bolton in hand, I believe.
He has the Bolton. Yeah, so he's probably just playing rain. I don't know what he opted. Did he go to the top or bottom?
I didn't see it on top actually.
Oh, we got this arrow sound. Oh, I like that effect.
Yeah.
We're gonna be using that a lot more. A lot more in the future here. And that is the rain razor. So we're gonna see Bolton Shot be drawing card. Looks like he drew a rabble.
A rabble. That's pretty good, I guess.
Yeah, you're just going wide here. because you want to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, although you do want disruption because you know that Lexi can just come back in a second.
That is true, but what you could do is you could rabble, see what's on top, use. You can't.
Oh, you did Death Dealer already.
You did Death Dealer already.
You could bolt in for a reload, I guess. Is there any arrows? I think it's premeditate and rabble, so maybe no more arrows.
Yeah, so he has to reload here. Like this would be really nice if this hit. Essentially.
Yeah.
Because then he can rabble, see what's on top in Azalea, like whatever he reloads.
That's right, because you can reload it on arrow too. Yeah, that's good.
Yep, you can reload whatever you want.
You can still Azalea something.
Just face down in your arsenal slot.
Yeah,
nothing fancy. Very good here. I mean, this looks very tarpitable.
Tarpitable. I like that term.
This looks very like this is a go again arrow.
Adjective.
when else is he going to play this tar pit?
Yeah, it's been sitting there for a while, I think. Remorses took away his dream of playing that card early, so I think he just got attacked.
Yeah, and this denies the reload.
Exactly. I think that's the key. Knowing that you cannot arsenal anything anymore because Death Dealer's been used.
Yep.
There's like no chance of Azalea at this point.
Yep.
No chance of another arrow, really.
No chance of another arrow, so this is going to be 6. I imagine he's probably going to just play the rabble. I don't know what the card on the very left is. It looks like an arrow of some sort.
So he took the 3, so I'm surprised he didn't want to reload.
He took the 3. Oh, no, a tar pit stops it. So tar pit stops the next. So the attack action is bolt and shot in this case.
Yeah, okay.
So it stops the on-hit from the bolt and shot.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it is the next one that would trigger, doesn't trigger.
Right. So even though you block the same attack, this is the same one that's going to be hitting, right? So that makes sense.
So it looks like he's going to put the red on the ledger, and that's one way you want to reload here.
There we go. Okay.
And we are going to Azalea for the card he literally just put on top.
Yep.
Woof.
Which is red in the ledger. So I leave
red for 7. 7 dominate.
Oh, it's 7. Yeah, you can't even use the boots here.
I mean, he could, but it wouldn't stop it.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't want to. He can use New Horizon if he wants to.
I mean, the one thing for Tariq, he does have that infecting shot, so there's a good arrow in there. It doesn't look like he has any buffs in hand. That's kind of unfortunate.
We do have the Winter's Bite, which won't do anything. We have the Searing Shot and a Sleep Dart, I believe.
Yeah, so not like that lightning, not like that lightning.
What we talked about earlier.
Yeah, that would kind of get him some damage. 25 to 8.
Ooh, with one arrow. Yeah, again, there's no tempo on Tariq's side.
Yeah, but this can come in for 7 with a non-block.
I think Philippe might be happy to take it.
Is that another red in the ledger? That's another red in the ledger. So you know what? You're eating pretty good here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're what's the term? Baking your cake and eating it too.
You are. Yeah, I mean.
I'm half right, probably.
You're half right, but you're also half correct.
So far wrong. Oh man! I mean, this is 7 damage, right? I think you take it.
Oh yeah.
Not disruption.
No.
It'll be 18 to 8. That's still very healthy.
Yeah, 18 after Philippe ends. 20 for now, and then he's probably taking the 2. I can't imagine. There's not a lot of blues Philippe runs other than knock.
Once you get Lexi starting to block, I think you might be in a good spot. And Tariq lost the 1 3 of a kind.
Yeah, he lost 1 3 of a kind.
Yeah. Any Rain Razor? He had 1 early that he couldn't block with.
He pitched 1, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's going to be Death Dealing this red in the ledger. He did draw another Rain Razor.
That is insane. Okay, so if he can play with the red, with
Meditate.
Okay. This is very important because this is going to be for 8, and Rain will bring it up to 10. 10 is very annoying to block. If Tariq gives 3 cards, the red will land.
This is great because you don't have that 1 armor off the Hornet Sting. So
exactly.
Because right now, if I saw that,
would you expect like a potential rain or a buff maybe?
I don't know if I would expect it because it's pretty easily for Azalea to quote unquote brick. Not brick per se,
but something like this, right? Where you can have kind of like a mediocre turn, like decently blockable, right?
I don't want Azalea to just get a free red in the ledger because that just hurts him too much, right?
Exactly. Although if Tariq does block with 3 cards, takes 1 damage from the rain, he can just come in with like a single Searing Shot, right?
It would be a Searing Shot, but he can't even flip his Winter's Bite.
No, he can't, right? So you play out the Searing Shot and save the Winter's Bite for another turn.
He's hoping it's not rain, is what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, you don't play around rain,
I don't think
you
play around rain. No, it's a little bit too much.
The thing is, do you even play rain here? Okay.
Oh yeah, because you ran the ledger and you just stop his turn.
Yeah, but the thing is, does Tariq have much of a turn with like 2 cards? I don't know. I guess it prevents the Winter's Bite, which is pretty good.
It prevents, so Tariq, what he could do is he can like flip with Lexi. You have a Frostbite. He's likely gonna fire the Searing Shot, I imagine.
Trying Sink Below. I mean, knowing that there's a Searing Shot there, it's not so bad. You just use it for the Searing Shot.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, because he gets to just arsenal it, and that's it.
Would you have kept these Sync Below in hand, actually, because you keep the card in Arsenal for... Yeah, you would, okay.
Because you want to use it in hand to be able to hand fix if you want to.
Hand fix, and also being able to cross-wrap next turn with the card in Arsenal.
Yeah.
Also, okay.
It attacks.
This makes sense. Just playing out the Winter's Bite. Probably going to be pitching the Sync Below, knowing that he can't play anything else.
Yeah, but this is really like he was going to use it in some kind of capacity. It's not like he needed it for his hand. So...
Either for that or for the Searing Shot.
Yeah.
Regardless, you don't want to sit on it.
I mean, Philippe is like 1 turn off Tunic, so you really got to, like, the Winter's Bite's going to get the max value now before Tunic.
Oh, there we go. Right? That's true, eh? Yeah, I couldn't give the Frostbite, unfortunately. Couldn't Lexi flip into Winter's Bite.
Yeah, double Sync Below? I guess he had double Sync Below.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
I guess he had double Sync Below.
A little unfortunate, but you can always Azalea that away.
Nah, you're just
I would
going
blind
to try
it.
to
I would
Azalea here.
blind it out of there.
Well, he did opt, so he doesn't know what's there.
He did opt here, right? Yeah, hopefully like some kind of arrow, I guess.
Any kind of arrow. Sleep Dart's quite good.
That is good because, yeah, we can't flip that card.
You can't flip the Lexi card, yep. And then we have a Lace with Frailty. Seek and Destroy. Oh, this is dominated. This is 11 dominated.
Oh, it is dominated. Wait, that's not game.
No, he's got grapplers. He's got New Horizon. I mean, he's not dead. It's just...
He's got to give the grapplers here. So coming in for 5, taking go to 1.
Taking 6, go to 1. Seek and Destroy and Frailty. Does he have the... No, he has Bolden Shot in hand. Okay, I was like, does he have that 3rd Rain Razor in hand? That would be...
Well, that would be game. Yeah,
that would be game.
Oh, man. Now, yeah, of course you wouldn't want to block when you Horizon, so you lose your 2 arrows, I guess.
Yeah, that's not... I mean, you got the Frailty, Sleep Dart you can't flip anyways, so...
Ooh, this is looking... Yeah, I mean, if it was dire before, it's direr right now.
So you got the Codex, so Philippe has a card in Arsenal, so Philippe's not going to have to discard anything.
Yeah, but Tariq might, right?
Oh, yeah, Tariq has 3 cards in hand because he's dominated.
Discarding, yeah.
So Searing Shot, I don't know what else was in Tariq. Yeah, the Heat Seeker, Bolden Shot, so he's just going to discard whatever.
Yeah, like kind of a low-tier arrow, or lower-tier arrow.
This is looking rough, because any dominated arrow is probably just going to, if it does more than 5 damage...
It's over,
It's essentially going to win the game. Now, if Tariq finds a way to somehow get a Tar Pit in Arsenal, and Philippe doesn't get another Remorseless, as we learned, is the
a lot has to line
counter.
up for Tariq.
The stars do kind of have to align here, but you know what? If anyone can do it...
Yeah, I mean, the reigning champion definitely can. It's hard to say that he's not out, but there's a window, I think.
Yeah, so we just see the Falcon Wing just cheekily swing by here.
Yeah. So the thing is now, Azalea, you're a pretty healthy life total, but you can't just take everything, right?
Yeah. So this was, I imagine, +1 because of frail. There's frailty, no? Yeah, this is -1.
It should be at 4, I believe. Yeah. I mean, it was already counted on the Falcon Wing, I believe.
Yeah.
So he's just taking everything.
And then there's a 3 on there. Block the 3. That's fine. You don't need all your cards.
No. Okay.
And then there'll be a Ponder. And then I guess Philippe will have frailty, so that is -1 on his next arrow.
All right. That was the Heat Seeker trigger there.
That was the Heat Seeker trigger for the second Codex. He didn't just keep the same Codex and put it back in there.
No.
That would be a little bit too much.
If no one saw. I'm kidding.
I mean, it is on. We're all watching right here. So it looks we're going to start off with a Skull Bone Cross Wrap. We're going to flip it up. Does he find an arrow? It looks like he did because he is going to.
It might be. I see Tariq kind of just like nodding his head here.
That is a Bolden Shot. It is a red.
Only a Bolden Shot for 4, but yeah, I mean, I don't want to say only.
Any buff here.
Any buff will do the trick, that's true.
He's got a Crow's Nest. Does he have Deadeye?
He will.
He does have Deadeye. So that's going to be +3.
I mean, the on-hit, of course, does not matter at all,
this is just
psychological damage,
That was a blue Bolden Shot, so it's just 6 dominate. That's it.
Wow.
Because he just needed something bigger than 5. Congratulations to Philippe.
Azalea. Philippe Pequin.
Pequin, yeah. I said that more or less correct. Wow, Philippe.
You were close.
The man brings the only Azalea, and you know what he's saying to himself?
Insane.
I'd like some Lexis, please.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
honestly your thought process, right? That's what you bring Azalea into this meta.
Yeah.
He probably dodged his fair share of Icelanders. I think he just kind of found the Lexi path.
He's probably not even that. I think he just dodged Warmongers. He dodged enough Warmongers, I think, to be in a relatively good spot.
Yeah. Or you play around the Warmongers with the E-Strikes.
And the Rabbles. You don't have as many ways as Lexi to play around it, but I do agree that there are strategies that Azalea can use playing more. It's tough when you have non-attacks and then you just draw only non-attacks. You just not Arsenal.
Man.
It's a little bit tough to play around that kind of thing here, but congratulations to Philippe. He's going to go.
Very well played.
Stay X and 3.
And, so Tariq being at X and 4 at this point.
Unfortunately, I believe Tariq at X and 4 is going to be knocked out of top 8 contention.
Yeah, I believe that's it. But, what can you do against that kind of an Azalea play.
I think Philippe played super well.
Yeah, there was no there were no misplays.
Yeah, I don't think he could have played that any better. I think he hit what he needed to hit. I think the remorseless was just so good.
That was nasty.
On the tar pit, it was just so good, and he got the. When Tariq ended up playing the tar pit on the Bolton shot, he just had red in the ledger.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
he
exactly.
Just had the red in the ledger, so it's like you stopped the reload, but I had knock, and because I had knock, I had the perfect answer.
Get it back.
Yep.
Rain, right? That was.
He did that thing where he reloads off knock, which I'm sure you'll never forget ever in your life.
I will never forget in my life.
Yep.
I
don't have a reload.
How do I get
source?
the card? Yeah.
So I think he played it super, super well, and with that,
yeah, absolutely.
We are going to.
We're going to Frank.
We're going to Frank. He's going to do some pack opening here. I don't know what he's opening. It looks like possibly some Dust Till Dawn. Is it Dust Till Dawn?
That is a box of Dust Till Dawn.
It looks like he's got a plushie and he's got some Dust Till Dawn. He's probably tweeting about it right now. If you go check out his, his Twitter, kind of looks like that's literally what he's doing. Are you tweeting about it?
Talking to the chat over here.
Oh, what are they saying?
You hear see what I said?
No, I was just trying to. Trying to.
Mike Frank.
Azalea's too strong and needs bans because if she can beat Lexi, then
she can beat anything.
She's the best deck in the format.
She's clearly the best deck in the format.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that. We'll see. She has to win Nats first.
You know what was great to see is Codex helping a deck that's not Lexi.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty interesting here. So we're gonna cut to, I guess, probably like a very short, if no break at all,
intermission just to get Frank up here for a box opening.
Yeah, just
so
get Frank
let's cut momentarily and we'll be back
momentarily
in
and
like
move
a minute
over
or
here.
two. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we'll be back in a minute. Since this is the way that every major content creator is going, and we've got to get on the gambling train as well. Oh, yeah. Gamble it up.
I'm going to open
a
few packs of Dust. No, you're going to help, right?
A few packs.
Should we open the whole box on the feed?
Rob ripped like a case in like 20 minutes with me.
Yeah.
We ripped a case of Dust in what, 20 minutes? Yeah. Not even. Yeah, like not even 20 minutes.
Accompanied by our good luck charm, Thomas the Frog.
I was about to say, I didn't see Thomas yesterday. I was kind of wondering where he was here.
Yeah, so, I don't know. We have the time. We have the time before the start of the next round.
That match was quick. We have 15 minutes left in the time.
Cool. All right. Here. And, these paper packs, they open easy. So let's put the box here.
You want me to crack one of these for you?
Yeah, exactly. Should we
go
slow roll all of them, or should we, what do we think?
We don't have to. I mean...
All right, oh gosh, I'm doing a terrible job here.
You see, I'm already in the zone because of ripping the case, so I'm just doing it perfectly every time.
Great. Oh, Seismic Surge Token, we love that. I haven't opened any product, so every card is a hit.
Dust?
I have opened 0 Dust so far. Everything is a hit.
We stand.
Nice. That's a great card for the Ultimate Pit Fight fans.
It's up.
Yeah, exactly.
We're up here, so I'm just gonna sneak in here. I'm not gonna slow roll as much, so we have Envelop the Darkness, blue. You can use that in
I need a playset for my Vincent.
Yellow, there we go. And we got, Wall Breaker, maybe not. Oh, this is the foil, so maybe, the foil and the rare here is the second rare, so let's keep this aside here.
I don't look at rarity. We're non-discriminating.
We're a non-discriminating
kind of box break. Yeah, I think, let's just pull out the Majestics. The fans only care about the... Prism, alt art, whatever, stamped artist card.
Serialized card. No, they care about the Marvels.
Oh, and the Marvels.
Yeah,
that's right.
Like Marvel Levia is like what, $800?
Wait, really?
$700? Yeah, something like that.
Oh, damn.
Canadian. No, like 800 Canadian, which is like, I don't know, like $10 American or something like that.
Like, this is like a Vincent cube.
You're just gonna make a Vincent cube. This is really what you.
These are very pretty.
No, this is the non-foil extended. But yeah, you get a play set of that. The nice part about the non-foils extended is much easier to play in decks because it doesn't curl.
That's right. It's actually functional for a tournament setting.
Well, yeah, you just don't have to double sleeve, worried about getting game losses. So we have Resounding Courage. Another wall breaker. We're really breaking a lot of walls here. Blessing of Salvation. So put that in the stack there.
That's a Bolton card?
I don't know what that card is.
Well, let's take a quick look. Blessing of Salvation. If a card has been put into your hero soul this turn, you may play it as though it were an instant. You may play it as if it were an instant.
2 life. So I guess the red is gain 3 life, and the blue is gain 1 life.
Huh, interesting. That's interesting. It's an action.
It's a 1-cost 2-block sigil. A conditional sigil. A 2-block 1-cost conditional sigil.
Oh, wait. I have a Runeblade brain because I read this and I thought it was referring to the card that you charged or put into your soul being playable. I was this is Rattlebones.
No.
Gains 3.
I see where you're getting. No, it's just if a card has been put in, and you can play those in.
Right. Instead, it's a 1-cost sigil, like you said.
Now, if that had Go Again on it, I think it would really have some legs because then you can gain the action points.
Yeah, exactly. Then it's
Rattlebones.
Then it's Rattlebones. It doesn't even have to get you. Oh, sorry, I'm opening this pack off of the cup. Yeah, here we go.
This is for coverage here.
It's definitely not just for gambling. Hungering Demigod. I love the art on these cards. I don't know how playable that particular one is.
Have the few of them. You really are building Vincent.
We got our Vincent deck going.
We really are building the Vincent cube. Okay, let's go third pack on this side here. Resounding Courage. So what are you hoping to get out of this, other than the serialized card?
That was honestly all I was thinking of when I got the box. I was like, I wonder how many
Wall Breaker or something. Oh, you got Deathly Delight in the red. It's the rare you need.
That card.
You got Cleansing Light. If a card's been put into her soul, you can play as if it was an instant. There's a lot of if it's in soul, played as an instant.
Yeah. I mean, that one destroys target blue aura, which seems like it can be relevant without the instant part.
Yes, it could be. It could be like a very specific tech card or something along those lines.
I guess if you're old Prism, you just dunked on Icelander to begin with, so maybe you don't need more of that kind of effect.
You're talking about in Living Legend kind of thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's see.
Tribute to the Legions of Doom. Great band name. Dance of Darkness. Okay. Not the famous Grasp of Darkness, but another tribute. Oh, we got a Frontline Gauntlets. This is a cold foil.
Oh, there you go.
Hopefully it's not our only cold foil in the box.
Your excitement level was just very monotone, and I didn't know what you pulled there. It was Frontline Gauntlet. Okay, that's fair.
Hey, and you know what? I saw people saying that this cycle was not playable, and I completely disagree with this because this is super relevant if you're going second against a Brute in Blitz.
Yeah.
They can intimidate your whole hand, and getting a free 2-block out of it over an Iron Rod or whatever if your hero doesn't have a defensive card in that slot can be pretty good against Brute.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I don't know which classes don't have gloves they want to play in that kind of slot,
That's pretty rare. That's pretty
they didn't
correct.
They didn't ban Bullseye Bracers in Blitz, so I would still play Bullseye Bracers against
Techno Foundry, Frontline Pog.
Frontline Pog.
Frontline Pog. Okay, I'm lacking here. I was reading chat here. Let's see what we got. We have a Break of Dawn. So this one comes in the promos. This is the promo for this month's Armory, I believe.
Okay, yeah.
It's
that
very,
means I don't need it as
promo.
a foil because I'm going to get 6 of those promos.
Looks like a double Ram Raider. I thought this card would be better than it actually is, ? I'm not totally sure.
I think it's nice to enable some of those playable from Banished ones, 1 costs. And maybe even if there were 3 more of those, or just if the deck was slightly differently configured, it's kind of nice even to play you can't play a Ghostly Touch off that because it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, there's an additional cost here.
You kind of need 1 or 2 more of those, eh? Oh, here we go.
Kiki Paper Packs, so jealous. Yeah, paper packs are super, super nice.
Oh yeah, foil Putrid Stirring.
There's no paper packs in Oceania? Did they get all the plastic packs over there? I'm not actually sure. I haven't opened a ton of Oceanic product there. Mainly the Belgian stuff.
Deathly Whale, this card just has some interesting art, I'm not quite getting the focus.
Yeah, the mouth is fantastic. It just keeps going.
Yeah,
that's all mouth right there.
All mouth.
That jaw, that must be an extremely strong jaw. So this is next pack here.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Go back real quick. I need this Eloquence token
You need the Eloquence
for my
token.
Vincent deck.
Ah, okay. That was I didn't know that's what you were looking for.
It's going to be $100 of Vincent for me.
Probably. You got Resolve, you've got Cleansing Light, second rare. Okay, so you got your next non-foil extended. So you got 2 in the same box.
Is that?
This is the second one. I think it's usually about 1 per box.
Oh, really?
I think it's 1. It could be 2, but it's usually 1 per box.
That'll make up for that cold foil.
Yeah. Let's not tell him, chat. Let's let him figure it out.
No. Have we weighed these packs at all?
Can you weigh these packs? I'm not even sure.
I don't know. I don't think anyone's tried it since we were in WTR. I don't know how effective that's been. You know what? Okay. Wait. But can you weigh the packs because these art cards probably are a different weight, right?
I don't know. Like there might be like slight variance in the actual like foils too. But you got the.
I was about to say I would just open an Oblivion, but it's actually just
you just got the token. But you need the token.
Yeah, it looks cool.
It does look
Nazareth,
cool.
the Soul Harrower.
The Marvel's about $50 over there. I think you can get one of those.
Right. Maybe I'll open one.
That's
Hunger
what,
Heavy on foil.
That's what Rob said too. Maybe I'll open one. Opens a case. Doesn't get it.
Did he open any Marvels in his case?
No, because it's usually about 1 Marvel every 2 cases on average. I think.
Of Dust to Dawn.
Of Dust Till Dawn.
Right.
That's what I've been seeing. 1 for every. Don't quote me on that. That's just what we've seen.
But they've upped the legendary count.
They've upped. Yeah.
Okay.
So there were 2 Rainbow Foil legendaries.
In one case.
In one case, yes.
Oh, so I have a 50% chance of what you're saying. Roughly.
Yeah, roughly. But that's like in a sealed case. I don't know how that works with any other. Oh, so do you want the non-foil here too, or that's the extended art? I'm not really sure.
I don't know. These piles kind of got just mixed up.
Okay,
this is just bulk, I think, at this point.
This is the Rainbow Foil Yellow Whale, which you still need.
Yeah, still need.
Being Bravado, second rare, Vile Inquisition.
Yeah, an unplayable rare.
Okay, we're almost halfway.
We're like halfway through this box.
What do we got? We got 6 minutes left in the round. That's okay. It looks like people are still playing anyways.
Yeah.
I see at least 1 game still playing.
This art is great, by the way. Like, I mean, all of these cards, like the shadow thematics, I think they execute really, really well on the art for them.
Oh, totally.
I don't know why I'm putting these commons in the rare pile.
I'm putting the commons over there. You can put them there too. I think we're just
doing V for Valor and a Ram Raider. Yeah, we're not really getting. We've only opened 2 Majestics. What's going on here?
Well, we got the second half of the box here.
Oh no,
Kiki, we have Japanese print. Oh, it's Japanese print. Okay, fair enough. I want to open the paper packs. Yeah, sure, go.
Oh, yeah,
I'm saying yeah, sure, as if like.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna get blessed by Levia. It'll be
that better be the Marvel.
A little bit of Levi, a little bit of
That better
Blast
be the Marvel now.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see it. It's gonna be a Prism artist proof. I feel it.
Okay,
Just like
I
that.
think
it would
be in the back, right? Because it's double-sided.
I have no idea. I've never seen one opened.
Okay, that's probably reasonable.
Well,
I don't think many people have seen one. There's like 7 public or something like that in total.
Was this supposed to be like you keep it secret so that you can keep selling your sealed product now that you've gotten the card you want out of it?
I mean, they said there's like 20
I
of
need
them,
one of
no?
those for my.
Remember when everyone thought this was like the most broken card?
Because it was the very first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a 1 card, 10 games broken. It's really not played.
Flicker trick.
All right, got an M.
Hey,
Got
okay.
an M at least.
You were worried about your M count.
An
I was
unplayable
worried about
card
the
versus
M count.
Levia, funny enough.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
you rubbed it
that's
to
true.
Levia and you got the flicker trick.
Yeah, that's just Levia scorning you a little bit.
Or carbon footprint. You know what? I agree, because it's really nice that I'm able to just like crack a case and recycle like all of it. I can recycle my bulk if I want to. I can recycle the packs. I can recycle the cardboard. It's a lot nicer because I'm pretty big into that. So
You don't have like a young niece or nephew you can give all the bulk to?
I do not. I have my locals, or my young nieces and nephews that I
Right.
give the locals to.
Because I remember like some of my younger cousins and arguably ourselves when we were that age, but like
Sure.
you give them like the Pokemon
They really love
cards.
it. Now this is money.
Hey, that's our
Is
first
this the
real
first
hit.
Is this the
That's
first hit
I
of the
think.
box?
Yeah.
Starstruck, one of the best Majestics in the set. Like this
That's
really propelled Bravo to that extra
Playable
tier.
status, yeah, exactly.
Like need is a strong word. He really likes this card.
That's right. Actually, you know what, Ethan, I'm going to request a little banner above our heads here in text that just says Warmonger Waiting Room because I need one of those for the Viscerite Cube.
Is that on the bingo list? I think that might be on the bingo list. Warmonger Blowout. Okay, sorry. I saw a Warmonger on it. That was my bad.
We saw multiple Warmongers pitched and blocked, and no one's played one to huge effect yet.
I haven't seen one
I'm
really crush the game
here. Also, I keep putting these things in the rare. This is
grind
hopeless.
so many armies to get a full plate of the Vanta Pros. Yeah, collecting dust. I feel you there, Zuppy. I've also got a bunch of those Vantums. I'm like, I'm gonna be a Vincent main now.
Oh, and we got a Spirit of War. Hey,
Spirit of War is pretty good.
Yeah, this is a good card for Bolton. And as we know, the only issue with Bolton as a hero is that 2 cards to do a 0 for 3 is pretty bad. But
yeah,
other than that,
he got the new headpiece. So
yeah, the new headpiece seems really promising.
Yeah.
And like the literal interpretation of 2 cards to do 3 damage is not quite actually what happens.
Not when Lexi just spits out 15 4 cards.
Well, I mean, I think that maybe in the post-Lexi landscape, Bolton will get better.
Yeah, which is coming sooner than many people think here. So it looks like
because she's gonna get put down like a dog.
There you go. There's your hit.
Oh,
Foil,
nice.
Shaden, Death Hydra. Ethan, this one's for
dedicated to you.
That foil Death Hydra, most playable card, I'm pretty sure.
Thank you. I believe it's worth 30 cents. That's big.
30 Canadian or American cents?
Yeah, that's like a coffee.
30 Singaporean.
Oh, okay.
Who knows?
It's actually pretty close to Canadian dollar. So
oh, really? Really?
Yeah, I think the Singapore dollar is pretty close to Canadian dollar. And then Grim Feast, Deathly Will. All right, well, you're definitely in the good rare. You've got a lot of good rares for Vincent. So I don't think you're going to be missing too many. You need some more envelopes. I haven't seen many envelopes.
That's true. They're all rares, right? So
I'm sorry. Do you mean an envelope in darkness?
I do actually mean the envelope in darkness.
You do mean
I don't know why I said envelope. I really just should have said envelope in darkness.
Another Phantom, Light the Way. I like the art on this card too.
Oh, but apparently Bolton won Netherlands today.
Yes.
Nationals.
Yes.
Oh, that's because I remember he beat Ian in Dromai in semis, so he was going to finals, but he won
2 Dromai games in a row. Is Bolton favored against Dromai?
I guess he's got paw bros, huh? I didn't actually realize.
Bolton's got legs.
Bolton's got legs?
And you know what? There was another one, too, I heard. There's 2 nationals that have been won by Bolton at this point.
Bolton won Slovenia.
Bolton won Slovenia, and Bolton won...
It was a 12-person nationals, but they did win.
Still counts.
Still LL points or LL points? I mean,
that's right.
So Netherlands first... hazard to say bigger national event.
Bigger event with the Bolton win. And you know what? We were all playing back in the days of those
5 Dromai on the weekend.
I think it was the first RTN season.
Okay, so it was triple Dromai in top 8. It was Dromai, Dromai, Dromai. So clearly this Bolton's literally just because there were 5 Dromais in top 8.
Yeah, exactly. I had that thought. I was like, why are there so many Dutch players that love Dromai?
They all just copy Ian. Ian's on Ian TCG. He's on Dromai, and everyone's copying Ian.
Literally, he's just training them to be his proteges.
He's just training them, and then he loses the Bolton, and everybody else loses the Bolton because they're all on the same deck.
The European metagame is vulnerable to Bolton specifically, because back in Monarch, it was like, Chain was winning events everywhere, and then like there was a bunch of European events where Saber's Bolton just swept the floor, which I guess it does that.
Shade and swing. Lay to rest. So we're going to lay this to rest here. So let's put this.
Yeah, we're going to lay my investment in the TCG sphere to rest as well, because this is looking a little negative. Another Putrid Stirrings. We were getting our commons.
Players moving to Slovenia. I mean, I don't know what the prize pool is for an open 12-person nationals event.
Beaming Bravado.
I mean, I'm sure they get Worlds invites. But I'm not sure about the gold foil or the monetary.
Maybe the first place person gets one?
I mean, the first place must get one, surely. So maybe top 4 or something like that, get decent-ish pricing, but there's no cost to them.
You get a case of Dusted On.
The open events, I think, do cost money. It's the invites that are free for the invited players. I think the open events, maybe someone could correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure the open invites, usually people end up paying for them unless you have an invite or something along those lines. I really haven't paid too much attention to them. There's a lot of events going on.
Someone in the chat is mentioning the Brazilian metagame is really Dromai centric too. But you know what else happened in Brazil that is massive world changing?
They got a calling?
No, it's even more important.
They got a battle hardened.
Someone passed up Brody Spurlock in 90-day XP. He's a Brazilian
Brazil.
He's a Brazilian player. Yes, indeed.
I didn't know that was possible.
I didn't.
They must do a lot of armories
either. Brody literally plays 9 armories a week.
Yeah,
and travels for even
large events,
midweek RTNs, and wins PTI events and battle hardens. How do you top that XP? Someone in Brazil did it.
Yeah, you should see his
grinding. Shout out to that one
battle hardened win record. What is it, like 70% or 66% or something?
He won the one last weekend that I was too sick to go to. But that was all more the same anyway. He saved me the trouble more than anything.
That's right.
No one would have wanted to watch that.
Fair enough.
This is the rare pile now, but it's fine.
Okay, well, I'm just sorry. I'm just I got Red Deathly Whale.
That. Reality Refractor.
Is this good? I don't know. I'm not actually sure if a 2 for 5 is good here. Well, the aura. It makes the aura a 2 for 5.
So it's like Iris.
No go again.
Oh, no go again.
No go again. It's just a 2 for 5.
It's not Iris.
It's essentially, buffed romping club? No?
Okay, right. They're both conditional, but this one is kind of like...
very, very light on the similarities.
Yeah,
other than the
exactly.
fact that they both happen to be coming in for the same thing.
Right.
1 gold foil. First place gets 400. Second place gets 300. 2 people get invites. Okay, so it's if you get to the finals and you get Nats invites from XP and paying. Okay. So you can get both ways. That makes sense. 1 gold foil. I guess that could be like a legendary.
Oh my god, we did it! Warmonger waiting room.
Warmonger.
Sorry,
It's a rain foil.
Great. Destroyed everybody's fucking...
Destroyed all of our eardrums.
Sorry, pardon the language. Someone needs to put that soundboard over my text.
Oh,
Hey, we got a double
M pack. Rainbow foil diplomacy.
Nice.
So that's like $1,000. What are we looking at here?
And a Course of Iron Song. Did people play Dorinthia? We could get a Dorinthia on the feed.
We could.
Oh, wait, no, we couldn't. There's no more Dorinthias in the tournament.
There's no more Dorinthia.
No more Warmonger waiting room.
Do we even open the last 2 packs? You want to just keep them sealed? I mean, we could still get a marble. We could still get a marble.
And tell people that there's a limited artist-proof chain and prism.
We should just say it's a limited print run.
You know how people get those Pokemon packs sealed?
Yep.
And graded and stuff? We could get graded and sealed.
Could you imagine I mean, people can do it. I mean, people do it for like Welcome to Race Alpha and like Arc Alpha and stuff like that. It is a thing.
Yeah, except that these are,
No, yeah, they're not that. No, I agree. Well, there you go. So you've pretty much.
Oh, yeah, this is over the cost of the box at this point, right?
Right?
Probably.
I would assume like what's regular Warmongers going for, like $60, $50, something like that, something along those lines. So
I don't know. They're buy listing them over there at like 30 something.
Yeah, they're like 30. I don't know, 35. I bought a playset for 100 at Nats as like a deal, quote unquote.
Right.
US.
So Rainbow Foil.
Yeah. So that's okay.
I should try to trade this Rainbow Foil for 2 regulars.
Yeah, probably. If you want to place that, and like Rainbow Foil, like if you have 1 Rainbow Foil and 2 non-foils,
it's kind of sus.
What are you really doing with it?
Oh, okay. You're not saying that I'm just gonna. We're talking about palming earlier in the feed, and it's just like, yes, my exactly 1 Rainbow Foil card in the deck is a Warmonger's Recital at the right time.
I mean, it can be like, yeah, this is the one I get first, but that can be because it's slightly curled, so you need a double.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I played a tournament where I had a bunch of random Rainbow Foils in my deck, but one of them was a Sonata.
Yeah.
And I felt really awkward because I was like, it comes off poorly. And so for all the subsequent tournaments, I changed to non-foils. Oh, we got a second cold foil.
Rugged Roller. This is the best brew weapon, no? I'm pretty sure it's the best brew weapon. Oh, you just, okay.
So I'm contracted by LSS to go out of my way to burn these cards.
Oh, you need to.
Yeah, we're not allowed to add more RNG to the brute class. It's my mission in life.
I mean, that looks like a 1 for 6. I don't know what you're talking about RNG. It looks like a 1 for 6.
While we're talking about RNG and brute, how do you feel about the card's smashing performance?
I think it's great.
Yes.
I mean,
thank God.
My lens is mostly warped to Levia, so for Levia, I still prefer Arg Smash if you're actually actively trying to beat Dash. Then your best strategy, because if you ever play in a Blood Debt, you have to keep attacking, is to actually just never play in a Blood Debt. Play defensive, and because of that, Arc Smash just makes more sense. But into Rhinar, I don't see why people complained about it so much. Or as Rhinar, I don't see why people complained about it so much.
Right.
That card is obviously what you're going to go out of your way to play as a 2-card hand, so the block value doesn't matter. You're playing it into Dash anyway. I don't think the block, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. And I don't want to pitch my sideboard card, or block with my sideboard cards. I want to play them.
And it's got the flexibility still of being a yellow, which pays for your Blood Rush turns. I mean, most of the Rhinar deck is built around being comfortable around a yellow 6 as a pitch base. And now you've got, compared to your other 2-card 6s in sometimes you play out a Pack Hunt or a Beast Within. Those cards kind of suck to play. You still play them. Now you've got a 2-card 6 that's going to interact with the board.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally free value.
Yeah, I don't know why people complain about that one. It's fine. And it intimidates.
And it's
could also intimidate.
It's really only a 1 in 6 as well to whiff. If you're playing 46s in your deck, mathematics, 1 in 3 chance if you're playing 46s in your deck to whiff. So, okay, 1/3.
Okay, but brutes don't do math, so you're already missing the point on this one.
And then if you keep another 6 in your hand, it's a 1 in 3 to draw a non-6, and then a 50-50 to hit the non-6. So 1 in 6.
The hold to 6 is always important. You try to go into those turns with no arsenal so that you can, worst case, hold a 1/6 guaranteed to make it a 50-50.
Exactly, that's right.
Minimum.
Yeah, Ethan's dialed on the brute, both the feel and the math. Me, I'm more of a math person, and I think it's you know, one card guaranteed gets you the 6 value for attacking, and if it succeeds, which is a 5 in 6 chance as we've determined, you're really getting like between 2 and 6 value depending on the item that you hit on the board. So if you get 6 plus 6 value on an attack for 2 cards, that's ridiculous. That's really, really, really good.
No, pretty great.
I think the funniest comment to me about that card is people are like, it could hit your own E-Pot. Like, who? Okay, first of all, no one's playing E-Pot in Reiner anymore. Second of all, why are you playing E-Pot into Dash anyway? Third of all, why would you run E-Pot if your strategy now also involves smashing performance?
Exactly.
What is wrong with you?
But what if I hit my own E-Pot?
I didn't say this.
But what if I hit my own? You're right. You're damn right.
Saying this for me. Yeah. Right. Sorry to all the Brute fans.
Dude, sometimes the Brute community, like they really are apes. That's what Savage Lane News calls his people. Just calls them all apes anyway.
Looks like the pairings,
they're strong.
Pairings are up for round 12, so we're gonna get a match going on. We're probably gonna take a short break, short intermission here. We're gonna get the pairings. Let's see what we got for the matchups here. Is there any recommendations? Anyone want to see something specific that we can? Or
we should get the Briar. Is my suggestion, because we haven't seen a Briar yet, and this guy is
where's running the tables.
Daniel.
Actually, Daniel's got to win his game.
Is it a
win-in for both players?
Let's absolutely do it.
He's 8-3.
Yeah, that's a win-in.
That's a win-in territory.
Nauris we've had on Katsu Briar.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh, that's
Katsu Briar. How many people for Katsu Briar? Okay, 67. I can go over it.
All right, cutting the break.
Yeah.
We're cutting
the break.
All right. We have the last round of Swiss here. This is round 12. 12 of 12. So this is going to be, Canadian National Championship 2023.
And this is where dreams are made.
Or crushed.
As we saw in the last round. The Canadian defending national champion has vacated his throne.
Yep.
It's a land of chaos and lawlessness.
I mean, Dust Till Dawn. I mean, it's the meta.
That's right.
So we do still have Yuki still in contention. So there still is a prior Canadian national champ in the running because she was the 2022. She is X3.
That's right. She's on a winning in game
from before. Yeah, she is 8-3 right now. So she's still an X3. She's on a winning in. So a lot of winning ins. We don't have too many people that are locked. I think it's only about.
Yeah.
I don't even know how many people are locked. I don't have it.
Actually, there might only be one player that's locked.
I think only Shawn Dollywall is locked at.
Oh, maybe Aaron Chance is locked. He's a 9.
I think table 1 is locked. So it's 9-2 and a 10-1.
Yeah. So Aaron Chance, we saw in round 1 against Yuki and lost that game. Actually, has come back with a really, really great tournament.
Yeah.
And then Shawn Dollywall, who we mentioned there, I think he top 8'd the Vegas Calling a couple of weeks ago. So also.
I think he top 4'd. I think Yuki beat him in semis.
Right. Okay. There you go.
I think so.
Yeah. And he got the better of Yuki the previous round off stream. So that's why she's fighting for her life as he floats his way into the top 8 and just looking for a better seed.
Yeah. Luckily they had. Luckily she had that one buffer.
Yeah, that's right.
Even as X2. So luckily that buffer is gonna be what happens here. So plenty of players at the X3. We are gonna have a Briar versus Katsu game. So we haven't had Briar on yet. Katsu we have had on once before. We did have the mirror on.
Yeah.
This is one of said Katsus. We have Nauris.
Nori.
Okay.
Yeah. Katsu has wandered off. It seems like though, for the time being, as the players are getting situated. It looks like.
Yep.
And Daniel, who we had on in draft, but haven't had a chance to
see what CC deck.
See his classic constructed deck yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and it looks like we've had some. Something going on with the microphone.
Yeah,
that's
the
what
little,
it was.
little lapel mic that the players are using. Looks like one of them is a little on the maybe not totally charged. We do have both these players, as we said, kind of X3. So Briar versus Katsu, and we don't know for sure. I mean, I kind of know what Briar he's on, but we're gonna save it. We're gonna see what he flips and
we'll see
what it is.
What deck archetype, because it might be a bit of a surprise for Nori, depending on whether he's been able to get scouting or whether he's got some friends that have been feeding him intel.
Sure.
And I think the other way around. Daniel actually has played he's played a lot of decks, but he's actually played Katsu as well. So he's very, very familiar with all the lines.
The matchup.
Yeah, so he's going to know the matchup on the other side, which, I think we've seen in other tournaments as well, that players that have played Katsu and have experience on Katsu, they do very well against it because the more you understand, the more you know where in the game state you are. You know what you're supposed to play around.
Mm-hmm. No, I totally agree. We see the playstyle aggressive. It used to be playstyle aggressive. We don't know anymore. We're all on the tip of the scale. Charles Dunn bringing a little
bit of spice.
I say bringing it, winning with it is what he did at US Nats, right?
That's right.
So bringing in this deck week 1, and that's when you want to bring it. When you want to bring in this spicy kind of iteration of a deck nobody really thought can or would be played that way.
Yeah, and he said that he was nervous someone top 8'd a Battle Hardened maybe with a similar style of deck, but not enough to put it on the radar.
Sure.
Similar in a way to a couple years ago, actually, when Tariq came on and won US Nats with Briar.
Yep.
2 weeks before that, a different player, I believe it was the name escapes me, but somebody top 4 at an event.
Sure.
With a similar Briar. Oh, and you know what? The jig is up. Sorry. Wow. How could we have known that this Briar was
Reaping Blade?
Yeah, wow. Crown of Seas, Reaping Blade, and Ironhide Legs. Not even a Snapdragon Scalers
or again when you just have chunky attacks. So Daniel did win the roll and decided for Norris to go first. That is what happened there. Nori, sorry. I'm hopefully I don't screw that up too many times, but Nori's going to go first, kind of swinging with some Kodachis. We do see the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. That is very reasonable against this kind of Briar. I have a feeling Nori might be aware that Daniel was playing the fatigue. Otherwise, he might have just gone with the momentum.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know how Briar can block, especially with the embodiments, you get some better value. Could block the momentum, but you really need to be able to push a lot of upfront damage to get through Briar's blocks in this build with the Crown of Seeds Reaping Blade build.
Exactly, and if you think about how well Katsu blocks, it's like he's not going to have the easiest time denying any embodiment of Earth triggers.
Sure.
I think Nori's thinking about whether he wants to commit an additional real card here. Okay, so
Burdens of the Past. Someone knows. Someone's got some anti-D-React spice here. So I think Burdens of the Past, it's what, 10 cards for the additional draw? 10 D-Reacts for the
10
additional
defense
draw?
reactions in the graveyard if you draw an extra card. And you know what, as far as the Katsu is concerned, you know, you're just trying to replace a blue with a better card later in the game kind of thing.
That totally makes sense. So Nori going to be able to arsenal a card, get a little bit of chip damage. The Finals Fighting Spirit able to gain Daniel a little bit of life, 1 life to be specific. We do see double E-Strike Whispers.
And that's a star for star, I believe?
No, it looks like
Fighting Spirit. Fighting Spirit. You're right.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's on the side there. It looks like a Fighting Spirit.
This looks like an Icelander hand.
This honestly, it looks a lot like a nice Bullander hand with your E-Strikes.
And you know, like this Whisper of the Oracle, it's like, oh, I couldn't afford my Warmonger's Diplomacy, so I'm playing a 0 for 3 that is blue. But
that's totally fair.
I imagine that Daniel does have the Warmongers in the deck as well, though.
Yeah. No, totally. I mean, that gaining life, both the Warmonger's Diplomacy and the Fighting Spirit trying to gain life and then deny your opponent value as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, and I think Daniel's probably going to go for the double attack here and not... oh, okay, I see what he's... Now that we've seen he's tucked that Fighting Spirit, wants to come back to it a bit sooner. And then he'll be able to draw off this E-Strike to put a card in the arsenal.
A nice casual 10 draw card. It's not, not too bad. You're just looking for value. You are going second, right? So you are trying to get that embodiment if you can, right? And so unless Nori is giving him 2 cards and 2 cards, or he's getting a little bit of armor, two pieces of armor and a card, and then maybe second E-Strike.
Yeah,
imagine
Command and Conquer that.
Oh, Command and Conquer, yeah.
It's not going to affect the Crown of Seeds, but it does potentially go through some defense reactions.
Yeah, I have a feeling Command and Conquer a little bit interesting here, a little bit of a hedge, because you don't really know, maybe you don't know exactly what, it could just be a card to extract value.
Right.
Just a nice 2 for 6, because it is generally forcing you to either crown when you don't want to, a Crown of Seeds when you don't want to necessarily, or it's forcing some kind of, like if you have a D-React in there, and you get it out of there. Like, you get a Crown of Seeds away, any kind of D-React, a CNC is just going to blow it up. So
and there's a reinforced line that we're seeing. This is interesting from Nori's side. Do you think that the reinforced line is in there because he wanted defensive options against an aggressive Briar, or because he's just jammed the whole sideboard in?
I have a feeling he's running the full list here.
Yeah, this is a 72 card pickup kind of thing.
I have a feeling it's possible that this is just his full board, because those reinforces are coming in versus decks like Azalea and Bravo for sure. But I'm not sure if it's going to be like specifically targeted to Briar other than just having another 4.
Right. And yeah, getting through some of this chip damage, and now we're going to see the first use of Crown of Seeds.
It's like I'm going right back to olden days. We're just crowning. No Rampart.
Yeah, no Rampart. And it's kind of funny when you think about it. It's like, how come my 2-handed weapon, the Reaping Blade, actually deals less damage than a 1-handed hammer? Like, Rune Blades just have limpy arms.
Yeah, you know what? Not when you're wearing that beautiful Crown of Seeds, because then you just get to recycle and get some big chunky attacks to go.
Oh, and Nori's passing here. So he blocked 2 cards, and then he Kanachi twice, and then he passed.
Yeah. I mean, I think Nori is pretty aware he's going for the long game. I don't think, unless you get some super nice 5-card bursts and you're able to not take a lot of damage for it. We are going to have the +1 life from the Fighting Spirit.
That's right. And I think, you know what, unfortunately, I think we might, I don't know if this is on the bingo card, but I think that Daniel did miss that Tunic trigger on this turn.
Let me check the bingo card real quickly.
Oh, wait, no, that's wrong. Sorry, I forgot that. Daniel did not choose to go first. So actually, he didn't miss the Tunic trigger. I just missed him putting it on there.
Are there any of these that, I don't think any of them are running 3+ remembrances.
I don't know if we'll see any Remembrance gamers. We were talking about how fast this format is. It's pretty fast.
That's totally true here. I'm sorry. Fatigue Pile wins? That might come up. Fatigue Pile wins.
Oh, we have, you know what? Some of these bingo or bingo tiles are live for this game then, eh?
I totally agree. 3rd cycle achieved. That's something that might come up.
That's right. Maybe in this game, actually.
Maybe in this game. So,
how do you know when you get to 3rd cycle, though, as Katsu? Because you shuffle your deck 18 times.
That is true. You do shuffle a lot. I guess it would be Briar, because Crown of Seeds is going through cards a lot faster.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's not the Katsu.
I'm not talking about the Katsu. I'm talking about the Briar. I mean, maybe Maybe Katsu could just not ever use Katsu or anything like that. It really depends on Nori's game plan if he's willing to go on, like, take a little bit of damage for those big 5-card hands. Because you see Nori just took damage to the face here. He took that Fighting Spirit to the face because his Tunic's on 3. It's possible this could be like an Art of War. It's possible this could be I'm not looking at his hand. Now I'm kind of looking at his hand. So we do see Ancestral. We do see Gust.
Bonds.
Gust Wave. Starting with your 1 for 3.
Ancestral Gust Wave.
Yeah, so no more floating after this. No more floating after this. So
words are hard. I can't read the names of cards.
You know what? It's been a long event so far. Yeah, there we go. Then no floating for you. You can try, but you can't succeed. 3 go again. Probably a Bonds coming after this. Trying to get the Ancestral on this. Almost certainly just to... Oh, he's going to choose to scale.
Using the Breaking Scales, that is an interesting choice because, maybe he's trying to bait out the Crown of Seeds and then he's going to subsequently use the Ancestral. But
it makes sense. He's got to give him a card because his Tunic's not on 3 yet. So Daniel has to give a card to
full card here.
Hitting the Ancestral because, Nori is aware that he's going to need to go to 5 for anything if there's a card in Arsenal, right? Because of the Crown of Seeds.
Mm-hmm.
Does Daniel have any? Nope, he's waiting. Please wait, good sir. Looks like a... Okay, he could do a lot of things. He could fate.
Yeah, he's got some options here.
Hell, he could pitch 2 for Peace of Mind if he wanted to. I don't think he's going to, but he could, technically.
How scared are you of the follow-up here, though? Because what if he just natty has this Bonds?
If he I have a feeling he does natty have the Bonds. If I'm the Briar, I'm kind of expecting you. If you took 7, you natty have Bonds.
Right.
Against a deck like this, Briar, you are running. Like, Nori has to be aware of that, running Burdens of the Past, that Daniel has a bunch of D-Reacts.
Right.
That's why you're running. That's part of the reason why you're running Burdens of the Past, right? It is a nice blocking blue, but it also has very good value in the late game.
Yeah, but Nori didn't slam dunk a Bonds here. He's handling a Kadachi.
He could just Kadachi, Gust Wave into... Well, he could have another Gust Wave, and there's pitch blue, Kadachi, Gust Wave Bonds from Arsenal, something like that.
Or I think that's a B-like water as well. He could actually start off a whole new... Oh, never mind. It's a Flusterfist that he's pitching.
It is a Flusterfist. I mean, there's no Masculine Momentum, so he doesn't really have to order in any specific way. The Crown of Seas is going to eat that.
Yeah.
Because 7 block on the 5, so Crown of Seas is going to float over.
It's the next damage I take.
Yes, it is the next damage he's taken.
That's right. Yeah, Nori just clarifying the rules interaction there.
Yep.
Maybe he didn't account for that in the damage.
Yeah, again, it's not too bad because of no momentum, so you don't really need it to hit per se.
Yeah, it's just chip damage that you're trying to get here.
He might actually want to eat it with Kadachi because he might want to make it more likely that his attack action is actually going to be hitting for things like Katsu trigger.
Yeah, like a Katsu trigger or on a break point of some sort.
That is interesting. How often do you think Nori is actually Katsu triggering here? Like, because you're running through your deck more, you must have... Katsu is one of those decks that has a lot of ways to cycle cards back into the deck.
That is true, including Mugenshi release.
I mean, Mugenshi Lord of Wind, one of those combos that does work that way. If you're able to give it go again to a
Lord of Wind.
It's
a bit early to be
I don't think
recycling cards, though, because they're not very much in the graveyard.
There's really not. We haven't seen him play that many Surgings, or there's some Gust Waves, but it's not even the right Gust Wave here. We're looking for Whelming Gust Waves.
Yeah, and so far, the well-blocking Briar player has dealt more damage to Nori on that turn than the Katsu did, right? Or maybe they dealt the same amount of damage because there was a Kadachi in there.
Yeah, a little bit rough for Nori that Daniel just kind of had all the answers. Because his hand was multiple D-Reacts, Peace of Mind, and a 3-block.
And he gets to keep that Peace of Mind.
He gets to keep the Peace of Mind, and his Tunic's on 3, so if he doesn't want to play it, he can crown it away and have a 5-card hand.
That's right.
With, yeah.
And he's going to tick up the Tunic, so he didn't miss it. And...
Yes, no embodiment here. He did have an embodiment. I mean, he blocked with an attack action, so it didn't matter on that one.
Oh, I love this play so much.
The reaping
so good.
3.
He wants to play the Peace of Mind, so he doesn't want to crown it away. So he's like, you know what? I'm just going to reap you.
Yeah, that's fair. He can also, like, there is a world where, like, if he does draw another Peace of Mind, he can also pitch Crown of Seeds, have 2 floating Peace of Mind if he draws another one.
Yeah, that's right. And so I think the way we have to look at this game now, by the way, keeping an eye on the clock, there's 40 minutes. Like, we have 40 minutes for Nori to try to assemble a way to kill the Briar. Like, I think that's really what it comes down to.
Sure.
You know, and every turn that we have here where Daniel gets to chip in with the Reaping Blade, gets to arsenal an extra card for a future Crown of Seeds, or just, just like gets really, really efficient blocks, that's like one less opportunity for Nori. His both literal clock and then his deck clock are ticking down.
Yeah, already at 40 minutes, Katsu does have to work a little bit faster here. I'm not too sure how many players actually came in with prep into this Briar list, even though this was a week 3 nationals. So people are aware of this list. It might just not be. You might be worried about like Lexi, Dromai, Bravo, or something like that. And that's kind of where you're putting your time. If you have limited time, finding someone who's willing to play this type of Briar against you
at a high enough level to be reasonable practice, right?
It's not easy. So I can't imagine it's. So I can't imagine a lot of these players just don't have too many reps, if any, into this particular type of Briar here.
Yeah, and I don't know, like maybe Daniel's gonna kill him. The other tick down that we're talking about here. Oh, and interesting, he's already thinking about using the Ironhide boots. So good thing we weren't playing Spellbound Creepers, because then we would only be able to block one. It wouldn't cover up this yellow Descendant Gust Wave.
Yeah, this is kind of reminding me of that Oldham problem. Like a lot of draws early on with Oldham, people just not really having enough reps or not really knowing how to break through the shield, so they tank a little bit. They might not know like all the ins and outs of the matchup, especially with Crown of Seeds being able to just like, you could see like block the additional one on the Kodachi here and there, and that chip that you're kind of relying on.
Plays out an E-Pot, okay, yeah, so very effective to basically get that Ironhide for free.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't have an action point, so Daniel just thinking about whether he wants to still Crown on that turn.
Yep.
Honestly, it's just efficient to use the extra 2 floating resources, see what's in the hand. Wasn't going to ever play out that Peace of Mind on that turn cycle anyways, so.
Yeah, that's like one of the other syncs other than Crown of Seeds that you can pay 1 and then the remaining 2 can be Peace of Mind. So it's like the one sync gone, the other one being the Crown of Seeds. So, I mean, 4-card hand for Daniel. I do see sync. I think I see another sync.
A couple of this rounds on me.
See a Runic Reclamation. That looks pretty.
It's a good attack even. Just throw it us. A 7 power attack.
Yeah.
Start chipping that life total even lower.
Yeah, totally. I do like the Peace of Minds. Now I'm kind of thinking of it more. I don't remember seeing it specifically in Charles Dunn's deck, if I recall. I mean, there's a lot of cards in that deck. I don't think he was running it though. So I like this addition from Daniel to kind of add another. Ooh, this round's on.
He's giving the opponent a card, but at the basically turns off the Kodachis.
It turns off the Kodachis. -1 on a lot of other breakpoints. 4s turn into 3s. Very, very nice to block. If you can get an embodiment here too, you get that +1 on your blocks. Looks like he's gonna chant with the remaining 2. Remember, everyone, this round's on me. Do you have Trom? You selling Trom?
Love Trom.
Love Trom.
Daniel with his own burdens of the past.
Yeah.
Haunting him.
Oh, he's taking into the face. Okay, Nauris definitely. He's got the E-Pot. Tunic's only gonna be on 2. You think he's running any like pummels or something spicy like that?
Don't think there's any pummels in this Katsu list.
I remember seeing pummel Katsu at the UK make semis.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'm just kind of like, oh, maybe
novel ideas here and there. And now we're seeing a block. So Nori doesn't like the shape of this hand, so electing to save that life total, try to assemble a bigger turn. Still able to play. Oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna say still able to play a 5-card hand. Now that turns into a 4-card hand.
Flick Flack is a thing. It is a 0 for 4. Yeah, Katsu needs to efficiently like ship. It's gonna be tough shipping with Kodachi against like this round's on me and hands like that. But I think he realizes this round's on me just like presents like very, very good value for Daniel.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe he's got to get through some of these extra cards. While he's chipping away at Daniel's defensive resources, he wants to get these random defensive cards out of his own deck. That being said, playing a Surging here, just a yellow one.
Yeah. No.
Oh, sorry, that's a red one with the -1.
That's the red with the -1 from the Trom.
That's right.
The Trom.
Yeah.
A little bit of traumatic experience there for Nuri having all of his attacks -1 there. Wonder what he drew off the Trom. You know what he actually drew off of that? I don't know what he drew off of it. That's fine. It's not. See, that's the thing. So now all the fates,
running the fate
they cover all this, but the ancestral goes. Well, you have the crown.
Yeah.
You have the crown of seeds if you want to really prevent it.
Oh yeah.
That could resolve. That's fine.
Right. He's letting him draw the card and just thinking about the blocks here.
Yeah. I mean, if he wants to crown or not.
Representing a clean game state.
So he's gonna crown here.
And by the way, going back to your Peace of Mind comment, so Charles Dunn definitely was not playing the Peace of Minds because I heard that they vastly preferred Oasis Respite in their.
Makes sense. You can play it off Tunic. There are more hands where you're willing to give up a card from hand, like if it's only a red, like worst case scenario. You do gain a life, which is in this deck very important. The Ponder is important too because of Crown of Seeds, but I think the gain of life is just better.
Yeah. And also you can play it off Tunic. Wait, did you say that already?
That was my first point. Yeah. But I mean, no.
Circle back around.
I think it's doubly good though. Like that's the main point. You can play it off Tunic. That's very, very good. It's kind of like where you want to play Shunt off Tunic. It's the same kind of idea, right?
That's right. That's a card that we haven't seen in tournament play for a little while.
because we haven't seen as much Dory in tournament play in a little while. We were looking for some. There were only 4, and I think
yeah, they didn't.
It didn't go too bad.
Dawnblade +1.
Yeah.
And so Daniel's looking at this snatch and sees that there's no action point. So unless it's exactly Razor Reflex, which actually Nori wouldn't even be able to pay for. So he just Oh, that's right. That's right.
He could use the E-Pod for the Razor. I don't know what he has in Arsenal though, so there might not just be like you could snatch draw a card and get something better. Maybe you. I don't think you.
But Daniel still has a couple extra cards and probably D-React, so it's like. Anyways, he elected to take the 3 damage. Wants to send it to pack back, I think.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's gonna be the 3 for 7.
Love it.
Like what else are you really needing to do here? Because you're threatening the leak, and if you leak, you get your embodiment.
Yeah, exactly.
If you get your embodiment, your non-attacks are blocked for 3, possibly 4, and then I don't know how you get through. So.
Well, that's the interesting sub-game about these matchups against this version of Briar, right? It's like, well, if you just let them hit you with this chip damage, then they block so much better on the next turn.
Yeah.
But if you block, then you don't have cards to attack them with, right?
Sure. I totally agree. We're 33 minutes. I am a little bit worried about the draw here at this point. I don't know if everyone checking grave.
I do kind of agree as well. Would not to put the players in a bad spot, but it's like
this is your winning in. I'm just worried. I'm just worried. I really don't want them to get the draw here.
Yeah, exactly.
A double loss at this would be. I don't think all X3s are making it to top 8. I think there might be one that doesn't.
Right.
And so at that point, an X3-1 definitely doesn't make it.
Yeah.
So I think on the breaking scales turn for Nori, I don't think he got enough out of it, and it was very early. And I think that needed to be like a blowout turn, if anything. But I'm not 100% sure.
No reactions. So you go to 21.
So it looks like Nori going down to 21, taking the full Autumn's Touch. Going to create the
Arsenal pass.
Going to create the embodiment.
20 counter.
The life total right now is 35 to 21. Nori did take the 7. Not sure. I think the formatting should be fine. I'm just looking at the chat right now.
100 wins.
Anyway, so we do see Nori starting with 100 wins. So this is a turn that Nori took damage for. So I'm expecting some decent damage coming out. I mean, 100 wins. You could play like another 100 wins. You could play what's the finisher? The ones that it gets +2, and then he puts all the 100 wins of Eternity to get the 100 wins back in the deck.
Good mini recursion package, but might not have that blue in the deck though.
If
he's playing all the other generic blues, right?
Yeah, that's true because he does have the.
I think we saw Warmongers in the earlier game,
Burden,
and then Bird into the past. Yeah, exactly. Which we were seeing right here being used to block. I don't think that Nori's playing enough defense reactions for Daniel to draw an extra card off of that. That being said, currently blocking for 4 as well. Actually, I know we like to indicate our power from the attacking side, but usually in these feeds, we don't ever have a blocking token. I mean, it would just add so much more.
Yeah, we just have like the armor tokens.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's about it. But that's like kind of necessary for everybody because people do definitely forget if they've blocked equipment before. I mean, I don't know if I've done it recently, but I've done it in the past before for sure.
Yeah, and like this gets around any other ancestral, but as we know, Nori's kind of running out of them.
He is. Let's see what we got in chat. You are allowed to reorganize the graveyard. Kiki is correct. Originally, it was not. That is true. But that is not the case anymore, so no issues there. We do see Nori finishing with the turn. Is that the Cyclone Roundhouse? Maybe he's got all the anti-Oldhim tech, it looks like.
Yeah, wow. This, could banish that Crown of Seas and or Rampart.
It's going to be, Crown of Seas is a block, but Rampart sure does.
Yeah, there could be a little interesting situation where someone chooses to block with a 0-block Crown of Seeds for no reason except for to get blown out by the opponent's Cyclone Roundhouse.
Sure. This is just a 2 for 5. There is no combo on this. It has to be spinning wheel kick.
And now he could pummel it.
He has E-Pod and he has a card. So
one of the few 2-cost attacks in the deck, right?
Does Daniel know for sure Nori's not on pummel?
I don't know for sure that Nori's not on pummel. I don't think Daniel does either.
Yeah, so you've got an E-Pod, you've got a card, you took damage, it could be pummel.
Thinking a card, one card closer to the 3rd cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think maybe he was digging for a resource card there because I saw CNC that he can play.
Sure. Okay, so looks like there's going to be an arsenal. So 21 to 33 are the totals. So Daniel just keep a blue and a 6 and or 7 power?
I think it keeps the CNC. That's what I was talking about.
Oh, okay, right. He kept the CNC. What is it? Looks like he has a Raging Onslaught in Arsenal. If that's a red, he probably plays that out because that's just for 7, yeah?
Right, 7's bigger than 6.
7 is bigger than 6. Hopefully that doesn't change.
Makes the... 7 is equal to 7.
I like this a lot because there's no arcane barrier, so that's just chip. That's just free chip damage, right?
Yeah.
And there's no there's an arsenal target. There's no Crown of Providence or anything like that, and you're using Tunic immediately.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
I like this a lot because some players when they see the Crown of Seeds, they really, really want to use that for Crown of Seeds, but you're not going for a big 5-card hand in this play. You really either use it for Reaping Blade, which we saw from Daniel immediately pretty much.
Yeah.
Or use it for the rune chant. So Daniel it's very clear that he knows this deck. He knows kind of all the min-maxy kind of things. The issue is we're at 28 minutes, so...
I mean, that being said, since we last checked in about the time, which, hopefully we don't get to that point, but I think that maybe just with how the game's going, Daniel's going to be able to chip Noria down enough that at a certain point, the floodgates are going to open and we'll see a lot of damage go through both ways at a time, right?
Sure. I mean, Daniel doesn't have that much armor to begin with. It's just Grasp and Tunic. It just has to have the, all the D-reacts and the peace of mind to kind of back him up there, but... E-Strike just for 7, I imagine.
Yeah, and Noria playing a little bit of a math turn himself, but not sure that Katsu is the best hero for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, 2-card E-Strikes are generally good regardless, especially if your 4-card hand just really isn't just 2-3 blocking cards or something along those lines.
And Looming Doom being pitched here.
I love it. I actually love it.
I think that's a scar for... Is that a scar for a scar that we're seeing at the back? Yeah, in Daniel's hand.
It looks like there's a scar for a scar. Just another way to go a little bit wider.
Yeah, I'm not going to be active at all.
No. I think maybe if you're on the back foot, it's kind of one of those ways to increase your chain size a little bit.
Yeah, and actually, you usually would or often would expect to be in that position, but in this case, no, it's just going to be a couple of 3 blocks, it looks like.
Yeah, so he's going to be taking 3 here. There is no embodiment for Force of Nature, so it's just going to be 1 damage prevention and then 3 block from the Force of Nature.
Yeah, and that rune chant that hit last turn didn't give a embodiment, obviously.
No, it was from the Grasp there.
Yeah, exactly. And so, versus if he had played the Raging Onslaught that was in the arsenal, he probably would have got the embodiment.
Probably, but I still like the fact is he couldn't do both, right? Because he only had exactly the round pitch. Yeah. So he only had the 4 pitch. So.
Yeah, and of course, as we were mentioning about the Tunic, every free 1 value from Tunic in a longer game is so good.
Yeah, I totally agree. So just another 3 for 7, and another card in Arsenal just for Crown of Seeds here. When do you think, when's go time for Katsu and for Nori here? When do you think that enough is enough? I need to what's he waiting for? Because I saw he pitched an Art of War.
Well, honestly, this is me getting into my backseat beatdown mode where I try not to be too rude to the players who have a lot of experience and are very good at playing their heroes. Yes. But I think that in this specific matchup, Nori maybe was a bit underprepared, as we're seeing with how the game's played out. And I've never been a fan of playing your whole deck into fatigue, and he's really suffering from that right now. I think that all these defensive cards are a problem for him to be drawing with his offensive cards. And so if it means that if he's got 1 offensive card or a defensive card out of his 5 cards, he basically is playing a 4-card hand. And when you need to set up a 5 or even 6-card hand with, things like your E-Pot on the board or your Mask of Pouncing Links for that effective extra attack, 1 fewer offensive card to assemble a turn that Daniel can't block the damage of basically means you're giving up 4 to 5 realized damage on your opponent on those turns, which can be the difference between Daniel living at 20 life at the end of the game versus Daniel being dead, right?
Yeah.
Which is my roundabout way of saying I hate losing to fatigue in almost every single deck I play, and so I don't like to play a configuration of the deck that doesn't have a good game plan into it.
Yeah.
And in this case, it looks like the Katsu deck was fairly prepared for fatigue as a concept, but then in execution has some of these hiccups and speed bumps that makes it less effective at executing that.
Sure. I I agree with a lot of what you're saying here, especially the point when I was into fatigue.
Yeah.
That was the main thing here. So, see chat just okay. Mainly looking at this graveyard check here. It looks like Ethan's kind of set it straight for me, so I don't have to look at that. Ethan's just he's on lock here.
Oh no, sorry. This is a side conversation about note taking. Not about the graveyard.
Oh, okay.
I haven't looked into the graveyard ruling. I can do that right now. We got time in this game.
Yeah,
we've got 24 minutes, and I don't think it's going to be done before that.
Yeah,
so
we got to come to fight.
We do have a
use the block, and actually, leaking 1 damage on the Tunic into spinning wheel kick. That's to be fair to Nori, that's like a totally fine turn cycle when you're setting up, right?
Yeah. I think Cyclo Foundry.
Oh my gosh! Wait a second. We're seeing an embodiment of lightning. Nice. 2 non-attack actions played. That Anthem of Spring being used to fuse for the
go again.
Force of Nature. Now this is a Scarver Star for 6, I believe.
Yeah, +1 from Force, +1 from Anthem.
Yeah, and then draw a card if I hit. And actually, all of my attacks with greater than base power draw if I hit. Not that we'll be seeing a follow-up that has that.
Yeah.
But this is very effective because if it hits, it means that Daniel can swing the Reaping Blade and also still arsenal a card. In this case, he's going to elect to pass, it looks like. Doesn't want to give up the arsenal card, especially when, Nori's blocked with 3 cards. Sure. Oh, wait, okay, sorry, I lied completely. He was just cleaning up the board state before he did the classic Dread Sight at home.
Dread Sight, we have Dread Sight at home.
Yeah, that 1 arcane, true damage, basically, same as in Monarch Draft once you get through all of the Spell Void, and a Reaping Blade for 3.
Yeah, just looking at the comment. I do agree with Techlo Foundry here, just running the lean 60 Hearts of Fatigue to Kodachis. I agree, honestly. I think like a lean 60 played towards just trying to extract value was. I think drawing things like Burden of the Past and getting really like awkward looking hands, trying to like always go to second, third cycle where it's going to be a lot more reasonable is not. I think you're just losing a bit slower. You really do need to hit.
And the other thing is like for a lot of other quotes, counteracting fatigue decks, they can pitch stack a combo in a certain way. Like, Katsu can't really do that because of how the hero power works at a certain point. And because you run out of cards, you're discarding cards of Katsu ability, you're banishing cards from your graveyard so that you can fetch them off of bonds, which means that you can't then recur them with the future Lord of Wind, for instance, or Remembrance, as we're seeing here. Okay, so we have a Remembrance as well. And maybe like Remembrance and the Burdens of the Past that you mentioned are lower opportunity costs, including Katsu, because it's kind of just like, oh, well, it's a 0, I'm pitching into my resources, whatever. But like once you get into the reds, you get into the Flick Flash, you get into those reinforced lines, it's like drawing 1 of them is like pretty bad for your turn, drawing 2 of them is just like backbreaking, right?
Yeah. I totally agree. Interesting note here. Daniel pitching Oasis. So it could be on Oasis and Peace of Mind. Maybe he's doing a bit of a mix of both.
That's right. And, having gone back to his turn with 4 cards, he had pitched a couple of cards to play out of Brothers in Arms for fun.
It's not Brother in Arms at home. It's just a blue one.
Well, I mean, Brothers in Arms, I think that,
you generally
Daniel's arms are also pretty big.
There's brothers in Arms here for sure.
Yeah.
But Brother in Arm really good. Obviously, Tunic making it a 4 block.
Yeah,
I think that's probably the main purpose of that. But
yeah, and in Briar, your non-attack actions block for 4, your attack actions block for 4, and your defense reactions block for 4. What more could you ask for? Oh, and your instants block for 4 because you have your Oasis.
You have your Oasis, yeah. So, I mean, block for 4 is the name of the game. That's how you win fatigue, no? You just keep blocking and come back for 3 for 7s, 2 for 6s, getting a Rude Chant off a Tunic, that kind of thing, making sure you have the total cost. So he's Daniel going to use that Tunic to Crown of Seeds.
Yeah, clarifies he's not blocking.
No, we're doing this before. We're doing this before blocks here. So we could he did have a Sink Below, so we could just Sink Below this Fluster Fist and use the prevention, like keep the prevention online for Crown of Seeds for the next thing.
Right, but this Fluster Fist doesn't have Go Again, I believe.
No, there's just a Breeze Rider's Boots. And then there's Remembrance in hand. There's a card in Arsenal. I guess it could be Razor.
Potential Razor, which Daniel probably doesn't know for sure if Nori is playing those, but we know that he's playing them.
Yeah, we haven't seen one yet, right?
Well, we saw one in the game against the previous Katsu.
Yeah, we saw one in the not in this game, the previous game from that player. I don't know if Daniel's checking going through checking the list here. So
I mean, with the deck that he's been playing, I don't know if he'll have had time to check the coverage in between rounds.
I highly doubt it. So we are going to be sink below, and you're going to have that Crown of Seeds as the floater.
Oh, and the Remembrance now to shuffle 3 cards back in. And you know what? Like, Remembrance, reasonable card in that context. Like we said, it's a little bit of a lower opportunity cost. It's a yellow. At least can turn on the Kodachis. You know, I don't know that 3 individual cards are going to be a big change in the current game state, though.
Yeah.
And that being said, you know, I don't know if we're necessarily giving enough credit to Nori as well in terms of, like, once he gets through some of these awkward cards and hands, like, maybe there's a point where the deck becomes so dense with power cards that he can chain a few of them together without needing to try to stack them and, you know, go off with this E-Pod and a Tunic counter or something like that. So, you know, I don't want to be very negative without giving a bit of credit, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that being said, you know what card can't be returned to your deck with Remembrance is any non-action.
Yeah, remember, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you can't put those Ancestrals back in. You can't put the Artivores back in.
Correct. How do you feel about Remembrance as a card? I know there's a lot of discourse about this card, whether it should just be banned straight up, whether like what it represents, essentially not being in line with like the game, like Flesh and Blood as the game, kind of like similar to like drone mentality.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because I think that it's true that in these very slow metagames where you have a lot of fatigue and fatigue decks back and forth, you know, it's very played kind of thing, right?
I agree.
But
Azalea on the bubble won the game.
Oh, interesting.
X3 Azalea could be in there. Very exciting.
News from another table. Nice.
Yep.
Yeah, and but yeah, for the Remembrance though, it's like if you look at the decks that are playing them, it's actually the non-defensive decks and the not super slow decks generally that are using them against their very fatiguing opponents to have a chance in the game. And in this case, it's kind of like, you know, like Daniel's not playing Remembrances. It's the Katsu deck that's trying to counteract the fatigue deck. So I think that tools like that need to exist. Yeah. Whether it needs to be a generic, I could do with or without. You know, maybe they.
What would you make it? What would you like be okay with it not being a generic? What would it be?
I think that if every class and archetype had their own version of it, then they could ban Remembrance, and I wouldn't care. But until that happens, I'm also fine with Remembrance just sticking around and, you know, being prominent and doing its part, but not being overrepresented. Except with one exception, maybe, is I've heard that in the Dromai mirror match, if both players just play maximum Remembrances, it's kind of it makes it long and arduous.
Yeah.
Both to play and spectate, you know.
I totally agree here. So.
Sorry, I'm saying that this CNC is destroying a Whelming Gust Wave. That's got to feel bad for Nori. That's a good premium card.
That is a premium card.
Just shuffled those Surgings back into the deck.
Must have a pretty decent 4-card hand, or just really, because there is a Surging. I see a Descendant Gust Wave in hand. There's a Surging in hand, so just had the Descendant, didn't really need the Whelming.
Right, yeah. And you know, maybe had no options for blocks, right?
There's
and an Artivore, which means basically
on 2, so that's not as good, but I guess that's fine. You kind of got to go. You're at 10 at this point. You were at 16, I guess, but I guess he kind of figured there's enough 2 blocks in his hand, because I think he had no block, 2 block, 2 block. I don't know what his last card is, but having to give up 3 cards and or Tunic or Pouncing Links or something.
And so on this turn where Daniel might have to actually block for the next couple Chain Links, he does draw a Heart of Kendall, which doesn't block.
Yeah.
Okay, so now blocking 4 or 5 cleanly on this on the Surging, which means that the damage prevention is eaten up from the Crown of Seas is eaten up, and so now this is a Descendant Gust Wave coming in to follow up. So okay, can't really play that Artivore efficiently quite yet.
Yeah. So if you're Daniel here, you're just expecting natural Bonds line, because he took the CNC to the face, right? Like your opponent took CNC to the face, put Whelming in there. Now you're seeing Surging.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because then you're thinking, oh well, then he's got to have 3 pieces altogether, right? Natty.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the other card in Daniel's hand was. I did see a Runic Reclamation which blocks 3.
Sure.
But if he blocks 6 on this incidentally, just because he happens to block with a non-attack action or an Oasis Respite, then that Artivore can't even push this over the top. So actually, yeah, this is going to be a little disastrous for Nori. Like this Honor is going to turn into 2 Kodachi swings.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit, definitely unfortunate to have I say unfortunately have Oasis. I mean, Daniel just has a lot of reactions. And
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And not even a follow-up after the Kodachis because, it's not the most efficient way to use that last card.
Yeah.
What was the last card, sir? I think you might have seen it.
I did not. Well, there was Art of War.
Oh, it was the Art of War.
That's the
right.
Art of
We
War
did
for him.
see
So
that,
it's still the Arsenal. So he could be waiting for the Tunic 3 Art of War go off.
Yeah.
Now, if he takes another 7, I was about to say, he's going to take another 7. There's no life gain here.
Yeah.
You just take the 7 Art of War and pray. Art of War off the Tunic and pray.
I mean, Huck and pray. Your opponent doesn't have Crown of Seeds up. You might have to, right?
It's 20. Like, that's the thing. There's going to be no Arsenal.
Yeah.
Do you not just go here? I feel like if the hand is somewhat decent, you just kind of have to step on it. You have E-Strike.
The E-Strike can discard to something, or even banish to the Art of War if it's not fitting with the rest of the hand. Maybe let's zoom in on that and see.
He has double Art of War coming. Does he? Because Remembrance shuffled?
Yeah, Remembrance would have shuffled the deck.
Remembrance would have shuffled, so if he stacked it at some point, I'm not sure where he's getting it.
Daniel stacking the opponent's deck to put 2 Art of Wars in a row.
I mean, it's possible. He just has the one that we know of. If he has a double Art of War, we are not aware of where the second one is here. He did pitch one very early, but there's like no guarantee he's going to get it because of the Remembrance.
People talk about this in the context of the Ghost stack, which is the part of your deck that's in between your random cards, but also the pitch cards on the bottom. So you know what's in your pitch stack because you pitched them. But the Ghost stack being the cards that you haven't drawn yet, and you can deterministically know what cards are remaining. So in some cases, it kind of works like that. Because he's really only pitched a few cards since that Remembrance happened. Maybe also called the Phantom stack, depending on how much you like to take credit away from the person that came up with the terminology.
Yeah, we didn't get bingo. Unfortunately, we're missing 2. We're missing 2 for the bingo. How many Remembrance did we have play this game?
We've seen one Remembrance. I don't know if anybody's playing that many Remembrances.
We really got to say tempo more.
Yeah, we got to say apparently one of these things here, because Flake has apparently said tempo 8 or more times in a sentence, which is very impressive when you're not speaking Italian.
He really was keeping up tempo.
That's true.
He wasn't taking the tempo. He just was keeping the tempo. That's got to be the next card reveal for Ninja. Keeping the tempo.
What about just tempo the tempo?
Tempo the tempo?
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be the new token, tempo. Quicken +1.
A tempo token would be great.
Yeah. I totally agree here. So Nori going to drop here. Nothing really happened. Just probably waiting for like the hand to go off on. Yeah, he doesn't. Shaking his head. He's waiting for a hand that he wants to be able to take damage and come back. The other hand wasn't it.
Yeah, but this lets Daniel keep the pressure up because now he's got an E-Strike with Go Again, and depending on those last 2 cards, it could be another 7 power attack. Or he can just chip in with the Reaping Blade and another Rune Chant, which is true damage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, now we're seeing a couple of blocks. Yeah, this is
blocking the 5 here.
This is looking rough.
So we have Reaping Blade 1 and 3. There's no Arcane Barrier, so this chip is like eventually gonna get you 11 minutes 40 left in the round.
Yeah, and the Tunic going to line up really well with the Crown of Seeds here. Or, sorry, with the card going into Arsenal for Crown of Seeds.
Yeah.
This is kind of the problem is, like, in a format where everyone is expecting Oldham, you have a harder time fatiguing people. But when no one's expecting it, it's kind of like a high entropy format as opposed to a low entropy format, like the previous one. Then you just have these aggro decks that aren't going to be able to push through a deck like this Math Briar.
Yeah, and it's really just 9 more Rune Chants at the very least, right? So,
and Daniel now manipulating the 5 cards in his hand. I thought he was looking at his graveyard for a second because it wasn't on the board, but no, that was Nori with a graveyard.
He's just Tunic crowning here, so he's going to get that.
Yeah, it just has a massive hand size, no problem. That's allowed by Rune Blades.
That is allowed by Rune Blades. I mean, or anyone with a crown, I guess, to be able to Tunic crown.
That was a Kodachi pass, by the way, from Nori's side of the board.
Pitching yellow bonds, just 1 Kodachi.
Yeah. And are we seeing a Whisper of the Oracle played out? Oh my gosh. And a Sift?
He's got a 5-card hand. He might as well. I think he created an embodiment with both of those.
That's right. You could do an embodiment of lightning and then attack and then go in with the Reaping Blade, maybe?
Nori left counter is a 9. I'm not sure.
Oh, and we see a...
what that issue is.
I wonder if he drew that Whisper off of the Crown, because now you're thinking maybe he should have you know, like, or like I don't think he had the option to, right? Like, it would have been nice. Oh my gosh, it's a sift. Literally -1. Just like,
oh my
that
god,
doesn't do anything.
we haven't bingoed, but we do have.
I would have said that comment even if it wasn't on the bingo sheet.
So we do. Okay, well, I'm not going
like,
to show the bingo sheet, but it is on the bingo sheet here.
Because like sift, literally all it did in this case is you played a non-attack action and just -1 card.
I mean, this is CNC. You've got one
another
floating.
sift.
You get to Reaping Blade after this. This is great. You get to, what, 4-card 9?
Hey, this is a soft lethal here. If there's no blocks from Nauris' side, which I wouldn't expect.
No, there's Art of War in there. Oh, he's going to play it. Oh, he's going to block. Okay.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
That's a little on the unfortunate side. So he could, I guess, banish +1/+1 would be his options.
Or maybe he's just gone +1/+1 and that's it. He wants to keep the other 2 cards. He looks like he's manipulating the blocks right now.
Sure. Yeah, that would be fine. But then you get a Reaping Blade, you're going to take his last card, just give you 1 more card in the arsenal. So we're going to just rinse and repeat here, and there's 9 minutes left.
I'll banish draw 2.
So he's
he is banishing.
banish, draw 2.
Okay.
So he drew a 3 block, and I don't know what else. I mean, he could be trying to just take this and then block with Pouncing Link's Tunic and try to go off on 5 cards.
But you need that Pouncing Links to push damage, right?
Yeah, you do. So I don't really know. I'm just trying to think about how you're gonna get into here. What a shame. Both of them were in contention. They are both on the bubble here. So whoever wins will stay on the X3 bubble. I think both of them actually some of the higher X3s that we have.
Yeah, that's right. They're one of the higher tables. So the winner of this game would probably be locked.
The player who wins this game, hopefully there is one, but the player who wins this game is going to be most likely going into top 8 unless there's, Gem is a fickle mistress here.
Yeah,
we don't know for
right.
sure.
Yeah, and as you said, the Pouncing Link's being used to block. Okay, so it covers the CNC. Not treating it, like that's the thing. You don't need to cover the CNC though. It doesn't do anything. You don't have a card in your arsenal.
That is true.
It just saves 2 life there.
Yes.
And now Nauris just backed into a corner and trying to make the best of a bad situation.
So a player's allowed to scoop before time. Yeah, you can offer a concession. The last possible point is when time is called and someone plays something. So the minute time is called and someone does something right after time is called, that is too late.
Yeah, and Daniel, maybe he has to be cognizant about this if he wants to actually win the game from this point. I know it's nice to check the graveyard, see what threats your opponent has.
Yeah, you really shouldn't be checking anything.
Yeah, exactly. You got to rush a little bit. Even if it makes you make a suboptimal play, right? And he's got a Ponder token, which is written on a Spectral Shield. Hilarious.
Yeah, so everyone just kind of confirming what I just said. Once time is called, that is the last possible place. You cannot play. Once you play the action after time is being called, that is it. So the players can concede if they want to beforehand.
Yeah, and Daniel trying to put the Sift on the bottom of his deck on accident, but correctly gets the Arsenal card.
What did he say? Oh, Ponder token. Okay,
yeah.
There we go. That's the little Spectral on the top piece here.
Yeah, I mean, if we want broken mechanics in Runeblade, we could give them Spectral Shield tokens. We just need more things like that for Runeblades, I think.
Yeah, if they do keep playing, it'll be turn player gets to finish their turn on whenever time in the round is called, and then your opponent gets a turn, and that's it. And if nobody wins...
Okay, now we have the Natty Bonds, by the way.
Okay.
Rough spot to have that Art of War destroyed. That might have been what Nori really needed. And
he was just waiting for this turn, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Wow, and it lined up really, really unfortunately for him.
Yeah.
And also giving away the Pouncing Links there, it's not happy, Now we're seeing a Dishonor. Does Daniel even care about Dishonor at this point?
No, you don't need embodiments. What are you gonna? You just get a 3 for 7 all day long. You're 26. What are you, 22 after this?
Yeah, saying no blocks on this. Taps the deck, no cut needed.
Yeah, I think the issue is Nori is waiting for these big combo hands with Pouncing Links, but he's running a lot of cards.
Yeah.
And that's really kind of working against him in that particular strategy, I think.
Yeah, and maybe was thinking for a second there about, whether he was able to Kodachi with the floating resource and remembered that that's not how that combo works. And yeah, Daniel says, give it to me.
Yeah, as far as them to play faster, there's no intentional slow play that was called, and that's it. We do have a judge literally right behind them, so if there was some kind of intentional slow play, we would have done it. It's really if they want to call it, they can call it. We're not going to tell them anything to like. They just have to play it out.
Yeah. And I think that Daniel is thinking about that. You know, he took the damage just to play out this autumn stuff, right? Like, if you had all the time in the world, I'm sure that he could have thought of other scenarios where he could grind the game out more, block with both these cards, arsenal card, wait for the tunic counter to come back up. But in this case, nope, it's just going to be let's go face, let's fatigue you by running you out of cards through attacking or blocking.
Yeah, in this case, you just keep the blue, Runeshed Reaping, Runeshed Reaping, Runeshed Reaping. You just do that, 5 more times, 6 more times? 6 more times. And that's it.
Yeah, and now we're getting this Crown of Seeds.
Yeah, we're going to get the Crown of Seeds, probably block with 2 cards. Again, it's going to be the cycle, so... Oh, Daniel needs to block this ASAP. Okay.
Okay, there we go. Now blocking 5 on the E-Strike.
Yeah, I
believe that was a clean block. That was an E-Strike draw?
That was an E-Strike. Yeah, it was a draw because he only blocked for 5. Well, he blocked for 4 and then prevented 1.
Yeah.
This is kind of the thing with Oldhim is you really need to be blocking instantly. Like, you need to pitch, crown, rampart, block. Like, you need to be able to block on the defensive side ASAP to, like, yeah, if your opponent takes, like, 45 minutes of the game and you're taking 5, that's just the way it is. But to lower the chance of that actually going to time, you also need to block, like, instantly.
Yeah, and Daniel looked a bit nervous there. He was thinking about, I think, creating a rune chant with this other blue that he has in his hand to go along with this Raging Onslaught. Sure. But he just wanted to, wasn't sure what one to do and just elected to just attack for 7.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is going to be 7. Honestly, some part of me is like, maybe you just like always just Runeshed Reaping Blade if you can. Or always try to Runeshed because that's always going to be the damage and that's like that will speed up the game here because Nauris just going to block with 3 cards and have 1 card left. There is a couple more minutes. This is a very, very time pressured game, of course, so Daniel going to automatically take the 1. There's okay, so
already damage resolved. I can say no to the crown.
Okay, now there's
yeah, essentially it's fine. Essentially, Daniel said he'll take 1, and then he kind of wanted to crown instead. So the judge right behind them, they said our judge said it's okay, so he's gonna be able to crown.
He says that it's been half a second, I guess. So
yeah, he hasn't taken the damage here than life counter. It's within the most like kind of reasonable time. But I do really think the rune chants are what is good at close game because there's not many cards in Nauris' deck left, surely.
There's a when we had the hand
started with the pile, huh?
Yeah, you started with the pile. There's a decent number of cards. It's not like a lot of cards, but it's not nothing either.
Yeah, I mean this is definitely a stressful. There's definitely a crowd above them here. It's a very stressful situation to be in. I don't really.
Oh, now we're seeing an Oath of the Arcanite being played. That's going to make another rune chant, another true damage, and give +1, I think, to the next attack.
I completely forgot he's running Oath of the Arcanite.
Blocks 3.
It blocks 3. It's a blue. I mean,
yeah. And now he's just thinking about a card he wants to get rid of. Thinking if he wants to get rid of the Brothers in Arms, but I guess keeping the defensive card is still good because you never know with Katsu.
Yeah.
And now this is coming in for another soft lethal, so definitely gotta take 1 card from Nori, which unfortunately for Daniel is just adding decision making to your opponent at this point is tough.
Yeah. So he's gonna react.
Yeah.
He's gonna flick
it has the flick flack for the clean block. That's actually a very nice spot to draw that card that we were criticizing a little bit earlier.
That's totally true. So Nori gonna come back with a 4-card hand with the arsenal. So gonna start with send Gus away for 2 go again, 2 floating. Throw some maybe Kodachis out there. Possibly has the bonds. That would be pretty funny. Pretty good. Pretty funny, but pretty good. A little bit too late, but.
Yeah, and I don't know, like maybe Daniel continues to take damage to try to get this game locked out and make some mistakes somewhere along the way, right? Sure. Coming back to this heart, hasn't been able to actually, like he's drawn it off of the crown both times he's seen it, I think.
Yeah, heart is fine because you just keep and make a rune chant reaping, right? So
exactly.
You're fine just keeping the heart here. We do have the natty bonds, so it's going to be a 3 go again. He's going to get something. This is the issue. Katsu's gonna. Oh no, he's gonna search. It's yeah, I don't know. I mean,
we're coming down to the wire.
It's not intentional that we had a judge outside of it. It's just, it is what it is. If you play, it's like Oldhim too, or even Dromai for that matter. If you are not prepared to play extremely fast on your side, you can't just assume your opponent's going to play very fast because you're playing a fatigue kind of deck.
Yeah, that's right. And also, like, I don't know, we had a small discussion with the judge, but I don't think there's any time extension expected here.
No, I think there's like another. Yeah, there was when we said 3 minutes. That was accurate. So this time will be called. He's gonna look for the spinning wheel kick.
And I don't know, maybe Daniel's just hoping that goes back to his turn.
Yeah. Time is going to be called.
That looks like we're on time, still on Nori's turn.
This is on Nori's turn, so if he doesn't concede or Daniel doesn't concede and Nori keeps on his time, yeah, he's not conceding. It doesn't look like he's going to concede this.
Or maybe maybe there's the judge at the table clarifying that.
Oh, the time.
Like maybe word hadn't gotten over there yet that it was time.
Yeah, the time could be slightly off, possibly. Oh, they have 5 minutes. Okay, there must have been a judge call earlier that we forgot about.
Right.
Or maybe
Okay,
a time
okay. They
extension
have
or
5
something.
minutes. All right. We're making 5 minutes happen.
Yeah, they have 5 minutes here.
Reaping blade?
Both the deck lists are really small, but 5 minutes is surely is enough to room chant reaping for the win here, right? To just keep doing that 3 more times after this one.
I mean, if you're sitting on Nori's side of the table, it's kind of, you know.
The reaction, like that.
Inevitability.
Flick flack.
Yep.
It's feeling rough, but you also see the opponent getting lower life total as he's been trying to just close the game out. How many cards are left in that pile? If we go to the Nori cam, can we get a wider view of the deck?
Yeah, there can't be many. We do see the be like not.
Oh yeah, that's
gotta be
maybe
under
10
10
cards.
Got to be like 10 or under, right?
Yeah, pitching a Be Like Water just to Kadachi. Daniel's done something here. Oh, pitched an Oasis. I was going to say, did he accidentally flip up that Arsenal card? Nope, and a Razor Reflex also now being pitched. So, okay, so now Daniel knows about the Razor. Not sure if that was
hidden tech.
Yeah, exactly.
Try to win the game.
Point.
Possibly. You want to try to hide those kind of tricks as late as possible. So we do have the time extension. So that now we do have the correct time on the timer. So about 4 minutes left here. Not a ton of cards on Katsu's side. Also, not a ton on Briar. Briar doesn't need as many, but not a ton on Briar's side. Like, Daniel's just going to try to pitch. Oh, he's going to Runic here. So he's going to 1 and 7. He might just leak.
Yeah, definitely going to leak the 1, and then now this is coming in for 7, and you've got to give it 3 cards for leaking another damage, right? We've seen most of the flick flacks out of the way at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's just the other way. Is he running sinks? I don't think so.
I don't think we saw any because there were also a reinforced line in there at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure if we saw another reinforced line, so maybe it was just the 4 defensive cards.
Yep.
Plus the remembrances, plus the burdens, which, you know, that could fit into your core blue package. Seeing 3 cards blocked, so no damage taken from the attack.
Speaking of burden, that was pitched a while back. You think burden's relevant now? You can draw that card? It must be 10 reacts. No? Maybe not. I'm not actually sure what the count is. And I think if you count it, players are going to get angry. If you start counting
I'd like to see how many defense reactions you have. Yeah. Oh boy, everyone getting a little bit stressed here about the team.
Oh, we're all stressed here too. I mean, everyone's got to go to the washroom. People want to try to figure out if they're top 8 or
that's right. Yeah, this is going to be pretty much the last game before we go to the cut to top 8.
Oh yeah, this is definitely. If anyone's curious, we're on round 5 of the PTI event. Just in case anyone happens to care, that's where we are there. So we do see the Rune Chant and the Raging Onslaught. Nori's at 1. He's got a.
Yeah, this might be the
block
second
with
to last
cards here. Yeah, block with 3 cards. Pitch. I mean, 2 minutes 20. This has got to be. It's got to be it, right?
Daniel's gonna face tank whatever Nori possibly throws back at him with 2 cards, and then
there's only 3 cards left in Katsu's deck.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, all right. We got in just in time for this to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there were like a couple key turns that Nori might have burned his resources too early, like the breaking scales, and there's
let's
that
go, double Art of War.
There's the double Art of War.
Wow, that's got to be on the bingo card, right? Double Art of War turn for lethal.
It's not actually on there. Warmonger blow off, lightning press, confusing. No, I don't see double Art of War on here.
Well, that's too bad.
Bingo is a hell of a game.
Yeah, bingo is a hell of a game.
So I don't know what he picked with the double Art of War.
I see. Okay, all right. Hopefully this doesn't get into the time a little bit.
No. This would be like a judge call here. So
yeah, exactly. I think it was the whole like resolving one and then resolving the other. He put both of them down and declared the modes on the first one, but hadn't resolved it.
Okay, I understand.
So yeah, exactly. So just making sure kind of thing. Yeah, and that's gonna block
5.
No, he picked +2 on both Art of Wars.
Oh, okay, so it's gonna block 7. Yeah.
It blocks the 7.
I'm like, is he just dying here? Okay, so he's got 3 cards. He's going to be like water. Daniel's going to take it. He's going to pitch the blue. No, he's going to block it. Oh, would you just... you got it. Come.
Daniel.
Yeah, you got to just take. No?
Yeah. Somebody else also made the same mistake and said, "How did you block 7
yeah,
on 7?"
It was a double Art of War.
Yeah, 2 Art of Wars. It's like the, you heard that magic story about 2 explorers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine a scenario where, not that I'm accusing Nori of anything.
Looming
Doom. Oh. Wow, that's the style points. That's the style points. All right.
That is a stressed-looking individual here.
Daniel looks like he's just ran a marathon,
Oh man, he better not bubble. Holy moly! After all that,
No, I think he's got it. I think he's got it.
I think it was high enough seed going in that this win, I think, locked him in here.
Should we put another Briar game on the feed? We'll have like a.
Now it's gonna be untimed. Holy moly, we're gonna be here for hours.
They've got to play that game anyways, though, before we go to the next.
They do, but we're not necessarily streaming every single game here. So that was the winner, Daniel on Briar, Chonky Briar, the chonkiest of Briars here. So I think we're gonna cut to a break.
Yeah, we're gonna cut to a break. We're gonna show some of the footage from yesterday, from Tariq Patel's second draft.
I think we'll come up and we'll put standings when top 8 has been called.
Yeah, that's right.
And then we'll show everybody the standings. They're gonna do deck check and all that kind of thing. And while they're doing that, we're gonna get a little bit of content from Tariq's draft from last.
Yeah.
Let's say last year's. Yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday. And we probably could even get him over chatting.
Yeah, so actually, update on that. The judge said that they're going to have an hour-and-a-half break before top 8. So the recorded footage of Tariq only lasts about 30 minutes. Tariq said he wants to jump in and go over it.
Yeah, let's do that. That would be great.
So that can last about 30 minutes, and then we should do another cube, Viscerai cube. For the other hour.
Yes.
But I want to play that one.
Okay.
I want to play that one.
Do you want to play against me, or do you want to play against Eric or Rob?
No, it's your cube.
Rob hasn't played yet. Do you want to do Rob?
That's true. Rob does play Viscerai, right?
You know how to play Viscerai? You know how to play Viscerai,
This is
right?
the only time you'll ever catch me playing Viscerai. This is a unique opportunity.
So here's the thing. We're going to get Man-Sant hooked on Viscerai.
Hooked is not possible.
Okay, we'll get Rob. We'll get Rob on. Rob versus Ethan here.
Yeah, well, that'll be really. No, that would be great because you two will do the picks and I'll do the analysis.
Yeah. See, there you go.
Nice. Because you guys can't shut me up.
Looming Doom kill is definitely a thing to check off. Is it?
I think that
show the bingo.
We'll show the bingo card.
Here's what our card looks like so far. Where's the camera? Oh yeah, it's not the screen. You know what? There was an opportunity for us to say Power Tower Bravo when that Bolden was played earlier in the tournament. We did not.
I remember that, but it wasn't Towering Titan.
That's right. Yeah. There was no lightning press kill. There weren't more than 5 dragons on the board, unfortunately, for Aaron Chance. But maybe, I don't know, his tournament's gone pretty well since
there are at least 2 Dromais in top 8, at least.
Right.
If not more.
Yeah, Fatigue Pile wins.
Fatigue Pile.
Wait, that was not a Fatigue Pile.
It wasn't a Fatigue Pile. He killed him with Rune Chance. He didn't kill him by
fair and square.
He killed him with damage.
Yeah.
Fatigue by damage.
Fatigue by damage. So we're gonna.
I kind of want to say he damaged him by damage.
That's definitely not on the bingo card here. So
all right.
We're gonna take.
We'll take our break here, and we'll be back in a minute
with Tariq's draft. We'll top 8 and Tariq's draft.
All right, everyone. We just finished the graphic for the top 8, so you probably saw it on Twitter or something already. But just to throw it up on screen here, I'll add it to the break screen and all that. We have our top 8 of the Canadian National Championship in this fancy new graphic. First seed was Shawn, who we have not had on stream yet. He was coming in at 10 wins in first seed. Aaron Chance on Dromai as well. So first and second seed on Dromai. Aaron Chance also coming in at 10 wins. We had him on stream round 1, and he lost, and yet finished the entire event at X2. Then we had Maxim Villeneuve, the last X2 player at 10 wins on Katsu. So top 3 were Dromai, Katsu. Very interesting. And then we've got Daniel Dreisiger, who we just saw on Briar, Isaak Krut on Lexi, Nicholas Jamul on Dromai as well, Michael Yasker on Lexi, and then to round it out, we've got the Azalea in 8th. So those will be the pairings going into top 8 here. Like I said, there's an hour and a half break. So we're going to get Tariq in to talk about his draft POV. He said it was really interesting and wants to go back to look back on where he perhaps could have made differences in choices, because he ended up as the 3rd Levia when he thought Bolton was not open, even though there's only one Bolton in the pod. So he's really interested to go back and look at it. I'm pretty interested too. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to do another Viserai Cube, and then on to top 8. So if you're only here for the competitive bits, sure, I guess tune out. But if you're here for the fun of it, if you're here to watch me flounder around to try to fill time, then stick around. Let me do a couple things real quick, including updating the break screen with a couple graphics. Let me make sure this is done. Yes, correct. All right, we're going to cut to that. I'll get Tariq in here back in like 3 minutes. All right, update. Everyone left. I cannot find a single caster. Oh, actually, I spy Tariq. Oh, never mind. Let me go grab him. Everyone left. Apparently, when the judges said judge break, people just pieced out. They left me alone. I can't find Frank, Eric, or Rob. I'm going to go grab Tariq, though, and we'll jump into that. So, sorry. I know it said 3 minutes. I don't know. It'll take another second. Oh, okay, it did start playing. We'll hide this. There we go. Technical difficulties live, but Tariq is in the house. What's up, my man? Unfortunately, you did not make it in top 8. That was just announced, but you ended up... Did you play that last round in the end? Or no?
I did. I ended up winning. I believe I came either 16th or 17th, so barely missed. Losing to the Azalea you guys saw on camera.
Yeah, but there was a story at least. People wanted to see that Azalea, and they did end up making top 8, so at least that win wasn't for nothing. But they do have a Dromai round 1.
Yeah.
So getting a little sketchy. But we brought you in because there's some footage that we captured of your second draft of day 1 that you kind of talked up to me as being a really unique situation where you were leading into, I guess, do you have like a preference hero? Like you were trying to go a certain hero, or you were truly open into it and it just unfolded the way it unfolded?
Yeah, so I don't think I have any, preference hero per se. Going into that draft, I was actually undefeated at the time.
Oh, yeah.
And my only objective was to make sure it wasn't a train wreck draft, which I successfully failed at. So I was actually just trying to figure out what people were forcing and then try not to be in their way and just ending up with a solid 2-1 deck. At that point, I would even have taken a 1-2 because I was confident in Classic Constructed. But I think it was a really interesting draft because, like we talked about a little bit off camera, I got very early signals from the players to my immediate right that they were forcing certain class heroes. And unfortunately, just ended up as a 1 of 3 Levia. And
that's doomed.
Gonna bring it home, yeah.
Do you know, did the other Levias end up doing well, or were they all kind of trapped in that 1-2 state?
So we actually all ended up playing against each other, and I believe Yuki ended up 2-1ing the pod, beating 2 of the Levias.
You're right. I did see that post on Twitter. Yeah, she did an 2-1. Yeah. Okay, well, Frank's back. Frank wanted to be the one narrating you through the video.
Okay.
But I took on caster duties for a second, so let me pass it over to him, and you guys can get into the actual VOD.
I thought I was going to sit in the producer cam.
Come on, cozy up to Tariq. He's not scary.
I don't bite.
Oh, yeah. Wait, why don't we just all get in over on this side? I guess then you can't
actually, it could
controls that well.
Could be a three-way thing.
Levia's on this side.
There we go.
My favorite. Yeah.
Here, I'll scoot in.
You drafted her quite a bit. And I think I've like heard that from other people as well, like just in general. Like a lot of the
Tariq's the Levia enjoyer.
more practiced like teams have drafted Levia and Chain a decent amount, right?
Yeah, I think the general idea is that Prism is like heavily overdrafted in this format, so you're really going into basically one of the three heroes. Obviously, I've drafted Prism before if it's like very open and very readily available, but almost every draft has two, definitely three Prisms. So when you go from there, then you're very easily one of the other three heroes, and people tend to shy away from Levia, and you can pick up some really nice draft decks. Yeah, like my first draft.
So let's actually pull up the video now. It should be queued up. All right. So this we set up right over your shoulder. Let's make sure this all looks.
Yeah, so Flesh and Blood draft's very interesting. Before we get into it, I like to preface it by saying, in Monarch especially, there's two of every hero in a perfectly theoretical pod, both into Levia, to Chain, to Prism. And determining whether you're the first Bolton or second Bolton is often talked about. And when you try to figure out are you first Bolton or second Bolton, it's how many first picks you have available to you. So, for example, the person on my immediate right, Michael Jasker, was Prism. Had I gone into Prism as well, I would be the second Prism in the pod because I would get no first picks during my first pack and only get first picks during my second. So it's always optimal to figure out what the people to your right are doing as soon as possible and try and avoid it so you get as many first picks as possible in your current class, right? Best case scenario is that your other hero is to your immediate left because that means you would get 7 first picks before they even get 1 first pick.
So then kind of building on that, you're kind of alluding to figuring out what hero the people to your right are on. How easy or hard is it in particularly the Monarch set to do that, right? Like with the collation and the distribution of cards.
So there's always going to be 6 class cards. There's always going to be a breakdown of 3 light class cards and 3 dark class cards. So if you see one of those class cards missing early, you know your opponent or the person on your right is likely either one of the 2 talented heroes. If you get a pack, for example, with 2 Prism cards in it and there's a Bolting and there's a light card missing, you know by process of elimination they have had to take a Bolting card and they are Bolton. Vice versa, if you take a Bolting card and there's only 2 Prisms, or Prism card and only 2 Boltons, then you know there was a Prism, which I believe we'll see.
Okay, so we've got the first pack coming up, so let's highlight that real quick. Just pause.
So first pack's very interesting. I believe when I sorted out, there's like 4 premium Bolting cards. There's a V for Vanguard, which I ultimately end up taking. There's a red Express Lightning, a red Illuminate, and I believe there's one more card behind that. So I have a very interesting choice. The Levia pick is just a red Brute, the Banish 3, Hungering
Slaughter Beast.
There you go. So there I have all the Bolting cards. So one of the strategies I like to do is kind of ship singles very hard to my left. And I was thinking very hard about, just shipping every card, the V included. But then if we look at the rest of the pack, it's very underwhelming. And I'm not somebody that likes to start Levia right away. There's an argument that I maybe should have just taken the chess piece and then shipped every single Bolting card I had. But I decided, just in case, I would take V for the Vanguard and try and be Bolton if it ends up being open. So I take the powerful card because if you are one of 2 Boltons, this is the premium card to have in your deck. And then we see I get the second pack from my immediate right. I'll sort the class cards like I always do. There's the 3 darks. And then I immediately notice there's a light card missing. I do know Michael Jasker. He's a friend of mine. We test together. So I know he's either Bolton or Prism at this point. Just lost the video feed for a second.
Sorry. I was fixing a setting, and of course everything crashed. Okay, so this is pack 2.
But at that point, I know he tends to shy away to Bolton, and he's a little bit more likely to be Prism. But even in the dark, we know that he pack 1, pick 1, either Bolton or Prism. So I have to be very careful. A V for Vanguard, not V for Vanguard, sorry. A red Take Flight is like the only card you might slam in the common slot for Bolton. So the odds of him being Prism are much higher, and I'm kind of picking up on that. So right away, I'm seeing, some Brute cards. Graveling Growl is probably better in a vacuum than the Majestic I have pulled up. But the only reason I tended to go for it over that was because when you pass cards, people will take certain cards higher as a signal. Like, it's very readily available. They'll be like, oh, a Majestic Brute card, it must be open. If you remember Tales of Aria draft, I did the same thing where I wanted to be Oldhim, and I ended up having to take a red Oakenhold over a red Autumn's Touch, even though red Autumn's Touch is much better in that format. So similarly, I noticed a light card getting cut, so I wanted to be a Brute here just to hedge my bets. So I ended up taking the Majestic over the Graveling Growl, which cannot attack by itself. So I ended up with a Brute card, and I'm hedging my bets here.
That's interesting that you chose Shadow Blazfet over the Graveling even, because wasn't it a Yellow Deadwood was the other Brute card? Did I miss that? Hold up.
Don't think
wait.
so. We can go back.
Yeah. There was a Yellow Deadwood in there.
So I probably should have taken the Yellow Deadwood.
I would, if that's your thought processes, then I think, the Yellow Deadwood there, it fills more boxes than the Shadow being actually valuable in a mirror match, right? Being able to force your opponent onto Blood Debt, also paying into the Meat Axe, which is really critical when you've got too many non-blocks in the deck. If they're reds, holy crap, can you just make no choices?
I completely agree with you. My number one goal was to try to shut down signals if I was going Brute at this point. Because if I'm 1-2 Brute, I'm hoping I get one of those two cards back, the red Graveling Growl or the Dreadwood. What I didn't want to happen was somebody get the Shadow Blasphemous and then somebody else get the red Graveling Growl and then me be stuck in the, a 1 of 3. But it ended up happening anyways. So at this point, I get a Battlefield Blitz red. I'm still, have a very good Bolton card as my first pick. But I also start to notice, Prism very much gone. The person to my right, I don't think there's a single Prism card in this pack, actually. So I'm still open at this point. I haven't made my decisions. And I end up taking the red Battlefield Bliss with the intention of going still Bolton if it's available. I think there's a red Arcanic Crackle as well. So I'm fairly certain that the people to my immediate right, none of them were chain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's definitely what it looks like. Because the Aether Ironweave is also passing. And in theory, if you're trying to build the best of a chain deck, that's one of the cards that kind of needs to be found. So... I think you're in the right spot of, unless you kind of want to pick at that point, flip into chain because it seems obviously open. I don't see any, I guess if your player preference is just never play chain though, maybe that's a factor. But I would actually consider swapping chain on that pick 3.
Yeah, it could have been correct to go into chain at that point, especially now I got another red Arcanic Crackle. Yeah. Definitely should have considered it at this point. I think a little bit higher than I was. There was a chain player. The gentleman in my, you can see in the Oilers jersey, was chained very early.
Okay.
At this point, though, I'm not married to Brute. I'm not married to Bolton. I'm kind of going through the pack. Light cards are still missing, so I'm a little bit suspect on Bolton at this point. Mm-hmm. I do have Shadow up for that exact reason of, I did take a Brute card. I want to take a generic Pauper anyways, even if I am chain. So I'm trying to keep my chain options open here by taking it. So I had in the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, I definitely could be chain at this point. Take the generic over the Brute card.
Mm. Oh, but then this pack does kind of throw it there because there is no chain pick.
Yeah.
Or no, there's the red Pierce. Oh, man. Oh, your chain deck would have looked gas even though it's just on like 3 picks right now. That's crazy.
There's also a red Pulping and I believe a red, what's it called? Billowing, the
Unworldly Bellow.
Unworldly Bellow, thank you. So, I'm getting equal signals chain and equal signals Brute at this point, right?
Sure.
I've seen 2 premium Brute cards almost every pack since pack 1. And in my experience, it's always better to be the second Levia, in my opinion, than the second chain. So I do definitely have a bias towards being a Brute player than I do a chain player because it can go wrong a lot easier with chain. Brute has a lot of propers, so you have good Prism matchups. And you can play it very conservatively, just kind of wounded bullying your opponent over and over again. So I do end up taking the Pulping for that reason. I do know that chain is open.
Yeah, I think you're seeing even a red Void Wraith here as well, right?
A red Void Wraith, yep.
Yeah, wow.
I think that ended up being my pick.
Oh, yeah, solid choice in Levi as well. I think we saw you play that actually on stream. You had a Dread Screamer turn into the Void Wraith just to kind of guarantee Meat-X rates.
So I believe at this point I'm still trying to decide. I'm still trying to read signals. I see the red Bolton card as well, and I do believe I do go for it because I still want to beat Bolton if it's available. But I noticed that light is very dry in this pack. Prism cards are gone very early. There's some generics missing, I note as well, which means that there is a likely close chain or Bolton player. That's one of the other scary things about being chain, is that good chain nets are usually predicated on your good generics, specifically Belittle, Middowism, Brandish. So I have to be careful with good generics missing that, well, there's a Brandish red there, but that there could be a chain to my immediate right.
Yeah, that's super fair. So at this point, you do have, in like committing towards Levia, just to double check, you had the red Pulping and you had the red Shadow Blazafet. That's kind of it at this point,
At that
right?
point, yep.
Yeah,
I believe my last pick...
wasn't the last pick the cross line?
The cross, yeah.
Yeah, so you've definitely got, in terms of card quality, the Bolton picks that you picked early are much stronger than pivoting into the Levia, because even though those cards are good in a vacuum, they're already filling roles that you don't want to be stuck with later. Those are non-block slots. You generally don't want to go above like 5 or 6. They're also red non-block slots.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's a tricky balance you've got going on so far, but I definitely agree. I think hedging Bolton is much safer than slipping to the Levia.
Yeah, this is another pack where I see 2 Brute cards, and we're, I think, 6 picks deep at this point, so Brute players tend to really not like many other things besides poppers and class cards. So at this point, I took this as a signal that, multiple packs in a row had 2 Brute commons in it. I felt like it would be the more open of the 2. There's no premium chain card. All the good generics were gone in that pack as well. So I was still, at this point in the draft, still waffling between Chain, Levia, and Bolton. And I didn't really know what to do or make up my mind. And what's pulling me is that, there's not great train cards. There's another 2 Brute pack again.
Wow, that's
so I'm getting like heavy signals here.
Yeah, your read is Levia. If you're looking at these packs, you're absolutely right.
So because I know now 7 cards in this pack. So there's been 8 picks, and there's still 2 Brute cards left in this pack. So I think this is the point where I finally commit. Okay, I'm not going to go Bolton. I'm not going to go Chain. I'm going to actually commit to Brute at this point, because this is the pack that's made it all the way around the table. I'm the last person to have seen it, and nobody took any of the Brute cards.
Yeah. And actually, that's more important than some of the other double Brute packs that you've seen, because there were ones with there was like a blue Smash Instinct, like a blue Hungering. Those aren't the double stack of Brute cards that even a Levia player might be picking at that point. They might go for like a Spew Shadow, like something more middling. But that pack was a, red Hungering and yellow Smash with Big Tree.
Yes, sir.
Those are 2 quality picks. And sorry, I got to queue up the next video. This one, as we continue on.
So now we're kind of winding down. All that's kind of really left are generic off-color banana cards and chaff at this point.
I haven't heard anyone call it a banana card. What is that, in reference to being yellow?
Yellows, okay. Banana cards.
Okay.
You only play bananas when you have to.
Sure.
You want to end up with a, kidney stone deck.
There you go. So the Arcanic Crackle, I noticed that the pack before this, there was a red one. On the first time around, so I do know there's at least 1 chain at this point. The Dread Screamer also came back.
Sorry, what color was that one?
It's a yellow, I believe.
Yeah, super solid.
So yeah, again, happy to take it. Signals that there's likely another Brute player. Again, the Bellow came all around. So
holy moly, yeah,
spot, I was between Chain, Bolton, and Levia for the first 9 or 10 picks, but at this point I'm getting a lot of signals, and I'm like, okay, Brute is probably where I'm going to settle into. Had I seen the opposite, I got that red Arcana Crackle on the wheel, I probably would have moved into Chain. Had I seen more Bolton cards, which it completely dried up at this point, I probably would have gone Bolton.
Oh, no, but that's a blue Smash.
That's
like one of the worst cards you can
put in your deck. Not the best, but I think I ended up taking it.
Oh, no.
Blue pack.
Over the Warmongers,
I would so prefer one of the
Warmongers
there.
Yeah.
For the Warmongers over the front line, but neither's awful.
Oh, I guess that's a blue Belittle, probably.
At this point, I think all my Brute cards are red, so I think that was the reason I ended up taking the blue. We're going to see in a second when I review it, but...
Yeah, I don't think... I don't think you're wrong at all in reading Levia as a good seat here. I think it was definitely close to being Chain as well, but because your early picks favored Levia just slightly over Chain, then from what you picked in pack 1, I would not suspect a third Levia at this table at all. This is clearly maybe someone's half in on a Levia.
It's interesting because I actually made the commitment when I saw the back-to-back Arcana Crackle packs that if the first red one wheeled, I would have just slammed Chain and moved into it.
Yep.
But had it got chosen, I know there's a second Chain at the table, and I don't feel great about being the second Chain.
Yep.
So okay, so before we go into the second pack proper, while we're just kind of looking at these, how do you feel, or how do you interpret these types of signals, knowing that there might be a few other players out there that are kind of employing the same tactic as you, trying to stay fairly open and whatnot, as well as also potential wild cards that, players that are either really strongly forcing a hero, or maybe they are staying open, but then at a certain point they take a complete left turn and defy expectations, and maybe they see a card that they view to be a signpost, and they decide that actually they're gonna start, in this case, taking a lot of Levia cards up the table from you, right?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. That's one of the reasons I took the Shadow Blasphemous. So, I am very cognizant of the cards I sent to my left. Obviously, Ethan made the correct point that yellow Dreadwood is a much better card, and I'm not arguing that in a vacuum. I was simply trying to cut off a signal as soon as possible, but that probably was wrong because,
you haven't necessarily committed, right?
Yeah, if I take a Majestic, they don't know that, so they see 2 commons. So that might have been my fatal error, actually, in the entire draft. And then somebody got 2 Brute cards, and I think that maybe when I went wrong.
Because what happens when you pass that, right, is exactly what you're seeing. Someone else is now in the same seat of, oh, there's 2 Brute commons again, there's 2 Brute commons again. So someone else is, you would hope, I mean, this is pod 1, making the same inferences you are. So I would expect one person to see that. But to have a second person awful waffle in on that choice, I would not have called. And that's definitely where I think you said it was like pack 2 was kind of where that became clear. Things were
The alternative hypothesis is scary to consider too. Like, let's say I take the Deadwood Rumbler, and I now ship a card, and somebody sees a Majestic Brew card and a Brew card.
That one is trash, though. I hope people know
everybody knows that.
Yeah,
that's assuming optimal game theory from everybody involved.
True.
But if they just see a dark card missing, they could say, "Oh, somebody took a chain card. There's this Brute common, and there's this Brute Majestic. It might be open." So I'm really stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I get what you're saying. I should have probably just taken the best card in a vacuum. But at the time, under a time crunch, I'm like, what card sends the least signal? But yeah, for you guys at home when you're drafting and you're trying to be GTO, take the Deadwood Rumbler every time. It's better. I don't know.
Well, okay, so anecdotal, but at US Nats, right, both of my pods, a stamped foil Shadow Blasphemous made it to last pick. Because that no one wanted that card. Because if you think about it, that card actually doesn't contribute much to any of Levi's like strategies in draft, because you're not always getting a recursion piece anyway. And on top of that, when you play it, it's an extra mill just for a 2 for 6. If you're going to take that kind of rate, just take the 1 card potential 5, and you only mill 1 instead of effectively milling 2 for maybe 2 damage.
I agree.
Especially if your card, like pitch stacking, like portion of your Levi gameplay gets a little impacted as well when you're forced into making the mill play. Whereas you don't have to meat axe, but when you see Shadow Blasphemous as a red, you have to play it. So I was surprised because a lot of people do think that card is good. I think it's like
I think the card's very bad, but for signal reasons, the only reason.
Yeah. No. I know. This is for people at home, for the one Monarch draft you ever play in again in your life. That's a side event somewhere.
Maybe they'll bring it back.
Great though. Holy crap!
Though.
Talk about Levia.
So I think we got Endless up there, and we have
the Convulsions.
So but there's not much else in terms of the common slot. There's a yellow Dread Screamer. So I'm looking at cards that I think are going to wheel for me. I'm also still open to Bolton should it come, because I think I have 5 premium Bolton cards at this point, including a V.
That's true.
So if I get a signal, I'm ready to jump ship. But at this point, the Levia is flowing, in my opinion, right? We ended that pack super strong with a lot of 2 Brute wheels, so there was no reason in my mind to think I was being cut at this point.
Did you take the Endless one? Or I missed
did.
it. Okay, yeah. Perfect. That card, I mean, you don't see it every draft, right? It's a rare. One of the most insane rates you can pull off in the draft format.
Yeah. So again, we see Smash for the Big Tree, and a blue Screamer, and I think there's a yellow Convulsion.
And a Spews? God, this pack's great. For the wheel as well, in terms of what you're hoping to get, assuming 2 Levi's in the pod.
So I actually thinking this pack's close, because if there is another Levia, I value the 2 card 7s very highly.
Yep.
Especially over, like, 1 Convulsion is usually good enough. And in my head, I'm hoping that one of the Convulsions will make it back around. So I end up taking the Smash because in reality, you really only need 1 Convulsion to finish the game off. And I'm not trying to be greedy here. And I really don't want to end up with not enough, 2 for 7s in my deck and lose the mirror match. So I'm thinking quite heavily on, do I take the Convulsion or do I take the Brute, good red card? And I end up taking the attack action, hoping that one of the 2 Convulsions I just saw will make it back to me.
The one part about the decision on a specific red non-block there is now you need to make sure like you never, ever are putting another red non-block in your deck, or like you're just going to have game-losing hands. 3 is already a lot of red non-blocks. So you are now limiting in like kind of that slot of another red smash with big tree at some point, or like a red deadwood. Those kind of picks are now terrifying, where potentially the red smash with big tree isn't as good as a red deadwood pick that you might have had later on.
Agreed. And here's another pack. All the dark commons are there. There's 2 chain and a red dread screamer.
Yeah.
So taking the red dread screamer.
Of course.
None of the class cards are missing, so I'm feeling good that there's no Levia on my immediate left either. So if there is another Levia, they're probably sitting opposite me at this point. So I'm actually feeling okay because I get a fair amount of first to picks on both pack 1 and pack 2 rotations.
Yeah. I from this point, I would feel like I'm about to 3-0 with Levia. If you find the hooves,
I think we have like 2
close.
red dread screamers, a red endless maw, like all the premium red attacks at this point. And I think this is about the moment where it starts to go horribly wrong.
That's crazy to me. I can't believe it. Just for anyone who isn't fully informed on this, so Tariq ended up 3-0 in this draft, and yet we're, or sorry, yes, 3-0 in the first one, 0-3 in this one in particular, and we're watching basically that draft unfold.
Pretty good draft, to be honest.
Like
the hooves are happening.
Exactly, and
there's the hooves there as well.
Yeah, like
and another red dread screamer.
That's insane. Like from this pick alone, like I would absolutely think I'm in the 3-0 Levia seat.
Yeah, I was right there with you.
Just like showing the cards.
Yeah,
vibing, having a good time.
You're vibing. Look at this.
That's a blue Boneyard Marauder, it looked like, right?
Yeah, and I think a red dread screamer. So I think I end up taking the hooves just because they are functionally similar effects that they both give go again, but the hooves having the 1 life is just so huge.
Yep. I think you can still you can get enough go again in a Levia deck without hooves to potentially throw, but it demands so many more card picks out of you. Whereas if you've just got kind of your baseline like 4 or 5 good sources of go again or like some pump effect, and then have hooves to have the agency over pushing that big turn rather than just draw sequence, that's the ceiling of where you can build a Levia deck.
So funny, this is the pack where my spidey senses start to go off, and I'm like, something's wrong here, that I'm getting a Gallantry Gold.
Oh,
man. I believe there's a Take Flight as well in this pack that late. But in my head, I'm like, this is okay. There's 2 brew cards. There's an Endless Maw. Like, maybe they're fighting over Chain and Prism, but no way. I'm probably 1 of 2 Brood, or maybe 1 of 1 even at this point. Look, 3 premium Brew cards. But the Gallantry Gold definitely sent off alarms in my head, because I'm like, how is this card still here? As well as the Take Flight that probably should have been taken as well. But going with the Endless Maw.
Yep, I think that's right.
Very solid, 2 card for 8. And happy to ship that pack at this point.
That's crazy. This looks like a 6 Prism pod.
Yeah, this looks like everyone's fighting over Prism, and maybe one person's Chain, one person's Bolton.
Or 5 Prism pod.
And then this is where I'm like, okay, I did not see that coming. Red Take Flight after the Gallantry Gold.
Holy
not a
crap.
single Brew card for me.
Oh, wow, and good Chain cards, too. So
good Chain cards as well. But at this point, and this is an unfortunate part about Flesh and Blood draft, and I've been vocal on it, is mathematically, I can't even pivot now if I wanted to. I have 0 Chain cards, maybe like 1 or 2 generics, but I can't, feasibly be Chain, because 15 cards in the next pack, even if I took every single one, plus the, 12 or so on this pack, I would have to play like 4 cracked baubles. So my only pivot at this point is Bolton, and I actually do take the red, Take Flight in case I do want to end up Bolton now, because I'm like, what happened? Where did all the Brew cards go? But I only ended up with 4 Bolton cards after pack 1, so I'm starting way behind the 8 ball, even if I do go Bolton.
Yeah, that's a really weird spot to be, and I think that it's so hard to deconstruct as well after the fact. Like, even if we went and asked every single player, they would probably all kind of give a similar story, with maybe the exception of someone that knows they've accidentally tanked their own draft and they're just like panicking, taking a bunch of Levia cards. They're trying to cobble something together, right?
Yep. And another pack with a single Brew card, but I do believe there's 2 chains. So I'm like, okay, maybe it was just a fluke pack. The one other Levia. 1 second. The one other Levia took it, and that's probably what happened. But here I see, I think, another Vexing Malice after back-to-back with the Seeds, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I guess Chain really was open the whole time. We should have been it. And as we can see, not many Bolton cards either, so I really didn't have the option of pivoting to Bolton at this point. I had 5 Bolton cards at this point. I already passed the Gallantry Gold. I think we're going to pause here for just a second, but...
Yeah, maybe while Ethan's getting the next video up.
It's not that I was getting the next video up. I just signed 3 cards back-to-back, baby.
There we go. We got a celebrity.
Yes, all right. Let's queue up the next one here. The GoPro caps its videos at like 10 gigs, or 10 minutes, rather. So here's the next clip. There we go.
Yeah, so at this point, I'm a little concerned. You know, there's a red vexing. There's a Seeds of Agony still. I'm like, I should have been chained, but mathematically, I'm priced out of ever being chained. So at this point, we're in kind of damage control. I realize something's going on. But at this point, I'm still kind of coping that there is one other brute, and my brute packs are just, you know, just getting unlucky, and it's going to get better.
Oh, wow. And then there's a stubby.
Holy.
And again, there's just absolutely nothing for me in these packs. So
yeah, this is crazy. I don't fault you on this one, Tariq, because your chance to kind of like call early on potentially being chain was just as favorable as being Levia. Like that early spot, both looked equal, if not the Levia looking a little bit better. But now, obviously, you know, I guess if you call the 45-55 coin flip, whatever it was, into chain, then this round of packs does not look as miserable as it's looking. Like, holy crap.
Yeah, and again, so we've had now 4 packs in a row without a single brute card in it, and I'm just sitting there like, where did this go wrong? Because like I said, early in the pack 1, the Arcanic Crackle didn't wheel, and there was a couple other premium chain cards that didn't wheel, so I knew there was at least one chain. So I consciously don't want to make the decision to be the second chain. On the flip side of that, a ton of brute cards were wheeling, so I'm like, this is fine. I can be the second Levia. I already have a bunch of premium picks. You know, I didn't get the Jedward Rumbler Black, but it's not a big deal because I still got, you know, a powerful, you know, 2-card 6. And again, not a single brute card in this pack either. So.
You know, what might be happening, though, is like some kind of like meta bias over the Monarch play patterns in general. No one wants to be the second chain.
Yeah.
Like, everyone at this table knows that they don't want to be the second chain. So no one's biting the bullet, and instead people are assuming I'd rather be the second Levia, but now there's 2 people who've made that wrong choice and are just absolutely screwing it.
There's another red Arcanic Crackle, so.
Yeah. And do you think that people are picking, like you said, the generics that are good potentially for chain, but could also be in Bolton, and then maybe like 1 or 2 of these power cards for each of these heroes, but then, you know, they get nervous when they don't see powerful cards, and so then they're just taking a card from, you know, say, like in this example, they're just taking a card from Brute because there's 2 Brute cards in the packs that they're seeing go around, right? Even
Definitely
if it doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, it definitely could be employing the same strategy I am, where they're just trying to see what's open.
Hey, that's playable. Look at that.
Yeah, so at this point, we're literally just taking blues because blues pitch. I have a bunch of blue crack baubles in my deck.
Oh, boy.
And now I'm sitting there like, what went wrong?
Yeah. This is really scary because it's not even like you have a good read on where the Levias generally are to your left, because you got like 4 early Levi picks in a row, so somehow they're all on your right, and now you're about to be fed packs that are completely picked over. This is awful.
Yeah.
Awful.
It turns out that the Levias were as far away from me as possible. It was Yuki and my first round opponent who were 4 and 5 seats away from me respectively to my left. But still.
Okay, so about same left or right then.
So at this point, I'm actually not feeling terrible because I think I have close to 20 playables at this point in Levias still, even though I didn't get a single pick in the last couple picks. But definitely don't feel good.
Yeah, and you're concerned about the wheel basically at this point. You're not going to get more than, you know, even best case scenario, 4 or 5 first pick cards, and so you need 3 good brute cards basically in a pack for you to get the second one.
Exactly. And there's not much to say here. Like, it's one of the worst feelings in Flesh and Blood is the draft component, because I was basically sitting in my seat, and by the time I got any clear signal of what was happening, it was already too late to jump to anything else. You know, I could have been chained, but then I probably would have been running 2 or 3 cracked baubles in my deck.
Yep.
And, you know, that's not a winning recipe.
So while you're cracking open the pack, how do you think, you know, LSS should adjust the format, say? Like, you know, we know they still like their draft being 3 packs. We know they still like, you know, kind of this floating around 14 cards for these future sets that are coming out. Do you agree with the idea that maybe there should be kind of more token cards to let you fill out your deck that aren't just crack baubles? Or do you like the idea of potentially more of these overlapping mechanics like we saw in Tales of Aria and in Outsiders Draft, where you can flex later in the draft?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and there's no right or easy answer to this. The LSS design team, I think, work very hard and are very smart people. And I've had conversations with, you know, certain members of those teams, and they've tried a bunch of different stuff, and it gets hard because the more cards you add, apparently the better fatigue gets. And so there's a bunch of nuance to this that we don't fully appreciate as players. I can only speak to a player aspect of it. I would just want more maneuverability so that when something like this happens, I have a way out. Because at this point, I felt like I was sitting on a tightrope with no parachute, and somebody kind of just shook the rope, and now I'm sitting there like, well, I hope to God I can catch on before I fall to my death. And that's not a great feeling to sit in as a player. Remember, I went into this draft with the mindset of just don't draft an 0-3 deck. Because if I draft even a 1-2 deck, I'm pretty okay to, just go 2-1 and still be alive for top 8.
What's crazy, though, is I don't think you should fear the 0-3 right now, because you have, it's not even like your Levia picks are mid. You've got a couple shaky picks, but the core of what you need for a successful Levia deck is there in pack situations where, it's not like you really let Dread Screamers pass, like you took them. So what can these other Levia decks realistically look like to be better than you, quote unquote? So I don't think I read that I'm the 0-3, because you've got the hooves, you've got the strong reds, but it does come down to pack 3 to kind of flesh out the playable list, at least, because it's not like you can fat deck and just be a Medax deck at this point. You are forced into playing the game.
Yes, sir. And spoiler, but the third Levia actually ended up having a very poor Levia deck, basically all generics. I think he only had 6 or so poppers. And unfortunately, I won the dice roll. I put him going first, and he turned one Nourishing Emptiness me.
Oh, my God.
So that's how I ended up losing my first round in draft, yeah.
Oh, no.
A red Dread Screamer again. So, like I said, we still got some picks.
Yeah.
I didn't think the Levias were close to me based on how pack 1 and 2 went. I probably have 2 people to my left and right that I'm okay with. So I'm hoping I can round it out. Because I think at this point I only really need 8 more solid picks to get, a good functional Levia deck. Obviously would like a couple more of those Wounded Bull effects in my deck, poppers.
And you don't have much luxury on picking equipment either at this point, because you're searching for playables.
Yeah, we got the hooves, which is probably all I can really ask for.
I'm always looking, especially since you got Pulping, I think Blood Drop Brigade becomes one of the best cards in the deck. So I always look for that one, but I think we already, because actually, also to be fair, these were true boxes that were given out. This was not U.S. Nationals, where this distribution was literally random. You are drafting out of a box, so you already saw the Blood Drop Brigade in theory. For there to be a second one is probably, that's within reason, but there are other people fighting for that chest slot too. So since you saw one go pack 1, all of a sudden that's not super likely.
Yeah, I see an Ebonfold here, and Ebonfold's a card I like in the deck because if you are forced to pivot early and start attacking them, then you do need that backup emergency turn-off Blood Dead effect. So I do end up taking the Ebonfold. I'm not giving up too much in the way of other playables. I believe there was, a red Ghostly Touch that I was considering, but it's not the best. I do have the Shadow Blasphemous that actually does combo very well with Ghostly Touch and Boots.
Wait, there's also a yellow Lunar Tide, though, isn't there?
The yellow unit Lunar Tide as well,
Yellow Lunar Tide.
Consider that.
Yeah, I think since you're looking for more of the non-Blood Debt playables, it's also a popper. It also pays into Medax. It's one of your best ways to play into Bolton, and there's obviously going to be a strong Bolton at the table.
Yeah.
I think that's reasonable.
Maybe it was a mistake taking the equipment when I really just need cards at this point. Yeah. So.
Yeah, now coming into a Deadwood, which is pretty good still at least.
Yeah, that's okay, though, because you also don't have a deck that can really fatigue Chain. So if you're trying to beat the Chain matchup, the Spell Void 2 can stump a turn where they otherwise try to go wide. So it's reasonable. It's kind of like, what do you feel you're going to face more? Are you going to see the Chain? Then you want the Ebonfold. Are you going to face the Prism or the Bolton? Then Lunar Tide's slightly better.
And did we know that there was one Bolton at the end in this pod, right?
Correct. The breakdown was 3 Prism, 3 Levia, 1 Bolton, 1 Chain.
Yeah, and it looked like Bolton was really, really open these past couple picks.
Yeah. Well, there's a Spillblood pack 1, so that getting passed around, that one Bolton is going to be beyond happy, unless someone hate drafts it, which realistically, you probably should. It can't be you, but it can definitely be a Prism or somebody.
They're also fighting for playables that aren't cracked bubbles.
That's true, yeah. Damn, maybe it actually makes it to the Bolton. That's crazy. I think it likely does.
It make it to the Bolton,
That's crazy.
And again, now there's no more Brute cards, so I'm kind of just...
Oh, that's the blue Lunar Tide that you milled on Medax. Oh no, I recognize that sucker.
Oh boy.
Sorry?
Yeah, unfortunately not much to say at this point. My errors were made early on. Probably could have picked up that Chain was open maybe a little bit earlier. But, maybe I had a bias that didn't want to be the second chain. Maybe could have been the second Bolton. But Bolton would have been hard knowing the information I had, even retrospectively, because he was sitting 2 seats to my right, meaning that, pack 1 and pack 3, I basically get no first picks, right? We talked about that a little bit earlier. I'm basically a second pick Bolton deck for 2 out of the 3 packs. Again, Gallantry Gold really confirming that, there's probably only one Bolton along with one chain with the cards going around. So at this point, I'm actually feeling a little bit better, only because draft is self-correcting, right? If there's 3 other Levia and there's 3 Prisms, because I've seen no Prisms, then everybody should have an equally mediocre deck. And my hope was that I could just beat the other mediocre decks at the table and hopefully walk away with 1 win. But unfortunately, like I said, Nourishing Emptiness going first was just too much of a swing for me.
Yeah, and I think so the Bolton ended up also on the O2 bracket at the end, right?
Yeah, that's shocking to me. I also think there were a lot of banana Bolton cards and not a lot of red cards. I saw yellow take flights, but I really didn't see many reds. I don't think I've seen a single red take flight, maybe one. And I think talking to him after, he actually said he felt mediocre on his Bolton deck despite being a 1-of-1 Bolton, which is crazy. We just got a really weird pack distribution.
Right. And so maybe you're glad that you didn't you read that signal correctly, didn't go in that direction.
Yeah, so even like if we had a time machine and I was to jump in it and go back in time, what happens if I draft Bolton as just a train wreck? You know what I mean? Like, this could have been like a bad draft no matter what I did.
Yeah, exactly.
It can't be Prism because there's all the 3 other Prisms. Levia ended up 0-3, and Bolton, getting hard cut, probably wouldn't have a very good Bolton deck.
It's kind of weird too. If you were to play Chain or Bolton, there were no generic poppers that you could have gotten either. So even those like middling Prism decks start to look scary.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. I mean, that's the power level of Prism in this format. Sorry, I got to cue the next video.
Yeah, you just died one of the 3 Prisms that has a bad deck, but 1 red Herald of Protection.
Yeah, that's insane.
You make a Spectre Shield? I guess I'm fatigued.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, wow, I didn't plan for this, actually.
And again, slowly dying on the inside. Take a blue block 3. Titanium Bauble.
Woohoo! Hey, no, this one's got Blood Dead's worse.
Yeah, strictly worse. Titanium Bauble.
Do you think the draft format would be improved if we were allowed to include titanium baubles instead of cracked baubles in our deck?
There'd have to be a card limit, like a deck limit.
Like 30.
Yeah, these would probably be really powerful if you could do that, which is probably why they don't do that.
Yeah.
What if your cracked bauble could block for 2 and it's still yellow?
Yeah, could be interesting.
I mean, I'm sure LSS has thought about this, tested this, and considered similar options, right? It's just from the player's perspective, you're like,
Well, there are ways around making Bauble just a card in your deck actually worth something. There are situations, especially in Monarch format, where it's just a charge card for Bolton. Like it's just the yellow pitch to keep throwing a Herald or something. Like it's a card you can mill on Meataxe. Like it's just like another miss anyway. They're not always dead format to format, but it would be interesting to just see Bauble that does block 2, not cracked, just Bauble.
That's right.
It's within the realm.
Souvenir bauble.
And, not much to say. Just kind of filling out my crack baubles here.
The banana cards, as I'll call them from here on out. Someone in chat, actually, I'm pretty sure if Tariq drafted Oscar's deck, Oscar being the Bolton player in this pod that we saw on stream, but added the V that you drafted, you would have had the better Bolton deck. V and Spill Blood with Gallantry would have been cracked because you did see all those picks. What's crazy, though, is he was the singular Bolton and ended up... Or no, he did end up 2-1. He got paired into you because of overall standings. He wasn't actually...
Oh, he wasn't.
No, I think he was 1-2. I think he was 1-2.
Yeah,
he was 0-2 going into that game.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Wow, so he only went 1-2 with that Bolton deck.
Yeah, maybe he... You know what? Maybe he lost to those mediocre Prism decks we were talking.
I think that's what happened because he didn't have any poppers. I mean, it's easy to say I could have been Bolton, but like I said, there wasn't super good Bolton singles pack 1 because he was obviously taking every good Bolton card that was around.
Well, what do you feel though about the strategy of it almost doesn't matter the Bolton quality? You pull the bomb, your deck is good, right? Like you have the V, you just need to fill tiny little quotas at that point. A couple charge cards, couple blues, and that's the basis of a good Bolton deck. Like for me going to the U.S. Nationals, I said I would never ever play Bolton. He was my one no draft deck. I'd never even played a singular test game because to me, hatchets just don't mesh with Bolton. I don't get it. But my first draft at Nats, I saw a V the Vanguard like pick 2, and all of a sudden, kind of what you were doing, started to flip between, okay, some Levia picks, some Boltyn picks, because I know I have the bomb. As soon as I saw the second bomb, a Spill Blood in pack 2, I was all in on Boltyn. I had exactly 30 playables, but it didn't matter. I had, at that point, 3 bombs: the Gallantry, the Spill Blood, the V. Oh, I actually had a second Spill Blood. That was nuts. So, but I had like the 3 check boxes, like the V, the Gallantry, and like a Take Flight were my core. The Spill Bloods were just like cherry on top.
Yeah, there's an argument to be made that I should have just kind of forced Boltyn. Boltyn's kind of safe too, because if you have a couple power cards, you could usually beat the mirror and then fatigue chain if the chain's not very good. But
I mean, you're also at the top table, right? You can't necessarily count on at the second pod like that your opponents won't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because they've generally had to go 2-1, 3-0 in their previous draft to even be at that point, right?
I'm going to go back and watch it, but I believe Boltyn didn't feel extraordinarily open pack 1, and it makes sense given the proximity of the Boltyn to me.
Mm-hmm.
So it's rough, too, because if you remember my pack 1 pick 1, I shipped like 4 premium Boltyn cards. Yep. And if I'm seeing kind of dryness coming from my right, what happens if I've already put another Boltyn in on my left, and I'm the third Boltyn in squished between?
Yeah, you're never getting...
You also shouldn't assume that it's one Boltyn. Boltyn, being a light hero, generally people are like actively trying to look to play them and not avoiding like they might on a shadow. So, yeah, I think you're super safe to assume that a Boltyn or 2 has been created off your first pack pass alone.
That's what I figured, that there would be a Boltyn, but none of them ended up getting hooked.
So strange.
At the end of the day, though, you know, it's one of those things where I'm upset with the outcome, but I think relatively happy with the process. Obviously, like you said, the Deadwood would have obviously been a better pick, and maybe talking it over with you, it's changed my perspective. Yeah, and the yellow warmongers. That one's a little bit more niche and probably wouldn't have changed too much. But talking it over with you, definitely take it. But I always like to keep in perspective what the average person thinks when they see Majestic, and that weighs heavily on me as well. But ultimately, I think I made the right picks going into pack 1. Maybe I could have pivoted late into pack 2, but it's always so difficult doing that.
No, I truly think there was a point in pack 2 where it looked like nothing could go wrong, and then the next every single pick after that was just my deck might not have 30 cards, which is insane. Like, how did that? That wasn't. That was actually my fear at US Nats as well. I was going in not necessarily forcing Levia, but it's my comfort pick, obviously. So I went into my pack 1 of US Nats, generally hedging that I wanted to try to force Levia unless like the bombs came around for other classes, right? And I think my pack 1 pick 1 is like always a Red Herald anyway, like, you know, whatever. There's some things I was sticking to. So we start to go through the pack, and at US Nats, mind you, it was beyond random. These were not only packs that were just not tied to their own boxes or whatever. They were, in some cases, manually manipulated. I had a pack with double foil Majestic. I raised my hands like, Judge, I don't think this is possible. And they said, nope, continue. And there were other packs with weird-ass distributions where I think perhaps when they were being opened, if there was a nicked card, they just threw in a new card.
Right, they replaced
I think that's probably what happened there. There were so many stories of just insane pack distributions, though. And so I had this fear, noticing that when I was going around all of pack 1, that even though I'm hedging Levia, and I'm seeing 2 Brute cards, 2 Shadow cards, like no one's on Shadow, I ended up with 3 6s at the end of pack 1. And I picked everyone I saw. And I look at this and I go, with these packs being as random as they are, like, I don't actually think I can play a good Levia deck. I got, out of 15 picks, like, I think 9 of which or something being Levia picks, 3 were 6s, and, like, 1 was a yellow smash with Big Tree. So I'm freaking out at that point, and I actually completely ditched and played Boltyn. I mean, I pulled that second bomb card anyway in pack 2, so it worked out. But as it turns out, when we saw pack 2 was also super mid for Levia, and then pack 3, finally, it's like, maybe my deck is playable. But I don't think it was possible to actually draft a 3 Levia deck from that seat. It's just, oh god, I hate when they go off boxes. Stick to this, please. Please stick to this. Still, bad things can happen, like in your case, but yeah. Anyway, that's my rant.
Are you too familiar with certain card games where they play like a repeated card pool and set at a tournament?
I haven't seen that, no.
So in Bridge, for instance, which like is a literal playing card game, like they'll use the same for each round of the tournament. Every single table will play like an identical distribution of cards. So it's not necessarily about how well you do as a result. It's about how much better you do at your seat than than all of the other players in your seat. Which obviously I think for like a trading card game draft is like highly convoluted and probably impossible to do in a way that's fun for the players. But it's one of those things where it's like when you get a box and when you have this like arrangement of random cards, it's like you're really just trying to make the best deck you can out of that position, and not so much like, oh, I want to make a really, really strong, objectively overall deck, right?
That's correct. And I go into every draft and I say to myself, I'm not trying to draft a 3-0 deck. I'm just trying to avoid an 0-3 draft. as ironically as that statement is. Yeah,
it's true.
But here we are. Tournament didn't go my way this year, but that's okay. Got to focus up for Worlds, and I want to thank you, gentlemen, for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, hold on. We got to pick your brain on a couple other things. Who is your pick out of this top 8? Have you seen it? I'll pull up the graphic again.
I think, so 4 out of the top 8 are actually part of our testing group. So definitely cheering on that. Yeah. I believe Shawn is playing a Fatigue Briar round 1, so that should be a very good matchup for him. So I believe he will make it onto the semifinals.
Yeah, this is the top 8.
You know what? He's playing against
Azalea. Yeah. Pardon me. And
that's still a good matchup.
It's still a really good matchup. So I think Shawn will make it on. I think Isaak is playing Daniel, who's on Fatigue Briar. And we had 2 weeks to work on that matchup, and I think we figured it out. In testing, we were starting, it was even, and then towards the end, Lexi could no longer Briar could no longer fatigue Lexi. So I'm hopeful if Isaak doesn't run extremely cold, Isaak should win. So I'm guessing it's going to be Shawn versus Isaak in the semis. Then it's Chance and Jasker, both friends of mine. The match can go either way. Chance is probably, in my opinion, he's the best Dromai player in the world. Purple Discord will get angry with that statement. But
I don't know. I've seen a lot of Aaron Chance truthers, and
I feel like
his story arc of the weekend, we had him on round 1, and he lost to Yuki.
Yeah.
Look who made top 8, holding out at X2.
Second seed.
The man wasn't even on the bubble. Yeah. He made it in X2, and unfortunately Yuki didn't. So that first game did not set the tone for Aaron's run. It's incredible.
And so I think Aaron will probably take it over Jasker, who's very experienced in the matchup. He knows what he's doing.
Gets to choose who goes first.
He gets to choose, yeah. So he's on the draw, so there's that edge there on the going second. So I'm going to say Chance makes it to the semis. And then obviously I'm not super familiar with Nicholas or Maxim, but I have to give the edge to the Ninja.
Yeah.
So we could see the Katsu actually run it up if Aaron wins, and then he goes Dromai into
Dromai.
Shawn wins again. Dromai. We can have a Katsu winner.
Well, so apparently, wait, do you know Maxim?
Yeah, I do know Maxim.
Okay, yeah,
from
speak to
Quebec
him then.
City.
Speak to him then.
Well, I was gonna say Maxim. He's been playing a ton of Katsu basically since Chain hit Living Legend. He's big Rune Blade player. He played Viscera a bit, and then it's just like, oh, it's just been Katsu. So he's been grinding that deck out. Pretty familiar with it. I actually wanted to point out something different though. You said that you knew 4 of the players in the top 8. You tested with them. You're familiar with them. And the other 4 players in the top 8, all of them are from Quebec actually. So it's Team Quebec versus
Team Ontario.
Team Ontario, Team Tariq's friends, which is pretty funny here. A couple of team kills on the lower part of the bracket, and then a lot of excitement, I think.
Yeah, it's honestly a very there's a lot of variety that we're looking at. It's not Lexi dominated. Dromai is the highest represented, but it's not overbearing. It's just at 3. And you've got the spicy picks in there of Azalea, Briar, and Katsu. So I'm really happy with this top 8. But do you think, Tariq, because of the 6 rounds of draft, did that tend to weed out maybe like obviously we went in with like 29 Lexis, so it obviously weeded out the Lexis. But what do you think that did to impact like kind of the CC heroes that we see making it?
Yeah, it kind of randomizes it. Obviously, the good CC heroes will then end up in a draft pod together. So, for example, if Lexi is the most predominant 3-0 deck, then likely there's going to be a lot of Lexi kill-offs, when they're playing each other in draft. So it does tend to skew the results a little bit. But at the end of the day, you still need to go, 5-1 or have a good constructed record if you're going to 2-1 both of your drafts in order to top 8. So at the end of the day, the cream rises to the top regardless. If draft carried you, and you did it on an alternative hero, quote-unquote alternative hero, then good for you. But I think this is probably relatively what the distribution would have been had draft been there or not.
Sweet. Yeah, I think the one surprising thing, and chat's even mentioning it, no Icelander. And there was only one Icelander kind of even in contention truly for this day 2 run.
There were 3 Icelanders live, but
they were.
Yeah, but 2 of them lost round 10.
Okay,
the first round of
pretty
CC.
instantly. Okay, I see.
And then The one remaining Icelander lost the win in to Dromai in a very close game, from what I heard. So we could have had another unique hero in the top 8. But I think every other hero, like there was a Bravo, there was a Dash, there was an Azuri, that like were in contention at the start of the day, and they all lost round 1. Which, that's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. So I think that's the only standout is that there isn't an Icelander repping Wizard for us in top 8. But that's okay. This field would have been tough. If it was the Icelander over the Dromai, I think the Icelander looks better. But if it was the Icelander in the room of 3 Dromai, then it's still looking a bit tough to see an Icelander win. But I think I'm on the Katsu train. I believe it. I'm in on with Tariq on this one. We might see Katsu take it down.
I think that the executive producer is allowed to be biased, but on commentary, I'm not. So I'm not going to say anything. Okay. Leave it to your imagination at home.
Well, either way, it's going to be some exciting games. Do you have a preference of what you'd like to see in top 8? I think we have an idea, but what would be your pick
of
what to see live?
In terms of good gameplay, I think Isaak, Krut versus Daniel Dressinger would be a good one to put on because the common notion in the metagame right now is, especially after the U.S. national victory, it looked very convincing. And I think it would be a good idea to showcase, how over 2 weeks things can change. People are calling for bans or brokenness and fatigue is, shouldn't be around. But I think it illustrates the point that if Isaak will win, that you can come to, conclusions, come to fixes to, things that, seem strong at first but might be beatable later. And I think it's a good lesson for the community. Now I say this and maybe Isaak gets fatigued and we're all laughing, but I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, wouldn't that be the story? I think we were leaning slightly towards the first seed. We haven't had Shawn.
Yeah, we haven't had Shawn on the coverage all weekend. This is part of the reason.
And unfortunately, the matchup might be, it is Azalea Dromai, so it's either like Azalea just never misses and Dromai doesn't get to play the game, or Dromai gets to play the game and then Azalea just kind of folds. So
that's why I kind of recommend it because it's either going to be, it's going to be a blowout one way or another. It's likely not going to be the most back and forth. But anyway.
That's my fear as well. So how about we put it to the chat as a poll? Either do we want the Shawn Dhaliwal versus Philippe Pecan? Do we want that one? I'll make the poll right now just because that's the kind of variety pick. We haven't seen Shawn yet, and of course everyone loves Azalea. Or do we want Tariq's pick? Who on feature?
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
I will say, Maxim has a great shot at winning this if he's very confident in his Dromai matchup. Looking at this bracket breakdown, I don't know he could ask for, a better bracket breakdown.
Yeah, the way it's shaken out for him.
With the Dromais looking to take out the Lexis, and then kind of seeing a Dromai at each step along the way. So if I was a betting man, I think I'd put money on Maxim to take it down if things break out like they should.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'd love to see that. I'm also biased. I don't want to see Briar win because I hate when Living Legend points get wasted into the void. Like something about that, just looking at the Living Legend board and just knowing that Starvo ate like 600 points out of the system, where that could have rotated my boy Viscerai. Get that out of here. Anyway.
Wait, get Bloodsheet Skeleta back. Wait, never mind. They went back on their promise.
In theory, I mean that card was legal back then, so there's a world where like, they just cap Living Legend points as 1,000 or something, make it roll down, and then like Viscerai is also gone because he was Bloodsheath legal back then. Oh, what a different world that would have been. In my happy place, that's what happened. So anyway, I hate it when extra points go where they're just not needed anymore. So I'm very anti-Briar to take this thing down. I do like Daniel though, but we've got the poll in chat, so go ahead and vote.
Yeah.
I did put all 4 in there just to see, and Dromai versus Azalea is winning.
Oh, that's right. I think people want to see Shawn as part of it,
Yeah.
Oh,
he's
and
awesome.
the Azalea. Everyone loves an underdog. Maybe we can cheer for Azalea in that game because we're just so confident in the.
He's gonna need all your energy like a spirit bomb,
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
you're gonna have to raise your hands high to the sky. But I hope my friends win. I think we have a chance that I can get 3 of them in the top 4, and I think that would be a really cool moment.
For sure.
All right. Well, Tariq, we've got some other exciting Viscerai cube drafting to get to. But thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure.
Let's ask Tariq. Does Tariq want to play the Viscerai cube? Have you heard tell of the Viscerai cube?
I have not.
It was we needed filler content.
This man's time is very valuable. Be careful, Frank.
And so I've got a Viscerai cube. Basically, it's like about 200 cards to make two blitz-sized Viscerai decks, and we played it on the coverage the other day while the draft was going on, and it was pretty good. People liked it. People
liked
stuck
it
around.
a lot, yeah.
And Ethan doesn't really play Viscerai. Has played Viscerai before?
I think I played it in testing once, and God, I hate that hero so much. I can't enjoy a single purple card I play anymore.
Anyways, and so we've been doing a little grid draft of sorts. Basically, you got your 3x3 grid, and each player picks a row or a column, and then you reset the grid, and then do another one back and forth until each player has 36 cards. And then you play your deck. And default equipment is your Nebula Blade and your Crown of Dichotomy. You got to have that Arcane Barrier. And yeah, you run the Viscerai decks at each other. I've designed it a little bit to have 3 major archetypes. So you kind of got your aggro, your defensive or more combo-oriented, and then you've got your disruptive attacks, which has more generic attacks, kind of your cut down to sizes and whatnot, stuff like that.
So I can play OTK Viscerai again?
You could play OTK Viscerai again. There is no Bloodshea Scalita in the pool because we didn't have to test that one to know it was a bad idea. Conversely, there is still Vexing Quillhand in the pool because I love that card so much. And every time someone activates it, I'm like, man, I should delete this from the pool because it's a bit too strong. So if you're interested, you could play, but I think we've got a few other people lined up to just get on the feature table as well.
Okay, I'm going to pass for now just because I have dinner reservations. I would love to play it, though. If you guys are still kicking around, maybe by the end of the day. Maybe
I'll for sure. Back. Yeah, this can be an off-stream activity. Not everything has to be for content, you know. But yeah, for sure. Thanks for joining us, Tariq.
It was a pleasure, man. Congrats on the run.
Thanks.
This was really fun.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. With that, let's go find the other person then to fill this role. Frank's going to be on commentary.
Yeah, I'm going to stay on the coverage.
2-minute break, and we'll get that started. Okay, update, folks. Well, I was getting everything set up for Viserai. I mean, look, I had it slated. Viserai Enjoyer versus Viserai Denier. But the reality is we don't have that much time. Apparently, they're almost done with deck checks, so we're going to get started in like 15 minutes, they said. In like 15 minutes. So we don't really have a 15-minute segment planned out, and the break screen is only really set to last like 10 minutes at max. So we're going to kill 5 minutes of time. Just you and me. Just you. Exactly you. Not the other viewers, but you and me. Ask me anything. I'm here. Ask me anything. In the meantime, I can just, you know me, I can blather on, I can talk. So let me tell you about the upcoming events that Savage Feast is a part of. Battle Hardened Portland is coming up next weekend, and I'll be flying out to go do the production. Maybe a little spin to it, though. Maybe a little spin to it, because Portland is Nathan's home, his abode. He lives out there. So Nathan is the behind-the-scenes partner of Savage Feats, and it's what made, Savage Feats right here. It's what made my just attempt at coverage into a legitimate LLC, a business. Nathan is the behind-the-scenes of it. Wrote up all our documents, does all the negotiations, helps a lot in just legitimizing me being just a passionate fan, right? So he's a behind-the-scenes partner, but we're going to have the opportunity to go work together in person in Battle Hardened Portland. I know him super well. He's a good friend. So I'm going to attempt to give him the controls and teach him everything there is to set up, run live, troubleshoot, tear down, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to teach him how to do it. And while I'm freed up, we're going to have the old dynamic duo, the caster duo that started it all. Me and Punkage cast the Battle Hardened Portland. It's actually not because I wanted to. I'm really so out of the caster space, and it's not one I really want to be a part of. I don't think I'm particularly talented at it. I can talk, but good God, is that content? Not really. So I've taken a step back. I like the production of it anyway. I like just corralling people. But if you remember back to like Battle Hardened New Jersey, basically kind of how we did Battle Hardened Baltimore, I feel like I'm missing one more event as well. Punkage was my buddy, just a friend through content creation that I invited out to help get some of these Battle Hardens get their caster quality up there, because what can I do solo? Not much. So Punkage answered that call, and we did a couple events together, and I truly love his vibe, and I think we actually can get along in the booth. Not like we don't like each other. I mean, the way I meander and ramble. He is so analytical, and I get so lost in everything he's saying that it actually is a good balance for me. So I'm looking forward to it, I think. And that'll be coming up next, less than a week, dude. Less than a week. It's going to be me. It's going to be Punkage. It's going to be Nathan behind the scenes for once in Portland, bringing you Battle Hardened Portland. That one is going to be back on the Savage Feats channel because it is run by Team Foundry, and they are. We've got different package deals on how it works. They want it on ours. They want it on our YouTube. We're going to bring in our sponsors again and just do the best job we can, as we always try to do. Although I will say Nathan's got more grace than I. So I think that this next event that's literally next week, is probably going to be pretty nuts. It's a Team Blitz event. So just mind you, it is going to be kind of interesting to watch. We got a couple ideas on how to do it. The way we did Team Sealed was to have the main camera overhead, and then two mobile, like the hand cam, face cams, have those mobile on tripods, so that if the main game ended, we could pivot over to watch one of the side games. I think that worked pretty decently well. So we are probably going to run it back to a similar format where we're watching the team captain's game, because we'll have different teams on every round. It won't be like a set team. We're going to watch the team captain game, and then if there's a deciding match, we'll pivot the cameras and be able to cover that. So rather than toggling between 3 games at once, which was kind of where I thought we were going to take it, we're going to do the more logistic, the easier. Honestly, it's the easier route to do it the other way with the mobile cam. Anyway, looking forward to it. That's next weekend. That was enough of a ramble. Let's check what the chat said. I gave you guys a lot of time to breathe on that one. Okay. How do you feel? Okay, let me see. Let's find, where's the first question? The first question is a very important one. Ethan, do you love me still? Matthew, I'm not just in love with you. I'm obsessed with you. You think it's Carolina that attracts me to your little clan. Yeah, I'm not there to hang out with Carolina. I mean, it's you, Matt. It's always been you. Are you kidding me? Although our hair matches less and less these days, I do feel bad about that. We're no longer of the same spitting image. How do you feel about Bright Lights being a mech-only set? Well, it's not really mech-only, right? Because we've seen this expansion slot get a little fleshed out and have, like, the Shriek Razors. God, I'm excited for that card. Smashing performance, baby. I'm holding out slight hope that, we saw a Bolton card. Maybe there's a Levia card. I didn't get it. I'm not a part of this like early spoiler season. So I doubt there is a Levia card, but because we did see, I mean, truly, we straight up, that like Bologna headpiece is a light warrior card. There's also likely going to be a Prism spoiler coming soon. I forget who has one, but there's like a Prism player who has one, probably. There's no established Vincent player, so maybe Shadow really did get skipped. If that's the case, I'll be less excited about Bright Lights, but generally I like this idea of they're blending in pieces like these expansion slots to still complement everyone else who cares about non-mech heroes and give them new things to experiment with, while also tuning up like the competitive use of like a draft set, right? Because you even hear Tariq complain a little bit about how drafting some of these older sets functions. Well, Bright Lights is going to be way different, completely different experience. So they're kind of feeding both ends of the market. They're the people who want better draft experience at like a very competitive level. They're hopefully going to get that. And then the average player who just wants like a little bit of something to play with, they're also getting that out of the way the expansion slots work. So I think I'm pretty excited for it. I'm not a mech player myself, but I love limited. Freaking ninth place limited ELO. ELO doesn't matter, but it is what it is. I do love me some limited, and I'm not going to give up that ELO easily, so I do put time in. Will the next Brute hero be Earth Brute? I don't think so. I don't know what we're exactly going to see with talents moving forward, but from James White's most recent interview with, I think this is the one with Flake, maybe it was the one with Push the Point, but I think it was the one with Flake. He mentions that there will just be a tone down in power as soon as we see Lexi and Icelander rotate. That should probably be felt across the board, not just because they rotate, but going forward, just the explosiveness, like the way that cards are designed, all that is just being done a lot more carefully now, especially since there's hopefully not another global pandemic that's going to interrupt their now vetted process of bringing Brian on board and designing kick-ass sets. So I don't think that we're going to see talents just kind of injected everywhere. Especially like we saw in Outsiders, that was not a talented set, and maybe that's kind of just where it lives. Like Shadow and Light might be its own thing. Well, if we go back to Aria, talents will exist there, but like Bright Lights, we're in Metrics, apparently just not like a talented region. We're in Outsiders. Maybe it's just not a talented region. It could be like feature design space, or maybe it's just not. There's just not a talented region. Who knows? So I don't really think we'll see Earth Brute just slapped onto the next Brute set unless it's an Aria Brute. Like, that's the connection, right? Now, I don't think it's going to be an Aria Brute. We're seeing all these teasers for the deathmatch. All right. Look at me, dude. I can talk. All right. Next question. Where did I get that t-shirt? Oh, thank you, Jake. Great plug. You can go to Sant. Look at this. You can go to, I think it's like mansant.shop. I made a bunch of these shirts with adult Levia and young Levia. Shipping is honestly so miserable that I need to update the pickup options. I'll be at Worlds, so if you want a shirt, I think there is the Worlds option. You can buy one. I'll just bring it to you. I brought like 20 of them with me, and I've been so busy I've not been able to advertise, but that's how I make my living, I sell Levia t-shirts. Look who I am now. All right. We missed you in Columbus. So glad you're feeling better. I really wish I'd made it to that one. I was going to play. I was going to just record and play, which would have also been like a different learning experience. So I do feel bad about that. Ethan, what are we? Well, I'm a Levia enjoyer. You're probably, if you're in this chat, you're probably not a Viscerai enjoyer because you would have been banned already. So you're somewhere in that spectrum. Love the hairstyle, amigo. That is all. My hair cannot keep up with. I actually got a haircut. Not only because I was on the road a lot, but because headsets absolutely destroyed my long hair. Like, it just, visually, it was, like, disgusting. Like, I hated the look of just, like, dry, slightly like curled, smashed hair, like to, when I got sweaty, it's just like sticking right there. This thing's pressing it down flat. Like, it's just visually so disturbing to me. I hated like every look and angle of having curly hair with a headset. So I got it cut, and it's still not doing much better. Like, look from the side. Look at this. I'm losing like 2 inches of height. That's not allowed. Damn it, I'm 5'9". Okay. Understand the cost restrict. Oh, Frank, you got to fix that. Frank. Frank. Okay. Rob. This fell. Fix that. I understand the cost restrictiveness of it, but what's your thought on getting a setup? It's actually not cost restrictive at all. That's super easy to do a backup. I mean, you can just copy paste exactly what I'm doing on another table. It's not a cost thing. It's a travel thing. My entire plan with coverage, and especially like now legitimizing it with Savage Feats, was not about cost, but I mean, cost was one thing because I just don't have money. So it had to be within my means for one, but more so it's travel and the ability to just say, oh, like you have an event in Portland? I can fly and I can do it. And it's really not a big ask. The entire setup fits in like 2 check bags and a carry-on. That's it. To expand beyond that is just like not really what I want to do. I want to keep it easy. I mean, I'm just one dude with a messed up hand. Like, how am I supposed to carry like 6 bags? I need 2 bag, backpack. Like, and that's it. That's the entire thing. So yeah, it's really not about cost. It's logistically, that wouldn't be the product I want. I don't want to ask that much of like myself and my travel responsibilities. I'd be way too miserable to do that. So we're keeping it with what it is. I think it's fine. What do you think about Smashing Performance? I actually talked about this earlier. I think the card's great. Not a Levia card, really, but I do think it's great. Oh my god, there's so many questions. I am so bad at being succinct, aren't I? Oh my god. Here we go. Will Azalea be on live? Yeah, I did win the poll, so we'll have the Azalea match. Looking forward to it. Cool. Nathan's a great guy. He slaughtered me at the PTI and is great. Nathan Dolman, I hope you're talking about. There's a lot of Nathans. Nathan Crawford, also a GOAT. Punkage is amazing. Agree. Wow, impressive that people want to see Azalea. Sick. Made it back just in time for top 8. Let's go. I was told there's only 50 minutes to top 8. I don't see anyone back in the room yet, so who knows how long this will go. Katsu, let's get it. That was Tariq's pick to win the whole thing. Are you flying to Dallas in October? Not sure. I don't know anything about Dallas. Kind of bums me out, but I don't know anything about Dallas. Manstan, are you planning to come to the Battle Hardened PTI St. Louis? Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm also streaming St. Louis. Yeah, there's a lot going on. I'm streaming Battle Hardened St. Louis. Once again, Savage Feats. There's also Milwaukee coming up. There is, I believe the ones that I know I'm not involved in are like just the Florida one. The Florida one is not me. But otherwise, I'm in talks or in charge of things already for like pretty much that. Actually, don't quote me on that. I haven't looked up the whole list, but from what I know. Can't wait to see everyone in October here in Dallas. I hope I'm going. The new Arachne card looks good. Agree? I think so. Ethan, do you love me? I definitely love you, Jason. In terms of that scale, who was I talking about? Matt McInnes? Matt McInnes is still like just here. Jason is still, I mean, you are up here. Naib is also somewhere in that mix. My name is Matthew. You don't know how to feel. Okay. That assassin attack's so cool. Why Fab? In what do you mean? Why Fab what? I don't really play other card games. I just think this game is great. Real question, who do you want to win? I just don't want Briar to win. Like I said, I'm like so against wasting LL points. I wouldn't mind. Honestly, it's such a boring pick, but like I wouldn't mind Lexi winning. Just give her more LL points. Get her the hell out of here. I'm fine with that. I know that's like so sucks to say, but I'm actually very fine with that. I'm praying for a Temper 2 shield for Vinta that says when you block, make a rune chant. That'd be insane. She needs something. I just don't know who they would have given that kind of spoiler card to from the lineup. I haven't looked at the full lineup, but yeah, there's like no Vincent players stood out to me. The only Vincent players I really know would have been Runaways, and I'm in charge of the Runaways content. We didn't get an email, so. Okay, Briar should have been a brute. Sure. All right, I lost my scroll again. You'll always get to PT in Worlds. Yep, I get to play like 3 events a year. It's sick. Mechanologist is a talent? Well, not really. That's what everyone thought was you were going to see like Mechanologist Warrior. You were going to see Mechanologist be treated as a talent with other classes. when Metrics came out. That was the suspicion, because up until Outsiders, when we visited a region, when we saw Arya, when we saw Monarch, the kind of like the hero border became the talent border, and like that was the hint. So everyone thought that because Dash's border matched her specialization cards, and which is normally like the talent border, and matched all the Dash card, the normal Mechnologist cards, that perhaps Mechnologist was a talent. But now we are visiting Metrics, and as far as we know, that's not really how they're treating it. But maybe that's still possible. Maybe that's still possible. How did you get all that gear to Canada? You set that streaming space like a champ. Well, luckily, I only drove 3 hours to get here. I live in upstate New York, so this is actually pretty easy to get to. But drive or fly, like I don't want to lug around too much. So this was just, put the bags in the car and that's it. The one thing that came up, though, is I accidentally grabbed a USB adapter, USB-C to USB 3.0, instead of the micro HDMI to HDMI. I grabbed one wrong piece of equipment, and it took me like almost 3 hours to find that adapter here in Canada because my phone doesn't work. I don't have service, even though I pay for roaming. I don't know what the hell's going on. So I had to manually, search Best Buy when I had Wi-Fi, go to that Best Buy. If they didn't have it, I had to ask them, okay, where do I go instead? Type in the other Best Buy, go there. Type in Best Buy, go there. Henry's, go there. Canada's Computers, go there. It took literally 4 stops with no internet in an unfamiliar place to go and find this adapter. But I got it, and it's working, and we have not had the cameras have any issues. So it was, hey, I'll spend 3 hours of my time to save the stream. That's worth.
That's a judgment.
What's the question?
Does he have to use your playmat? Or playmat?
Yes. It's not ours, it's Red Riot's. Yeah, so it's their rule. Okay. He discussed before streaming gears, 2 check bags. Yep. All right, I think we're about caught up. Plus, the players are finally back. Would you be comfortable sharing your stream setup in detail? Would be nice to have foundation. Unfortunately, my plans to be like super transparent about it are a little stumped right now, because now Savage Feats is like, it's like a product, Like if you want the stream setup, it's worth something. It's worth my expertise. It's worth the 2 years it took me to figure out and build. So being like super transparent is actually like kind of, this is a capitalist society, unfortunately. So you ask me questions, I'll answer your questions, but I don't think I'm up for doing like hey, just like, here's exactly what I did with no money, so that someone with like more money can probably just go in and get their better version of everything I have. Like, what the hell, dude? That would suck. Oh, what streaming software do I use? So this is actually just OBS. Funny enough, SEGCon, like you watch US Nationals, that's also only on OBS. I still have more to learn about OBS, but we got some cool stuff set up. Am I flying to Taipei? I'm not going to Taipei. I'm talking like domestic events. The international ones are definitely their own thing. Oh, we got another question. What up? You probably should. It's not timed anyway, so just, yeah. I don't put Ash on there, but like, that's fine. All right, we got definitely the feature match coming up soon, so let me just scroll right. Why Mansant and not Santman? Because my last name is Van Sant. So literally, like, look at Mansant right here. Where is it? Right here. And then just drop the 2 lines, and that's my last name, Ethan Van Sant. So Mansant is just, Jesus Christ. Oh, I actually hit the fly. That was crazy. It's just easy. How much do you love me? Well, now, oh my God, everyone's asking that. Dylan, you are, okay, so where was the scale? We had Matt here. Wait, so we had Carolina here. We had Matt here. Naib here. Jason here. Now, off screen, how about this? Off screen, you don't even know where my arm is ending. I could be Vincent out here. This arm may go longer than you even expect. That's where you are, Dylan. Don't worry. We need Azalea to win. She has gotten close to a bunch, but hasn't managed to win yet. But those LL points wouldn't matter for this season, Levi. I get it. That would be a cool story. Flake says wizard to some degree. You can say wizard in a lot of contexts now. Freaking Mandalorian says it. Wizard. Yeah, so who knows what he's asking about. Oh, never mind. He's answering a question. Majin Bay spoiler, wizard or Icelander specific? Well, I love that I took that wizard tangent completely off base. Majin Bay, I would assume, I think wizard. Wizard generic over Icelander specific. He plays Kano too. But I don't know, they did get specific with the Bologna headpiece. Okay. We're scrolling through. We're scrolling through. That is not capitalism. That is capitalism. If someone else can just copy exactly what I'm doing, but have more money and just have a better product because I like literally cannot match it within my means, then they have the better product and you should never hire me again. So I've got to protect what I know. I've got to protect my setup. That is the idea of capitalism. I know that very easily someone can just do this better than me. I think it's like super easy. You just need time and you need money. And there are people with a lot more money than me. And there are people who, with that money, could pay someone for their time. And then I would no longer be doing anything unique. So that is capitalism. Okay, anyway, got to cut to break. We set up the finals, and we'll be right back. Boom. That was Q&A.
We're coming back after our break to the top 8 of Canadian Nationals, joined here by Rob.
Hey, I'm back.
Alrighty. And so, yeah, why don't you tell us a bit about the matchup we have here, Rob?
All right, what was it? Azalea versus Dromai coming up. We saw the Azalea earlier on stream. The one I think was into Tariq, who was on Lexi. That was a very impressive game by Azalea, who was able to continue to push disruption even without dominate. It was like buff into like a 13 attack arrow. The Remorseless she got on top of the deck was insane. It prevented the trap from being played from Arsenal. So, okay, then we're ready to go. So I'm gonna move it on to the game. Enough talking for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, and then Shawn has been the top of the tournament most of this weekend, and just the way it's lined up between some of these draft games that we've been following, haven't had a chance to have him on the coverage yet. But now he finally gets to show us what he's made of, playing Dromai. And unfortunately for Philippe, this might be a hard matchup for him.
Exactly. If Dromai can get the advantage in terms of dragons and Ashwings, it'll be very tough for Azalea to kill them.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, I don't want to say that it's completely hopeless, but Philippe coming both from, you know, a slightly unfavored matchup, but then also as the lower seed, right, doesn't get the choice of whether he's going first or second.
Yeah.
So Shawn choosing to go second here. Philippe just ticking up that tunic counter. And seeing a Braces of Belief, which I love this card. It's
classic Azalea tech right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's just better than other options, in my opinion. You know, the fact that you can get a +2 on an arrow is very, very relevant. You know, it's more like getting a 5 power arrow to 6 is like just so if you're playing, you know, some of the other hand equipment pieces that you have +1. But Braces of Belief giving +2 can make or break a disruptive turn, right? Especially when you factor in the Dominate.
Exactly. Dominate with this card is so powerful. You go from 5 to 7, which is kind of almost impossible to block without 4 armor, right? 3 armor is possible. You can have your Perch Grapplers as, like, you know, Lexi, or you can have plus your Hornet Sting, right? So you can block a total of 6, but with the +2, you can't really do much about it.
Yeah, and no Hornet Sting, because I think Philippe needs to just kill Shawn. Doesn't really need to rely on being able to shut down an Ashwing at some point.
I think if you're blocking already, you're pretty much losing the game.
Yeah. And then on the other side of the board, Shawn's playing Wave of Reality, so that's going to be basically an extra 2 life. It's got 1 defense on it on its own, and then it'll create a Spectral Shield when it gets destroyed.
Right.
And then on the other hand, and then on the feet, he's playing the Seekers just so that he can still get that turn 0 Ash generation, and doesn't really value having Snapdragon Scalers or something like that in this particular matchup.
Yeah, exactly. The gloves are very good for disrupting or for preventing Dominate from hitting, right? You get the 1 Spectral Shield, which will come into effect if he takes 1 damage.
Yeah,
and very effective.
Noting here that Shawn, you know, like I think it's oh geez, the name is eluding me, but basically the first time that he takes any damage whatsoever, so he doesn't really get a choice when the Wave of Reality
right, that's right.
happens
Yeah. It's not a choice to block with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so he'll try to block pretty effectively, I guess, early on to prevent it from being popped.
Yeah, exactly, especially while he's still building up Ash, while he's still trying to figure out what the game plan is and whatnot.
Right.
And so here, pitching to generate that Ash to the Seekers is going to opt 1.
Yep. Very good for getting early Ash as Dromai. It's pretty much why you run them.
Probably just going to put a card in front of this. There's currently no pump on this Molten Shot, so it doesn't have Go Again. And with the number of defense reactions that the Dromai is plausibly playing against you as the Azalea, and, you know, you use your bow already, it's unlikely Philippe's going to just, like, commit Rain Razors.
You wouldn't commit a Rain to that, exactly. There's no, obviously no Lightning Presses in Azalea, so there isn't really much in terms of the attack reactions.
Yeah, now,
for instance, I should say.
Shawn gets to play, you know, a 4-card hand with 1 Ash. A really good spot to be for Dromai going second here.
Yeah.
Pitching a Necria to
Kyloria.
Ash neutral, play out a Kyloria.
Yeah, very, very important to keep the 1 Ash there. You never want to be in a position where you have 0 Ash and then you can't play dragons, right?
Oh, and speaking of being 0 Ash, we also have a Chromite coming out.
Okay, Chromite is an exception, I guess.
Yeah, and you know what? If he's got another blue, he can always pitch to Flame Scale Furnace here just to guarantee the Ash generation.
The Ash, yeah. I think by the end of your turn, as long as you have some Ash, you're okay.
Yeah, well, it depends. Like, are there sand covers in the deck, or, you know, what are you going to be doing with your cards? And now Philippe prioritizing the Kyloria with the popper.
Yeah, I wonder if there are battering bolts in the Azalea deck to just add to that popper count.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't think we saw any in the previous turns, and Philippe doesn't really have an option here but to take this dust up. The turn gets a bit dicey otherwise.
Exactly.
And I'm not going to create that Ashwing because he wants to keep the Ash for a future play.
That makes total sense. Yeah.
Really nice sequence. In spite of the popper, just keeping a Dromai out, dealing 4 damage, which I don't believe the players have indicated quite yet.
Correct. Yeah, he did take 4 from dust up, so...
Yeah, oh, and you know what? I believe the issue here is that we've indicated the life totals for the wrong player, and it'll just be rectified in a moment.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, so Shawn having dealt 7 damage to himself on the first turn of the game, currently facing down Philippe's opt off of the Skullbone cross wrap.
Yeah, very, very important as Azalea. You want to be opting every turn you can. It's free. You might as well do it, and they'll guarantee you an arrow if you opt something good.
Yeah, and I wonder if Philippe's going to be able to, play something to clear this Dromai, or whether that's just going to be a bit of a thorn in his side, dealing 3 damage and potentially enabling like a subsequent attack as well for the next few turns. Because he really does need to keep pressure up, but this is not a great spot.
I agree with that. Yeah, the Dromai kind of, at least you can pop it. It doesn't kind of survive the popping like a Mirror Guy, right? So you can still pop it, but the action points are still pretty annoying. Yeah, you probably want to get it out of there, but it depends if you want to commit a full arrow for this, or maybe just wait for endless, something like that.
Yeah, and without the ability to load an arrow to say bullseye bracers, if Azalea had that option, could bullseye bracers into a bolting shot or something to that effect.
You just can't load many arrows, right?
Yeah, it got a lot harder for Azalea to effectively clear the arrows.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I know we'll be seeing some Ravenous Rabbles and cards of that effect as well. So, those can potentially be used to clean things up.
Yeah, but the arrow slot is just so precious in Azalea. That's where all the disruption comes from. All of the go-against stuff like E-Strike, Rabble, they're not disruptive. They just have pure damage. So that's typically what you want to use for the dragons. And Ashwing's probably not. I don't think so, unless there's so few Ashwings. But you're not Lexi. You can't just pump out 3 arrows per turn and clear stuff up. You really have to choose wisely where those arrows go, and most of the time that's face.
That's right, face is the place. And Azalea sporting that 100% conversion rate in the top 8. Only 1 Azalea in the tournament, 1 Azalea in day 2.
That's a cool
1
story.
Azalea in the top tables.
Yeah, the only Azalea in the entire event making it to top 8. So, and if he can surmount this Dromai matchup, I think he has a good shot at winning the tournament.
Right, so the rest of the bracket, there are a few other Dromais, but they're potentially playing matchups that aren't as favorable for them, right?
Lexi's, I guess. There's a Briar in there, too.
Well, there's a Katsu playing against Dromai in the...
Oh, that's probably the worst one, yeah. Yeah, that one's probably not going to see it to make it very much further. But we'll see. Maybe.
Yeah, and it looks like this Lace with Frailties aimed at face. I see a Sigil in Shawn's hand that isn't going to block, but he's also probably not worried about the Frailty counter itself. It's just going to be that this damage gets eaten up by the wave in reality.
There we go. Yeah, we see the wave kind of get popped there.
Yeah, and out comes our shiny Spectral Shield token. Not sure if that's a cold foil.
I think it's just a common, or non-foil. Maybe it's rainbow. He has to move it a bit more for me to see again.
We're just here to judge the bling.
Yeah. Just no gold foils. Not worth my time.
Okay, and now, Philippe using knock here.
Yeah, very nice. Did not Death Dealer yet, so that's pretty good.
Hasn't Death Dealered, but doesn't have an arrow to load from his hand. So I'm actually not sure what the play is here. This is going to...
Is that a Blue Bolden?
I believe so.
It looks like a Blue Bolden. Okay.
Maybe we've got a Codex of Frailty or something going into this Dromai and then just setting up a future Arsenal card. I'm not 100% sure what the intention of this play is, to be honest.
Yeah, this is very interesting. So maybe he just wants to guarantee a blue in hand.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on here. Okay, activating Azalea here. I was under the I see what happened. Okay, so the no. I think there might have been a bit of a mistake here. I don't think that card
reload is
was
just a card face down. So he's reloading off knock to put a card face down.
Oh, that's right. Knock reloads on its own. There we go. That's what I was missing there.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Yeah, there you go. Paid actors. Forget what cards do. Yeah, that's right. Knock reloads on its own, so you just use that blue bolt and shot to clear out the chroma.
Right.
There we go. We thought that was the line, but it didn't consider that he could reload on that without activating Death Dealer.
Absolutely.
And so, Shawn's just going to play that Sigil, go up to 43 life, and pass back, keeping a card for the arsenal. Gives Philippe a little bit of space here to try to set up more of a proactive plan, and Shawn's going to be happy to have come, out of the first few turns with a life lead of 10, basically.
Yeah, basically more than he started with. Yeah, Azalea's, I think Azalea's pretty happy here that they were able to clear up all the dragons and have the tempo advantage right now. Having a full 4-card hand, being able to play what they want.
Yeah, now we're seeing Premeditate, pitching a Sleep Dart, and all
right,
instead I just a 1 for 3 pump at this point.
That was like a 10 damage card, yeah.
Yeah, and this Bolt and Shot will reload on hit.
Yeah, no pitch left. I think he used the Tunic for Death Dealer in this case.
Yeah, and then paying with the Sleep Dart to Deadeye.
Welcome to round 7.
All right. Well, he'd better have a 0 attack arrow, 0 cost arrow in hand if he wants this to go any further.
Yeah, I think I saw a Searing Shot, which he's pretty happy to play that Searing Shot this turn if this arrow hits, or he could just keep it for, because Shawn blocked it, he just puts that in the arsenal, and that'll feed the Crossbow Skull Wrap ability.
Yeah, exactly. The cross wrap can go. Yeah, you always want that thing to proc, so I think that you're totally fine just arsenaling the card.
And now we've got an Azalea on the board to deal with. Again, the last Ash being used by Shawn.
Yeah, and there's no Arcane Barrier to speak of, right?
You know what? There is Arcane Barrier on the cross wrap.
Oh, I keep forgetting that's AB one. Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah, that's right? I'm not imagining that.
Yeah, they never needed the.
Yes, resident fact checker.
Resident fact checker, making sure that we are, in fact, describing legal flesh and blood plays.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
Yeah, now showing a Searing Shot as he uses the Skullbone Cross Wrap.
Very nice. Now, I don't know how much he's going to want to be pitching for Arcane Barrier.
It can come into play at the end of the game, with a couple of burn them alls out. Sometimes you just need to prevent a couple of points of damage, right?
Absolutely. Because you don't want to pitch like a red for it. If you pitch a blue and it can block 3, that's pretty good. But pitching a red typically is not the way. Unless you survive. Unless you're on the brink of death, right? Then you have to. But
leap deep in thought. Thinking about how to navigate this 5-card hand. Maybe he doesn't quite have the combination of go again and pumps that you'd like to see with an Azalea on the board. And that means that, each turn that you're not clearing that dragon, that's another 3 damage that it's dealing for free, in addition to whatever Shawn's able to put together, right?
Yeah, I think ideally you Azalea this away and get either a buff or maybe an arrow with go again. And then you can just kind of play out your hand, play a big arrow, and then kill the Azalea at the end.
Yeah, and we do see another knock, but that could also just be used as a resource card. And now opting to the bottom here.
Yeah. To the bottom. Okay, so this would be a blind Azalea if you went for it. Typically, you don't want to be doing that. You want to make sure you have a guaranteed play.
Yeah, now checking the graveyard, maybe indicating that there's a Codex of Frailty involved.
I spoke wrong. Let's see what he gets.
Okay. I guess it's Spire Sniping.
That's quite good.
That lets you search the top 2 cards.
Yeah.
Can be a little bit awkward.
At least he can kind of filter what he draws if he wants a Death Dealer. Although there's no go again on this card built in, so he'd have to snap if really wants to get it out with something bigger.
Right. Shawn's just looking at the card, trying to see what the effect is. Yeah, so when it's put or turned face up in the arsenal. So this would trigger here. Not sure we resolved the trigger.
Oh, Crow's Nest.
Okay, there we go.
I think he has the Deadeye in hand.
Oh, I see. The Crow's Nest comes before the Spire Sniping trigger resolves, so just doing that. And it's not up, so you don't get to control the order that they go, which can be relevant for a Death Dealer play. And now playing the Deadeye, as you mentioned, and
coming
shooting
in for
this.
7? Is that a 4? Oh, it's a 6. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the aim counter here not doing anything except enabling that on-hit ability of the Deadeye.
Hey, if this has Dominate, that's actually still pretty good.
Yeah, so it's because the arrow has an aim counter, when it hits, you can look at their hand, choose a card, and they have to discard it.
Exactly. This might be a good time to just pop armor here. The Providence, which is still active. You have the Furnace, right? So you can block for 6 if you want to, and then cycle the Arsenal if it's not that great.
This card does nothing with the aim.
Oh, yeah. I think I heard one of them say this card does nothing because Spire Slam has no additional effect on hit.
It is just the Deadeye. That's the threat here. Yeah. So, I mean, this card can completely tear apart your turn, right? If you discard the one blue you have, or the pitch you need, or the one dragon that he has in hand, right? That could entirely derail the turn. So you don't really want the opponent to have agency into your hand, typically.
Oh, and actually eating the 2 armor pieces here, which is a pretty good trade, I think, for Philippe.
Yeah, and then Providence being able to filter the Arsenal card if he wants to, which is typically the target. But we'll see what's in there. I kind of don't remember if I've seen what's in there.
Yeah, I didn't catch a glimpse of it on the previous turn.
Yeah. Well, I kind of see the hand a bit.
Blocking with an Enigma Chimera. I think he might be thinking about this Crown of Providence. Maybe he wants to cycle in a card from hand.
Yeah. It's nice to be able to cycle the Arsenal because you can add more block to your hand that way. But there isn't going to be much. Oh, I say that, but then Snaps comes out.
Yep, okay, there we go. Now we can snap Dragon Scalers. And going to use a Codex of Frailty to pay for Death Dealer.
Okay.
Draws a card, and...
and doesn't... does not load?
Oh, okay.
With the glide path? I guess you can choose not to load.
Oh, you know what? He meant to load this Sleep Dart here. Yeah, so I think there's just going to...
Yeah, so we're kind of wondering if...
Sorry.
Okay, there.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Just to make sure. Yeah.
And we do have it on footage that was in fact the card that was.
Yeah, he didn't try to draw a card, but the other card that he drew.
Yeah, exactly. I think they'll be able to clear this up pretty quickly.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess we were all a little confused.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you just choose to not put an arrow and then draw a card?
You know what? I think that you can activate Death Dealer.
Right. It might be a May effect. We can have a resident fact checker.
Yeah, exactly. You can't draw the card without loading, so it was kind of like an illegal action anyways. So there would never be a situation where he was drawing the card but not putting an arrow in. So
exactly. Yeah. So he would have had to.
You'd have to rewind to the beginning of attempting to resolve Death Dealer.
Exactly. Yeah, because you would have gained information that way, right? So if you draw first, I think you have to follow through with loading the arrow. I think he has to. Because then you could choose not to with the knowledge of the card on top of your deck, right? Which is kind of unfair.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So, this could look bad.
Yeah, I think I understand that, there's a lot of moving pieces going on here, and the players and judges are just going to resolve this amicably, I think.
Yeah. It seems like they're both agreeing, so we might just rewind this a bit.
Yeah, I think they're probably the judge is just saying the exact same thing. It's like you can never draw a card without having put an arrow in there, so...
Exactly, so, it wasn't... Well, it was illegal in the sense that he saw the top card, but I think if we kind of force the line where he has to put the Sleep Dart in Arsenal, it wouldn't change anything.
Well, I suppose that you could say that, you just chose not to put a card in the arsenal and you just drew an extra card for no reason, which just seems like obviously not what was intended.
That would be worse.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that'd be a little worse. So I think, I think I'd forgive something like this.
There we go.
Where's this thing?
So he's cleaning the, because he's activating Death Dealer, closes the chain.
No, it's okay. Again, I don't think you're doing it on purpose, obviously. It's just...
Yeah. No worries on this part.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and the judges are conferring away from the table.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, and so in the meantime here, I guess we're seeing that this Codex of Frailty being pitched, if he had played it there, he would have had to discard this Sleep Dart. And then also, obviously, you don't get the draw from the Death Dealer. You end up with the same number of cards at the end of the turn because you are getting a Ponder off the Codex, and you get that card selection. But when you have a good arrow that you can line it up with, and in this particular case, like specifically because he draws the pump, it lined up quite well.
Exactly, actually. And you'll see your codex later on in the game, too, probably. You're not just wasting it.
Yeah, well, and especially on this turn, your opponent's committed 2 equipment pieces, which is pretty nice to get. And so if you're then further, taxing their hand by just, potentially presenting a must-block threat, then that's like a nice spot to be in.
Yeah, and there's, I think the Flame Skull has 1 more pip of armor from Temper, so it could be used 1 more time, I believe. But, probably don't want to.
Yeah, maybe not this early in the game, especially when Shawn doesn't have any Ash because he used it to create this Azalea.
Important. Yeah, that's important. So if he doesn't have a way to generate Ash on his turn, he might be in a little bit of trouble. There are ways. He had like the Chimera, which you could pitch 2 reds for. There's other cards that cost 1, but no dragons can be played.
Yeah, and I suppose there's always the chance that defense reaction happens and pitch happens to the Flame Skill Furnace in the defensive step, but I don't know, there's a Yendera, I believe, in Shawn's hand at this point.
Oh, yeah. It's like the green dragon.
Sweeping Blow, which generates an Ash.
Yeah. So he's got a way to get Ash here.
He's got some options.
Okay, they're shaking hands. I think they're going through with the Death Dealer. Yeah,
okay. There we go. Yeah. Honestly, one of the best handshakes we've seen on the stream so far. Not for a concession of any sort, just clarification of the rules. Oh boy, and clarification of the rules. Some good sporting effort from both players, and now this is going to be a sleep dart for 8 as we continue on with the feed.
There we go.
Sorry again. Oh no, don't worry, man. I've done stupid stuff too. Happens.
All right, full block. Moving to end step here. Okay, so Dromai having, I believe, no cards left in hand.
Gonna attack for 1 arcane, 2 physical.
But Azalea can, of course, still attack. So coming in for 3 more damage. Again, I don't know if you pitch here unless the hand is absolutely horrid. And 2 damage is something that you don't care too much about. But I will point out the health totals are quite different here.
Yeah, that's right. And the one thing we can say positively on Philippe's side is he's chipped through the armor a little bit based on that last turn. He's got the Wave of Reality and that Spectral Shield out of the way. So hopefully a few more of the arrows start connecting at this point.
And that adds up to, I think, like 6 armor that he kind of whittled away at.
You know what? I can do math, and that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's right.
6 whole armor. Yeah. So very good, especially because you have Dominate as your main gimmick.
There we go. And now a pseudo-opt in the form of Ravenous Rabble.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I guess he would have already seen those cards off the Spire Sniping trigger. But now he's showing
I guess
Shawn.
he would have drawn them probably, so I guess he didn't really know what was there, right?
I didn't. I should.
Yeah, well, there we go. Showing the infected
shot. Still a very good card on top. You're happy to Azalea this in.
And interestingly here, it looks like he's attacking Shawn, so not choosing to clear this Azalea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be an Azalea activation to send that infecting shot with a pump, or maybe just the Spire Sniping is going to kill the Azalea after a few other plays.
That's a good point. Because he has the Lace with Blood Rot in hand, I'm thinking he's going to want to pump the Blood Rot, or pump the infecting shot rather, for 2 Blood Rot tokens.
Yeah, that's right. And
that'll be huge. Yeah.
It would come in for 8 as well. It might be another pump in his hand behind that. Lace with Blood Rot.
He would need to pitch for the infecting shot though, so he might not be able to afford double pump.
Well, he's got 2 resources right there, right? So he can always pay for any one.
Sorry, it's not on the card. Yeah, you're right. He pitched a blue. Yep, totally fine.
Yeah,
all right.
Now we're gonna see it happen.
Well, let's see if he pumps twice.
Maybe Shawn will get below his starting life total.
Yeah, one day. Maybe.
Oh, okay, and actually paying for an aim counter. You can't afford to.
You can't afford both, right?
Yeah, you can't afford to use it at It's just going to be for +1 on the infecting shot. It's going to be for 9.
Oh, of course it gets +1. Yeah.
With Dominate.
9 Dominate. Yeah, you tend to forget a lot of the aim counter mechanics on these arrows because they're so. It's so you see Lexi play so many times, you never see them.
That's right. Yeah, the infecting shot with no additional text besides that on-hit effect. But for Azalea playing the Crow's Nest, actually, you get this extra damage every time you have a resource floating and you Azalea it in.
Very heads-on play.
Yeah, now, just giving Shawn a bit of a harder time thinking about the blocks.
Yeah, I did see Dominion in hand. That's going to be very hard to get off if you're blocking here.
Yeah, and maybe, Shawn wants to take the aggressive play, take the damage to play the Dominia, which, potentially very, very impactful, right? You're ripping a card from your opponent's hand, you're demanding that they deal with the Dominia.
Yeah, that's insane, yeah. And
Blood Rot.
I think Azalea would absolutely need to have a popper here to get out of this cleanly.
Yeah, and we actually have 2 Blood Rots.
Yeah, 2 Blood Rots. That's going to be really hard to deal with. I think it's probably just going to take it.
And the thing with Dominia as well, Dominia can whiff.
Yeah, exactly. There's a chance, yeah.
Oh, okay. Dominia being pitched. All right. We all had our hopes up, but Dominia is just going to be used to play out of Rake the Embers here.
Yeah, Rake very good in this situation without any Ash. So creating some Ash and the potential Ash Wings.
And so I think he's thinking about using the other card to potentially use activate Flame Scale Furnace, get an additional Ash, or thinking about how many Ash Wings he's going to create off of this. Looks like he's
probably
choosing
none.
0. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
I think he values the Ash a little bit more for bigger dragons right now.
Yeah, for a card like Dromai, really, really high value dragon.
Yeah.
Do this
oh, yeah.
2 action points.
It's coming in for 3, I believe, on the Dromai.
3.
So we'll see if a popper gets used. I believe not. He's going to take the full damage. Probably going to eat the 3 again from the Azalea. Going down to 18, is that right? 21 to 18.
Yeah, now the life total is racing down quite a bit. And Shawn passing, taking 4 damage from the 2 Blood Rot tokens.
All right. Yeah, that was a very strong infecting shot. That was 9 plus 4, so 13 damage on that.
Yeah, and if Philippe can chain together a few more of those turns while keeping Shawn away from, manufacturing more damage from Dromai and the Azalea, that would be very good. Now, notably, Dromai here, obviously, we're just going to add 3 damage to any turn that Shawn does, even if he doesn't have any cards. So being able to attack with Dromai and Azalea holding 0 cards is really, really, really powerful.
Yeah, although I think he'd need like a red to play out before getting go again on dragons, I believe, but you can still come in for 3 on Dromai. Oh, I guess you get the action point. My bad. Yeah, you can always.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah. You don't need the red. Yeah, Dromai can do that.
And I think Philippe, has resolved the opt. Okay, now we're going to use the Bracers of Belief. Knows what card it is on top, so not going to be a blue.
So he's got that Remorseless in Arsenal. So hopefully whatever he gets on top is a little better. Well, it'll have Dominate, so whatever it is, I'm sure it'll be good.
Well, he's using the Pump first, right?
Pump first, you're right. Yeah.
Or,
so
there we go. There, yeah. Okay, so it's +2. It's good. That's good. And it's quite rare to hit the +0 with Bracers of Belief when you have 4 sources of
knock
looking at the top of your
something.
deck.
Yeah, that'd be really unlucky. So I think this is really good. Although, you're going to have to Azalea in a buff, I guess.
Yeah, and remember, he still has Death Dealer up, still has a Tunic counter, which can actually turn Death Dealer into an extra card, or sorry, the activation into an extra card.
Oh, E-Strike, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So coming in for, I believe, should be with Go again.
Okay, yeah, so this is going to be an E-Strike for 7, but with Go again.
Yeah, you got the benefit of both effects here.
Yeah, and you know what, I guess the way he's sequencing this, it might be to push more damage, maybe indicates to Shawn that the on-hit's not going to be the most relevant thing this turn. Otherwise, he could have played the E-Strike and then activated the Bracers, right?
Exactly. Yeah, because you would typically want it on arrows that are going to be more impactful with good on-hits, but, Yeah,
and the Remorseless is going to be relevant as far as, potentially chipping 1 damage away. But
probably just 1.
Yeah, but if Shawn's already blocking it, then it doesn't actually matter, to push that extra damage through because he's not going to be able to do anything with his hand, and so he's not going to take that many extra points of damage, right?
Exactly. You accomplish multiple things by blocking here, and the dragons that are on the field already won't trigger the Remorseless ability. It's only when you play other actions. The action cards.
Okay, here we go. Now we play the Seek and Destroy, and then we play that Lace with Inertia that we had seen from the opt.
And
now we got a
Tunic
+6.
to load. Oh, no.
Okay, yeah, so saves the Tunic to actually pay for something.
I'm going to guess Infecting Shot. Oh, a Sleep Dart.
Okay,
that is very strong. This is basically like turning off... Well, you're going to turn off Dromai's ability here. It's kind of like if you, dishonor her. So it's like you win the game if you dishonor her with Katsu. And in this kind of same scenario here, she can't generate Ash. She can't get go again on dragons. So it'll be pretty rough.
Yeah, now this does not have Dominate because it's come straight from the graveyard. And how big is this arrow? It's 11, I believe.
3, 5. Yeah, 11 hold damage. No Dominate, but at least you can Chromai still. You know, you get the action point. You can still Chromai and Azalea.
Yeah, and he's going to end as well with the extra card in the arsenal from Ponders. So, you know, this shaped up to be a pretty good turn from Philippe. What we were saying, just stringing together some impactful turns, chipping away at the damage.
Yeah, not necessarily dominated, but just like huge attacks. And Seek and Destroy is going to be really, really good to destroy the arsenal there.
The one thing is you've got Seek and Destroy and the Inertia. Doubling
double
up
duty.
a little bit.
Yeah. That's okay. It's damage.
Inertia.
That's right.
All right. Looks like he's hovering 3 cards. I think the last card in hand is a Sigil.
Oh, okay. So can't fully block this out.
Yeah. So it's going to be pretty rough.
Oh, it has
Oh,
the
he
sync
had
below.
the sync. Okay. Too bad that wasn't a Remorseless that he fired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and I guess, you know, if you're going to potentially lose a defense reaction to an Inertia, then you might as well play it, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that was definitely the right play. But he got to keep the Sigil in hand, so not bad.
Right, and now we're seeing a relevant card in hand. It's a Command and Conquer, which, you know, cleans up that sticky Chromai quite well.
Dragon down.
You're not, like, ending the turn, but, you know, you got rid of Chromai.
Yeah, that's right. That'll save a lot of damage down the road. Azalea is still attacking in for 3, though, and then Shawn's going to arsenal the last card, which we think is a Sigil, and it'll go back to Philippe.
And now that Chromai is gone, Sigil's going to be very important for giving the Dragons go again. Pretty much like a very easy source of go again.
Yep, that's right, actually.
Yeah, so it makes sense not to play it that early because you already have the action point from Dromai.
Yeah. Turning up this Remeditate in the arsenal, just looking at what we have on top. Could see an interesting sequence here where we go, you know, play into a Death Dealer activation, or we could also see something like an Azalea activation.
Yeah, exactly. And we have a nice Rabble. I think there's a Read the Glide Path in hand and a Bolton shot.
There. Oh, it's another Premeditate. Okay, great.
Okay, so I guess you could Azalea it.
Yeah, and you know what? That'll probably be used to set up for the next turn here.
Exactly. So you're probably going to load the Bolton shot. Okay, pitching to the Glide Path there, getting another Premeditate, and probably just firing the Bolton shot from 9.
Yeah, there you go.
Still very, very strong. Double Premeditate doesn't really do a whole lot because you can have 2 Ponder tokens, but, you know, the damage is still pretty good.
Yeah, it turns it up to 9.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's a little unfortunate here. Obviously, Sleep Dart is a very good arrow, but you know the fact that he used the Sleep Dart last turn instead of a 0-cost arrow off of the Codex meant that he didn't have the Tunic counter available to him here to load.
True.
So in that way, he wasn't able to keep that additional pump. He could have either played out an additional pump or sandbagged another card for the potential like not hitting a Ponder, and then you know you have a guaranteed arsenal.
Right.
That being said, you know, I don't think he'll be too upset about just still being able to play out a 4-card hand after popping a dragon, and now he gets to go back to his turn with 4 cards again.
Exactly. I think we see finally the Red in the Ledger, Knock the Death Whistle, Inertia, and
it looks like Seek and Destroy.
Okay, so we got a pretty fat turn here. Very possible to just kind of buff up that Red in the Ledger.
Yeah, it wouldn't have Dominate necessarily, but might just be, you know,
well, you'd go up
yeah,
to, I guess, 11 damage, like your typical 11 damage turn here.
I think one of the things is that Philippe really wants to continue playing towards having an arsenal at the end of the turn so that he can activate the cross wrap, can potentially use more different lines with Azalea's hero power. But at the same time, he can't take his foot off the gas too much and let Shawn have all the space in the world, right?
Okay, he's going for the knock, so...
Yeah, okay, so he's going for the knock play, which actually is very interesting. If he reloads one of those cards, he can replace it with a 0-cost arrow and then keep that Red in the Ledger or a different card for a future turn. But no, okay, he's actually going to find Red in the Ledger. Right.
Red for red.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, interestingly here, is he going to... Oh, okay, right. He's going to plausibly pitch that Red in the Ledger
to Death Dealer? Oh, well, he can reload too, right? Off the knock.
Yeah, he's gonna. Well, I mean, he's gonna pitch the other Red in the Ledger or that other pump to play out this one that's on the top of the deck.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
And that'll just leave him with no cards left,
nothing
but dominated.
Eight dominated. You're pretty much guaranteeing that Shawn wouldn't have a turn after this.
I mean, the nice thing is you did see that Sigil come out, so you know Sigil's like fairly efficient when it comes to dealing with Red in the Ledger play. Now you've got Seek and Destroy and the Red Ledger effect. So if that card in Arsenal can't be cleared out very efficiently, then you're potentially making Shawn discard 2 cards, basically.
Yeah, very good point. And Shawn will not be able to like play a dragon and attack with it. It's only 1 action, so he's gonna have to kind of pick what route he goes. So the only way he can block this is if he has a D-React. Oh, he's got a Sink in hand. So if that's not a D-React in Arsenal, he probably can't fully block this, even with the Flamescale Furnace.
Yeah, it might be a single
D-React.
action play for Shawn here.
Yeah, so what did he have? So he had a couple dragons, and that might have been a CNC.
Oh, and it is another sync blow. Wow, this.
Okay, yeah. Very, very good here. So he'll be able to play out a dragon and attack with it.
Yeah, wow, this is actually a really, really big, big second sync blow.
Yeah, that came out clutch for sure. He could have, well, I guess he could have kept 1 Sink in hand if he used a 3-block plus the Furnace, but, if you have the perfect block, you have the perfect block. You might as well play it up.
Yeah, that's what Philippe says, too. If you have the perfect block, you have the perfect block, right?
Yeah, that's copium right there.
That's right.
You got it. Yeah. I think we saw a Rain.
There's a Rain Razors and a Deadeye.
Deadeye. We have Bolton. Oh, is that double Bolton? That could be potentially a very, very strong hand.
Okay, and so Miraging Metamorph, great illusionist card, but just being used to pay for Kyloria here.
Yeah, this is one of the arrows, one of the dragons that you really have to watch out for because this can give a lot of value if not checked.
Yeah, and I think Philippe's just taking that damage, allowing Shawn to draw the extra card. I think, a half a turn cycle ago, I was just saying, Philippe's just got to string together a few of these highly impactful turns and really shut Shawn down. And suddenly, with 2 D-Reacts, Shawn's really, really able to flip the script and say, well, if you're not going to be able to take at least 3 or more cards out of my hand, I'm going to continue generating dragons at the pace that I'm comfortable with and hit you for essentially free damage because she hasn't been able to... Oh, wow, and speaking of free damage...
Cinepi coming in for, I believe, 6.
Yeah, is that a blue one right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? I guess he preferred to generate the Ash than to play out the dragon there.
Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Nothing to Arsenal, of course, so we'll see if that paid off. We'll see if Philippe can mount up a turn that's worth having taken that 10 damage.
Yeah, and now we're seeing the battering bolt that you were mentioning earlier.
Oh, he does have it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Unfortunately,
poppers
didn't have it when Kyloria was attacking.
Yeah, unfortunately.
The next card on top of the deck.
Maybe now you can attack with it.
Yeah, although I wonder think about how he wants to pump this Bolton shot. Like, think about it this way. If he wants to clear this Kyloria and still attack Shawn, he's got to commit 2 full cards to the Kyloria.
Exactly. And I'm wondering if Bolton shot has to hit a hero to be able to reload. I believe it does. So running into the Kyloria wouldn't be enough. Maybe the fact checker can take a look. But at this point, I think it's going to be all face. And the Rain Razor is going to be insane, I think, here.
Yeah, and I guess if there's just a blank Bolton shot coming out, Shawn's going to think something's up, right?
Nah, nothing's up. But
maybe he won't care.
10 damage. Yeah, he might not care. Yeah. Although reload is one heck of a drug. Okay. So I think I was wrong. I think you are able to reload.
Oh, yeah. You can reload. Sorry, I didn't hear your comment earlier. Yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought it was only heroes, but no, you can reload off of dragons. So
yeah, you can definitely reload off a dragon.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
There we go. We got our Rain Razor sound effect coming in. And that's going to stay on the board representing the persistent effect across this turn.
Yeah, it is too bad that he had to use a whole 6 damage to kill Kyloria, though.
Yeah, that's right. But that can represent a lot more than 6 value over the next couple turns, right?
That's true, yeah.
Even just the attack for 4, never mind the fact that it draws an additional card. You might even be trading favorably at that point. And turning up a battering bolt, which Shawn's chuckling about, knows that must have been drawn off the Death Dealer activation.
Yeah, you rarely see that be actually used.
Yeah, and now another Seek and Destroy coming in with this battering bolt. This is going to be a hefty arrow.
I think it's 11 damage, 6 plus 3 plus 2.
There we go.
So we do see some stuff here in Shawn's hand. There's Uvia, there's a Fate Foreseen, and a couple more, I think, 3 blocks.
Yeah, Shawn playing very patiently at this point, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
He's got the life lead.
Exactly, and also the Seek and Destroy is not the most impactful effect right now. So we'll see if he decides to block it. Yeah. And let's not forget the on-hit effect of Battering Bolt. They reveal their hand and discard all cards other than the action cards, and then they lose 1 health for each card discarded this way.
Yeah, so for the most part, this really impacts defense reactions, but you know, Shawn would just play any defense reaction, even if he didn't want to block with any additional cards. He would just play a defense reaction or a sigil, for instance, before this trigger resolved.
That's the one kind of caveat is like the cards that just targets can be played in response to the attack typically.
Yeah, it's much better against attack reactions actually than
defense
reactions
that's a good point.
usually.
Yeah. And there's nothing in Arsenal for Shawn, so the Seek and Destroy won't be that impactful.
Yeah, and Philippe just looking at his own graveyard there, thinking about what threats he has left in the deck.
Yeah, so he took 10 for this play. He was able to kill the Kyloria and mount up an 11 attack arrow. So in terms of just raw damage, it was worth it. However, if Shawn decides to block this up, he won't really feel the effect of that very much, right? This can come in for 2. Okay, so full block on that. Shawn's able to play patiently here because he can definitely fatigue the Azalea if he gets the dragons and has that continued damage source over time.
Yeah, and I think I heard that. So these players actually did play against one another in the Swiss rounds, and I think that Shawn ended the game, you know, in the double digits of health.
Okay, yeah.
We'll see if Philippe can make that a bit closer here. You know, he's still got 8 life to work with, and he's the one with the tempo.
Exactly. Yeah, it is harder to work on 4-card hands because Azalea likes to, you know, cross-wrap, opt, load, or swap, you know, fire, and then kind of keep going that way. So it's kind of harder to mount a good turn with 4 cards. But I think we see an E-Strike, so that's a good start. We have Death Dealer going off.
And loading a Remorseless now. Going to draw his card off of the Death Dealer activation.
What did we get? A Drill Shot. Okay.
Drill Shot. Not going to be too relevant at this point. There's only 1 block left on the Furnace.
Yeah, this could be an E-Strike for 5 plus a Remorseless. No buffs, unfortunately, but I think I saw a Sleep Dart.
And okay, you know, it actually looks like he prefers keeping that Drill Shot over the Sleep Dart, maybe because the Drill Shot is a 0-cost arrow.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
On a future turn, being able to play that out with a couple of pumps without pitching a card is pretty nice.
Yeah, because we saw that if he had the extra Tunic charge last time, he could have had an extra 3 damage on the arrow.
Yeah, that's right. And I think we've moved that Go Again token over. Not sure that the Remorseless is intended to have Go Again, but just coming in for 5.
Yeah. So not bad, 10 damage turn. I don't know if Shawn really cares too much about this. Being at such a healthy life total and knowing that if he can get a few dragons, he can pretty much solidify his lead in this match.
Yeah, and it depends how many actions he wants to play on his turn. And keep in mind, it's playing action cards, so just attacking with a dragon doesn't trigger the Remorseless on-hit effect. So he could potentially play out 1 dragon, or even a Rake the Embers, right? And attack 3 times, and only take 1 extra damage off of that, even if he doesn't cover up the 5 attack fully.
Exactly. Yeah, and Azalea can't really spend time killing dragons right now. Being at 8 is basically face or nothing, because you're on a clock.
Yeah, and we've seen 3 of the poppers, right? There was a CNC a lot earlier in the game, a CNC used as a popper.
Been 2 of them, eh?
And then a Battering Bolt just the previous turn. Yeah, so how many poppers do you think are left in the deck?
I'm going to assume you have 3 more. I think if you do side in the Battering Bolt, you probably have 2 more where that came from.
Yeah, it is possible.
Definitely 1 more CNC. So I would say anywhere between 1 and 3 more poppers.
Yeah, hopefully for Philippe, they all come at the timely moments. Haven't seen many mirror guys being played, but we have seen at least 2 of the Chromais. Maybe a 3rd Chromai was blocked or pitched at one point.
Potentially, yeah. But these are very strong dragons now. Kyloria being super annoying to block with because there's no armor.
Yeah, now this Remorseless having dealt 2 extra damage here, but Azalea attacking.
Not bad.
And is it showing that the road is open for Shawn? Because I don't see a popper in hand.
Yeah, there might not be.
That being said, if you had 1 popper and could choose between these 2 dragons, you might choose to kill the Kyloria.
I would say so, because you can block Azalea decently easily. Well, you have the 1 Arcane to deal with, but at least you don't draw a card from it.
Yeah, and it's not a good spot for Philippe to be in. You know, if he blocks this out with cards from hand, or even using the tunic or the headpiece, which leaves you more vulnerable to not knowing what's in your deck. Either those options can let you conserve cards, but realistically, he's got to be a combination of kind of patient and waiting for a spot, but then also not just letting the game and the board state get out of hand, right?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's a tough spot. You have these dragons to clean up. You have your life total at 5 at this point. It's hard to do everything when you have no buffer.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like LSS looked at what people really liked about playing Prism and hated about playing against her. You know, you got your big Phantasm attacks, and you've also got your persistent aura effects that are really hard to deal with, and let's combine them into one creature that's just on the board and draws you cards.
Man. Luckily, they have a weakness. Luckily, if you have the 6 attacks, they just crumble and fall. But Azalea and Lexi both not having many of those.
No, I'm a big fan of the Dromai play patterns, but when you are playing as Azalea, which loves to play basically single attacks, you will have a bad time.
Okay, there goes the tunic.
Yeah, there goes the tunic along with another drill shot being blocked. And so, yeah, that's going to buy him a little bit of time, hopefully draw into one of those poppers. Still allows, for the use of the Skullbone cross wrap.
Yeah.
And,
and apparently, importantly, no chromize. So if he pops a dragon, that's the turn. So there's always hope here. There's always a way to pop a dragon and end Shawn's turn, and then he can come back with something.
Now he's thinking about using Azalea hero power.
Yeah, is this blind here?
No, that was opted to the top.
He opted that, so he kept it on top. Okay.
Yeah. So now he's going to play the Lace with Blood Rod.
Yeah. No dominate, but the good thing is that
does have to pitch the red in the ledger to... Yeah. Oh, and I think that's a Codex again, which is a great card to have in this spot. But
okay, but I think he has to rely on the bolt and shot. Or actually, no, he can't really load and then fire, then play Codex, right? 'Cause there's no go again. So he might have to discard the bolt and shot if he wants to play Codex.
Yeah, he'll have to discard the other bolt and shot and will only be able to choose 0-cost arrows. I think he might choose to go face here, actually, because he's just got to draw the popper or lose, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. You can't be cleaning up dragons on your own turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what interesting thing that he could have done here is... Oh, actually, no, never mind. I lied. I was going to say he could have used the Crow's Nest to give an aim counter just to float the resource, but he could only have done that if Bolt and Shot was the card that he had put in.
Added.
Yeah, with his Azalea hero power.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of possible lines for this convoluted deck. And
well, you know what? He could have put the Blood Rod, Lace of Blood Rod on the bottom of the deck and blind Azalea. That's the option right there. Now, if Azalea can strip cards from Dromai's hand, the dragons won't have go again. So that's pretty important.
Yeah, then there would potentially only be 4 damage coming through instead of instead of a potential 7 and then plus whatever other resources.
Exactly. Or the Azalea for like
a Sigil of Solace in Shawn's hand.
Never mind. Dragons getting go again.
It was the bad news for anyone who was betting on the under for double digits.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's not over yet. He might get there, but he's got more work to do.
Yeah, and we've got some speculation in the chat. I see Levi noted Azalea Fanatic and Expert saying there's 2 poppers left in the deck, and then a totally different person saying, I think there's 3 poppers left in the deck. So we have no idea.
It depends on how many of those battering bolts you run. It could just be enough, you could just have room for 2 in the sideboard.
Yeah, and Shawn just clarifying that all of the equipment pieces have been used.
Yeah. All right, we're seeing a full block.
Yeah, and okay, so at this point, choosing to play around some combination of potentially a reload effect that goes into another arrow or something along those lines. And this one you can't play around. It's a Codex of Frailty.
Yeah. The only way for him to get an arrow in Arsenal now would have been to play Codex or to hit with Bolt and Shot.
Well, if he hits with the Bolt and Shot, though, and reloads that other Bolt and Shot doesn't actually,
No go again, right?
Yeah, it doesn't have go again.
Yeah, so you just got to Arsenal to Codex for next time, I guess, if that happens.
Yeah. And interestingly, he chooses a Bolt and Shot here, which I guess is just the same as every other arrow, but maybe there wasn't a red searing.
That's a good point. Searing would be strictly better here.
Oh, you know what? I guess that's why it doesn't matter, because he's choosing to kill the Kylo
Oh,
Ren.
okay. Yeah,
Maybe if he had dealt damage with that first arrow, he might have thought about going face. But knowing that the game will be going on a few more turns, he's choosing to make this play and give himself the time to find the popper.
Yeah, and he takes lethal off the board, too.
Yeah, exactly. And the Azalea coming in on its own. I think Shawn's still holding that one card.
Yep. Was that the sigil?
Oh, actually 2 cards.
Oh, he's got one. He's got 3 in total, actually. So he's playing sigil in response to the attack to give it go again.
Go again.
Yeah, so that's a sneaky thing you can do.
Oh, and then passes the turn holding up a card. So interesting that he didn't choose to just generate another ash off of it, pitching it to the furnace.
Oh, yeah, that is interesting.
And also chose not to block with it in lieu of, saving that defense reaction for something else, or maybe it's just a defensive card.
Could be. Yeah, and you'd rather just keep it because you're definitely on the front foot.
Yeah, and that's one of Shawn's abilities, just deceiving
Shawn's
the
ability.
opponent. So, psyching them out, not showing what's in the hand, that even the casters can't see what's going on over there.
Yeah. Definitely some mental damage here. Okay.
All right, now we're showing this Ravenous Rabble in the arsenal. Maybe that'll go and clear off an Azalea, take some pressure off, but then that lets Shawn have
more room.
Yeah, exactly. More room to set up again.
Yeah. I mean, you take a lethal off the board by killing Azalea.
That's true. That's true.
But you want the popper. Just get the popper, and then you're okay.
Yeah, and there's this tension of, is it going to be helpful when you draw it, or are you going to draw 2 or 3 pumps along with the popper and have a totally dysfunctional hand anyways?
Well, then you just take a turn off, pop their dragon, and try to come back again. At least it gives you the kind of space to just, do your own thing, play solitaire for a bit. All right. Rabble looks like it's coming into Azalea. I don't know if he's just positioning it that way just for fun, or... but it's probably going to be killing the dragon here.
Okay, there we go. Yep, just shows that it's an infecting shot on the top. It is, in fact, the red.
Very nice. He's got 3 pumps, and the last card I can't tell. Is that another...
I think that might be a knock.
A knock. Okay. Ooh, so can't actually Death Dealer here. But, of course, you can play knock, and then reload something, and then Azalea.
Is he going to be...
Oh, it's Codex.
Oh, it's a Codex. All right. Well, everything's saved by Codex. He could blind, or he could blank activate Death Dealer to float 2 resources, actually, if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's probably the way to go. Or, you can
okay, no, he's going to play the knock.
Yeah, okay. We'll see what he gets on top.
Yeah, see what he gets on top, see what he reloads. Oh, just gets the red in the ledger he pitched the previous turn. Okay.
Yeah, now's the time to get this thing on board, I think.
I mean, that's tricky because on one hand, this means that a red in the ledger hit would mean that Shawn couldn't play a dragon and also attack with it.
Yep.
But there's also just, you're at 2 life. A lot of stuff just randomly kills you, right?
Yeah, exactly. You can have another one of those chimeras maybe come in for 6 or 8, I forget.
Yeah, I think I wasn't sure if those were yellow Enigma chimeras as well.
I think it might have been blue.
Yeah, blues would be
for 6
then. Yeah.
Blue chimeras. So just that, or the Cinepi is also coming in for 6. There's stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately, this isn't too different from how we might have predicted this matchup would go, but Philippe has been putting up a good resistance.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no misplays that I can think of, really. Very, very clean Azalea play, but I think when you start slowing down and killing dragons, it's pretty hard to really get your foot in the game. Especially with sigils, too. Sigils is just so annoying.
Yeah, there we go, and we got this 8 dominate for red in the ledger.
Yeah, very nice. All right, so Shawn can definitely just block with 3 cards and play a dragon out.
Oh, well, it's got dominate.
Oh,
maybe
I'm sorry.
Because Man didn't play the dominate sound for us. That's why we didn't know.
Dominate.
There we go.
See, it's not my fault. Yeah. It's okay. This will likely land. But like I said, there are some things. Oh, we have a Necria. We have we've got a very nice Oasis. And that might be a Miraging.
Yeah, Miraging.
Miraging would be the play here, I think, on one action point.
Yeah, oh, and a Centipie. I mean, obviously...
Okay. You got multiple choices here. So funny enough, there is the full block if he wants to commit the Flamesteel Furnace. Which, probably not the play.
Yeah, I think we had thought one of those cards was... Oh, wait. Has he put... He had the Codex in his hand earlier. He must have shipped that off to the bottom of the deck.
Oh, yeah. He must have. He must have put that in Arsenal and then used the Azalea ability to put it to the bottom.
Yeah, valuing getting a dominate attack more than potentially just playing out the Codex and, you know, pitching to, you know, like, imagine if he finds Red and Ledger in the grave and plays 2 of these pumps. You don't have dominate, but it's so much easier for Shawn to just throw his whole hand at it, right?
Exactly. You don't want to really give the Dromai player the option to block it out because I think they're happy to.
Yeah. That being said, you know, there's a lot of ways this can go wrong by actually letting your opponent or forcing your opponent to keep cards. They might just make a play that accidentally puts you in this like Zugwang position, right?
That is true. Maybe they would have wanted to block, but then like they have a better play in hand that they didn't really think of earlier. Yeah, I mean, these are all really good players.
Oh,
he had a double Oasis.
Yeah, 2 Oasis.
Didn't even notice that, yeah.
The Oasis.
Oh, yeah. Oasises?
That's right. Philippe, unfortunately, that's both times he's played an 8 power Red in the Ledger. Shawn's had some defensive cards lining up.
Miraging coming in here for a nice 7. I don't see a popper, so this is going to have to come out. Oh, and he has a Rain Razor 2, so it can't even block with that.
Yeah, so there's going to be a 2-card block and then load that Spire Sniping on his own turn.
Yeah.
I mean, thankfully, the Deadeye is a great pump because it blocks for 3.
Yeah, it's one of those, you know, it costs 1, unfortunately, but it can do multiple things. It can also pitch, too.
Yeah, exactly. A
the
good
off
versatile
chance
card for Azalea decks. And now this Rain Razors, as you mentioned, being pitched to play a Spire Sniping.
All right. And then
right, and so we're just ordering the triggers correctly here to draw the card and then trigger the ability. And, okay, so... It looks like it was an arrow, which we're happy about, and a lace with blood rot.
Oh, very strong. Yeah, but unfortunately, just damage here.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is just damage, no disruption. So you know what? If Philippe can find the popper on the next turn, like say Shawn has a series of Phantasm plays, goes for the popper.
Yeah.
This is still a plausibly winning game for Philippe if all of the stars align for him.
Exactly. I think I see a red rake in Shawn's hand, so this can be potentially very annoying to deal with if he gets 3 Ashwings on board.
I mean, it looks like... Oh, yeah, I see the Ashwings. Yeah, he's also holding that Burn Them All. I mean, Philippe's at 1. Maybe he wants to just keep that Burn Them All, deal a bit of damage, but then every single Dragon attack after that, you're just stripping a full card from Philippe's hand, right?
Exactly. I think in this case, you go either or. I think I wouldn't be... I wouldn't keep both kind of the Burn Them All and the Rake here, just because you don't really need both. And you want to make sure that Azalea can't have a window to come back. So in my opinion, I would probably block this out and keep the Rake and go for some Ashwing plays.
Yeah, so I'll block Dominate.
So we are...
My bad. My bad.
Oh, yeah. Remembering that the attack does have Dominate. No defense reaction this time, Shawn.
I almost forgot about that, too.
That makes my choice a lot easier.
Yeah, so...
Remember, hearing the player say it makes it a lot easier. You know, sometimes with Dominate, you're making it easier for your opponent to make
okay, well, I guess I have to keep something. Yeah,
I guess I have to play this Burn Them All and just kill you excruciatingly over the next few turns, right?
I guess you play Burn Them All, play the Rake, you know, have an Ashwing deal Arcane. Why not? Yeah, the mine not being really much of a threat. So we're going to take 4.
5 damage, because remember, Gearing Shot. And we get a Blood Rot.
If he takes that Blood Rot damage, he'll go down to single digits.
Let's go. Oh, wait, but he might just kill Philippe here.
Well, popper.
Yeah, and that split damage could be potentially brutal. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, he did get a pop. Okay, but the Arcane damage will still go through.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so this is going to be pretty annoying. Oh. He can still pitch to block it.
Yeah, he can still pay for the Arcane Deer.
AB1, so.
And actually, this is the worst possible thing to go along with the Burn Them All from Philippe's perspective. Because if you just had this popper on one dragon, it'd be like, okay, sure, we traded 1 for 1. I had to pay for my Burn Them All, whatever, or your Burn Them All Arcane damage.
Ooh.
But now these Ashwings are just going to continue dealing that split damage every single turn after this, even if Shawn blocks with every single card.
And it's 1-1, right? It's like kind of like your Kadashi locking him at this point.
By the way, yes, we did in fact get to the single digits, so we'd like to congratulate Philippe Pecan on being the winner of this top 8 sub game.
Yeah, that's right. Dromai starts at 30 health in this matchup, I think.
Yeah. Maybe Shawn will find another sigil at some point. How many sigils have we seen?
I think we've seen 2 so far. He went up to 43, then like from 22 to 25.
Yeah, honestly, we've seen a lot of the deck, and then the game might go on for 1 or 2 more turns, so we have time for Shawn to get back into this one.
I mean, it'll be a slugfest, I think, if it does go on a little longer. I just don't see this kind of panning out for the Azalea.
Yeah, no, now there's just a dominate of Sleep Dart, and even, honestly, this is
covers that
damage that doesn't really matter, but Shawn's choosing to play pretty tight.
You play tight here. Yeah. I think you don't need to keep cards. You just attack with the Ashwing. If he pops it, he pops it, but you have to pitch for the Arcane still. He's not keeping more than 2 cards.
Yeah, this way he's going to continue up with that Ash generation when he makes the subsequent play. Oh, yeah, here we go. We have a little Uvia. So
he's going to generate another Ashwing just to kind of pad the Ashwing count. So another 1/1 coming in. Looking pretty
this
dire.
is going 4 wide, so that means that if there isn't a popper,
no popper,
then Philippe will be forced to block with the hat, and
yeah, that's what happened.
Choosing to do the fist bump, not going to play out the rest of that game.
Congrats to Shawn. That was a very well played game.
And by the rest of that game, I mean the next like 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Yeah, he would have had to have popper after popper, and even at that, he would have needed to have enough damage to really make Shawn block, and I don't think that's going to happen, really.
Yeah, no, not going to happen at all. Shawn navigating that expertly. That's exactly how Dromai beats the Azalea players. Like, you know, that combination of resolving dragons, chipping away at their life total, really forcing them to choose between their offensive plays and defensive plays.
Yeah, it's so tough.
And having the right defensive tools at the right time, right?
So we see a Dromai go up the top 4. That's exciting.
Yeah, and now we're almost ready with the bracket on the other side. It won't spoil it for you until the graphic is ready. I know that it's been mentioned in the chat already, but I do like to see the fancy graphic.
Oh, we did spoil it.
Boy, I'm fast as hell.
Yeah, he is fast as hell.
Very nice. Okay.
All right, so
Briar has been kicked out. That makes sense. Lexi's pretty tough into Briar, but we do have the Katsu beating out the Dromai.
Katsu beats the Dromai, which is fairly expected.
And then Lexi beating Dromai.
And Lexi beating the Dromai, Aaron, on that other part of the bracket, which, you know, that's a very tight matchup. And with Aaron getting to choose who goes first or second, it would be really, really close to call, but maybe a bit favored towards Aaron. So it's really, nice to see that, you know, Michael's pulled it together. I mean, no offense to Aaron. Not nice to see as an I'm cheering friend.
Yeah, but just kind
you know,
of, you know.
Yeah, it is possible. It is possible.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that one Dromai made it through is kind of nice too, right? Although it could have been Azalea. So it's like, either way, that spot would have been one unique hero.
And then just back to what Daniel had said, what Tariq had said earlier in the broadcast about the Daniel versus Isaak matchup. You know, Isaac's team has been working on this matchup, and Isaac's very practiced at playing against the fatigue decks.
Yeah.
So with all of that knowledge, you know, it looks like it paid off, and he was able to punch through that Briar. So sorry for all the fans of Briar that might have wanted to see her on the coverage again.
True. Briar did get a Nationals win, especially one of the biggest Nationals wins.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't feel too bad about it, but at the same time, it's nice to see some diversity in the top 4.
Yeah, so maybe we'll think about this a little bit, think about what matchup we want to put on next for you, and we'll come back in a few minutes for the top 4.
It's the Katsu game. Are you kidding me? Katsu versus Lexi. We're putting that one on.
I wanted to say that, but I didn't want to just...
Oh, it's
You don't want to make promises, but
I don't want to make
we're promising it. Okay. Okay, it will be the Katsu game.
It will be the Katsu game. All right.
Yep,
Very nice.
The judge just came over.
The judge has already got
We've locked it in. We've locked it in. Yes.
All right, so we'll see you guys very shortly.
Yeah, we'll see you in a bit.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the semifinals, 2023 Canadian National Championships, and it's been a ride. We only got two more to go here.
Yep, we had the one Azalea finally get kicked out of top 8, but it was a good run. The 100% conversion into top 8 was very, very cool.
We had the one. Unfortunately, he was my dark horse to win. But I got pretty close. I got top 8. No, on day one, that was my dark horse. Yeah, the one Azalea. So unfortunately, he did really well. Philippe did really well.
Yeah, it was a Dromai, so you can't really do much more.
It was kind of rough. That's not the most fun of matchups here.
Yeah, exactly. But next we have a Katsu into Lexi.
Yeah, we got Katsu into Lexi. So we're gonna look a bit at the matchup. This is a pretty volatile matchup here. It can really go either way because both of these heroes can just explode the other.
Yeah,
at any given kind of point. We have Katsu's big combo off like Bonds lines, you have Art of War lines, and you can really come in with pretty easy 20 to 25 damage turns, especially if Michael Jaskier on the Lexi doesn't have the proper tools to deal with that kind of aggression. We're talking about tools like Tar Pit Trap. We're talking about any sort of kind of mitigation to stop all those on-hits just stacking on each other, right?
Exactly, and it's pretty difficult to keep blocking with Lexi. You gotta pick your poisons, really. You just gotta block the card that matters the most, prevent the mass trigger if you can.
Yeah.
And that's basically all there is to it. You can't block everything. You're gonna be leaking damage constantly, but hopefully you can come out with a bigger attack than Katsu has.
Yeah. No, it's totally like, it could get down to a bit of a slog, but I think Lexi just has those really easy 3-arrow trades.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of really good arrows that you can hit. I don't know how many. Michael Jaskier could be a bunch of withering shots can do some damage, stopping the Kadachis. There could be things like Sleep Dart, stopping Katsu trigger, very, very good. Of course, Tar Pit Trap is probably the MVP if he is running. I don't know for sure how many he's running and if he's running them, but Tar Pit Trap would be the MVP because that would stop essentially Mask and Katsu at the same time and not let Mask trigger on the rest of, like, that's it. You don't get Mask that turn, essentially, right? Because it failed. It tried and failed.
Right, so it did kind of, you're right, just like you said, it activated, but then it just kind of failed at that point.
Exactly. So timing is really key here. Like, if Michael, for instance, takes a bunch of damage, sets up like a good Rain Razor 3 of a kind, just whiffs. Maybe like blocks with 2 cards on an aggression, blocks a good on-hit, 3 of a kind whiff, gives Maxim all the tempo in the world, right? To really come back and get that above rate combo damage and that on-hit and really get the mask going.
Yep.
I think
that can go both ways, right?
It can go both ways. I think this matchup is pretty close. It really depends if you can get your important cards early enough and at the right time. And you can say it about every matchup, but in this matchup specifically, both heroes do have very
in this matchup. Yeah,
exactly. As far as Maxim on that side, Katsu does have stuff like Flick Flack. Flick Flack being a really good tool into, block 4 on the first arrow like a 0-4, and then your next one +2, so you can block 5 with just one combo.
Block a whole basically withering shot or a whole infecting shot with that.
Yep, any 1-5 Heat Seeker, all these like really important cards that Michael can use to 3-card arrow as much as possible into that. So we're gonna see who's able to really get that first,
the first leg up, right?
Yeah, the first blood, essentially. But not really first blood, more so the first big swing, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, first blood doesn't matter too much. The one damage here to there won't matter. Yeah. It's really going to be that combo line / big arrow turn that we can get.
Yeah, I didn't mention it, but we do see the trench. This is a Warmonger's hedge.
Ooh.
So Katsu is able to play Warmonger's diplomacy here.
That's true.
Pretty easily. Compared to most decks, Ninja can do whatever they want to do.
Yep.
And then Warmonger's. It's a 0 cost. It's a blue. Yeah, it works. So that's why Michael's on the trench here. Grapplers here for the extra armor on the blocks to block important combo pieces. You see Maxim on the cross trap. He's not expecting this game to go very long here. So he's 3rd seed. He did pick 2nd. As you do. First of all, you don't want Lexi on 2nd. Second, you want 2nd.
Yeah, exactly. It's a double whammy, right?
It's a double whammy. So he's going to pass Loading Remorseless on Michael's side. He's going to set up a nice 6-card hand.
Yeah.
That being said, 6-card hands are a little bit more interesting because you're not on snaps. You don't necessarily want to use Perch Grapplers. You really want to defend with it. So there are, I guess, there are less hands where you want to, unless it's a Falcon Wing.
Just put in 2 arrows that can't do anything, right?
Yeah, it's possible. There's also Bolden Shot. He has Rain or Premeditate in hand. That could be a thing. You just play it from hand and do that. So he's gonna Maxim on the Katsu side. Gonna start off with some Kadachis.
Nice and easy.
Very calm, very mitigated.
Just poking the bear a bit.
Poking the bear a bit. Yeah, it's true. You are poking the bear. We see that Be Like Water on Maxim's side. Very powerful card, especially if you can. And we see another Sync. I think
Soul Bead Strike. Yeah, I think that was it. So
Bonds, I believe.
Can play out the Be Like Water here. Very nice.
Yeah, I think this is honestly a must block. You need to give 3. Like, you can't let this go. Because
no mass trigger, can't start a combo line, right?
Yeah, this is mass combo and you can start with
Katsu trigger too.
Yeah.
Could have easily discarded the Soul Beat Strike, go into a combo line with like a not surging but a whelming, right?
Well, yeah, you can get Descendant, like a nice 5 damage. And then you could threaten Bonds as your last card. You don't really have anything in the grave for Bonds, to be fair. Like, you're not really, you're not threatening a heck of a lot there.
Not the time, but yeah, it's true. Maybe.
Yeah, you gotta wait. You gotta block with that Fluster Fist, and then your Bonds really is like I can always or Dishonor, and then I could always get Dishonor or Fluster Fist, right? But in this particular case, Red Soul Beat Strike not the most common. I feel like it's not as standard as Katsu as I remember. So this is going to hit,
increasing the aggression a little bit.
Maxim putting his Kodachis in a discard, reeling, oh no, my weapons are now Be Like Water and Soul Beat. So
I don't think judges will force you to keep it in there. Right?
We do see that Sink Below in the arsenal, so able to, block. It's probably very nice breaking scales and Sink on a. Okay, so we did have Remorseless as second card.
Not bad, yeah. You never want to have 2 arrows that don't have Go Again in Arsenal.
Unless you have snaps, and then you can kind of force it early if you want to do that.
In this case, there isn't any, so that would really hurt. But, very nice Sleep Dart here, coming in for, is that a blue Sleep Dart?
It must be,
right?
Because he's showing 6 here, so it must be a blue Sleep Dart, Premeditate.
Okay.
Sleep Dart quite good, turning off Katsu. I kind of mentioned that earlier. It's like this is an arrow that can stop a lot of damage, because every time you turn off Katsu is a good turn.
And if Katsu whiffs, especially, doesn't draw the natural combo line, the turn is over, right?
Katsu does whiff. Like, Katsu does have, like, a bunch of blues.
Yeah, absolutely.
And really all he needs is, like, his ability to be able to actually start something on the chain and really and go bananas. I mean, when he's not playing go bananas.
His ability really adds some consistency to his hands. If he doesn't have it, then, I think, a good quarter of the time, he might just have a dead hand.
Yeah. So Maxim going to take this Remorseless, going to block Sleep Dart. He does want Katsu online. He's also going to get 2 Fluster Fists in his grave, which is good for Bonds.
Yeah, there we go.
So he's going to be able to banish Fluster Fist on his next Bonds and be able to get one. A nice red 0 for 4, as one does with Bonds.
We're showing a Ponder token here. I assume...
He did hit with a Remorseless.
The Remorseless hit.
The Remorseless did hit, so Remorseless is going to be active. Maxim with 2 cards. I mean, an E-Strike would be great right now. He just E-Strike for 7, take 1 damage.
I think I see a Lord of Wind.
Okay, well, this is fine. It's just a weapon. It's not going to trigger the Remorseless.
You won't trigger Remorseless.
Yeah, you won't trigger the Remorseless off this. So you can...
Just poke a bit.
Yeah, you can have the attack action and threaten Mask, and you do have an Arsenal card. It could very easily be an attack because it was a turn 0 Arsenal.
Yeah, that's true.
Or, sorry, turn 1. His Maxim's turn 1. Yeah, so it's technically turn 1. It's not turn 0 Arsenal. He didn't go first.
Exactly. Yeah, but his first turn, like you said, we're going to have 2 Kodachis come in. I don't think we're going to have any blocks, so that makes sense.
No,
Blocking Kodachis
yeah, no.
That's a 2, I guess.
Yeah, it is a yellow for 2. It is threatening Mask, so, I mean, Michael can, give... Or I don't know if he wants to get Perched. Maxim taking the one from Remorseless here. Could also give card from hand pretty easily here.
I would say give a card from hand or let it go through, probably.
Yeah, you really don't want to...
It's just like, he had a natural
there's the Bonds.
Okay, pretty nice.
What happened to that Sink Below? Did he not have a Sink Below? Was that crazy?
Maybe it wasn't a Sink. Maybe it was the Descendant. Bonds was a Bond.
All right, I must be going blind up here, but that is a Bond, so he did have
I saw a Sink also. Sleight of hand going on here.
I mean, that's, obviously we can't see everything. Things are going fast here, so.
Very nice.
We do have the Fluster Fist, as I mentioned before, the prime target, and he did get 2 in there, so he's going to be banishing the blue, getting a red, or banishing the red, getting a red. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
the color doesn't matter. As long as it says Fluster Fist on it, he can get that 0 for 4.
The number that counts here.
Yeah, so Michael's probably taking 8. 4 from the Bonds, and then 4 from the Fluster Fist.
Yeah, and just like that, Katsu kind of takes a decent lead, an 8 health total lead, I think.
Yeah, that Remorseless came in for 5, because he did the...
It did, yeah.
He did 5, and he's going to take 1, so his Mask is not... I mean, he blocked the 3. He blocked Descendant, so it doesn't really matter.
Third hit, unfortunately. Yeah, so it's going to be Fluster Fist, probably unblocked, and that'll be it. Does he not attack with it?
No, he attacked with it. Jasker blocked for 3.
Oh, okay.
Took 1 here, so he's going to flip Codex. 2 cards in hand. That is a Winter's Bite, so it's going to be pitch, probably fire and arrow, fire that infecting, and Codex, and that's it. Maxim does have the empty arsenal, so he's going to be forced to put something in the arsenal and discard a card.
That's true. Yeah, we'll see what he can get. He has 1 floating, so that Codex can get pretty much anything.
Yeah, I mean, you close the chain, you get Heat Seeker, you get Infecting Shot.
I would say Heat Seeker's probably... Heat Seeker would probably be one of the better picks.
Yeah, Heat Seeker probably one of the better picks here.
Just to fill that grave. Sorry, not grave.
Fill that
The
arsenal. Yeah. Well, you're going to get the ponder. You don't have snaps. Like your 6-card hand, you don't have to ponder it.
Yeah, that's true. You don't have to. Yeah.
Because if you do have that double arsenal, there's 2 arrows. You don't necessarily.
Right.
But if you do see like that non-attack or like a press or something, I don't really know like fully what he's boarding into this, he's boarding into this, then you can probably do it. I think if he wants to like push damage, he can just fire another infecting. That's also fine.
Yep, that's definitely a good option too. I think either arrow would be totally fine.
Yeah, because as I said kind of before, Jessica, he's not looking to use the perk.
Oh, and actually I see a Warmongers in hand here for Maxim. So he might be incentivized to block a bit.
Michael has trench.
Kind of keep it. Oh, he does have trench.
Yeah, so
that was the counterplay. That's right.
Oh, yeah. Well,
having to use it though is not ideal. It's
not always. It's not always.
Use an arsenal.
So it looks like it's going to be a clean block for 5 here using the Breeze Rider.
Okay.
Scales.
Okay. Yeah, getting the Breeze Rider or the breaking scales online, which is great.
Yeah, getting the Breeze online, and Jasker, it looks like he's looking towards that Heat Seeker here.
Yeah. It's a definite, it's not obvious, I guess. You either go for damage or for, a commitment for next play, for next turn.
Yeah.
But there we go.
Looks like he's going to get infected. He's just going to get the one that was in his grave. That's fair.
Yeah, just like you said, you could have taken the one that was in the combat chain.
Chain closes. Grab that one. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
So it's going to be yellow Gust Wave. Does have go again. Is able to use it for combo. So Maxim's going to grab that one, and then you have your infecting for 5. Also,
awesome.
you have the frailty too, so it's kind of awkward. I mean, you don't really. You're
no Kodachis.
You're not going to be able to Kodachi.
Yeah. That's probably one of the main benefits, honestly.
Yeah.
Turn off Kodachis. No real threat of mask.
Yep. No, that's fair. We do see
Blood
Rot. Oh,
Blood
wow.
Rot
That was perfectly in sync. That was fantastic. Wow, we're really in the zone here for the semis.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be frailty.
We're in it.
Blood Rot. Oh man, every time I see Codex, I'm just like, wow, what a card.
Yeah. Yeah, especially how you can abuse it. It's something.
Or just use it.
Yeah, that's right. It's not even abusing. It's literally how it's meant to be used.
Yep.
Yeah.
So 1 card left, Maxim. As soon as it's the Warmongers. You kind of mentioned.
So that makes sense. He fully blocked everything just to play Warmongers. There's no go again, so you really just have to kind of put it out.
Right. There is the Ponder. So the Ponder card is the one that Michael arsenaled.
Mm-hmm.
So without the snaps, the trench is really what is going to be your way out here. Because what you were able to do with snaps is if it's an arrow, you just use the snaps. You just force the snaps here, which is fine. So tries to give you the resource. Michael's probably going to load off Voltaire off of that.
That's a good use of the resource right on your opponent's turn.
Yeah,
just Voltaire something.
Yeah, because you have the resource. You don't want to let it go to waste. You're going to have to pay for the Voltaire on your own turn, right?
Exactly. So. Unless you're blocking something fully from hand, you have the space to Voltaire for sure.
Is that the first time we've seen this?
The war piece.
The war piece.
I love that.
What do we have on the bingo? Okay, we have one more blowout. That's definitely not what this is.
Not a blowout. Yeah, Trench is never going to let that happen.
Far from a blowout here.
Yeah. Blowout's going to be like you just can't play anything.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like a time walk essentially. That's just like your turn is over. It looks like both players probably chose war. I assume. There's really no way Katsu is. Yeah. So both players gonna choose war here, and we do see the searing shot being loaded by Michael on Maxim's turn. On his own turn, load the Bolton shot.
Yeah, it looks like probably a blue.
Looks like a blue, so it's going to be 3. Reload doesn't matter because, you don't have an empty arsenal.
Can't do that.
Yeah.
There's no instant speed arrows right now.
Man, that would be crazy.
Oh, that'd be a cool idea.
Yeah, that's what Ranger needs, an instant speed arrow. That's totally what they need.
Instant speed bow, instant speed arrow.
Why don't you make it be able to be played from hand? Without loading, too. Why don't you just add that to the
Call James White.
Call James White ASAP. So we do see Heat Seeker as the last kind of arrow. No floating, so it's just going to be 5 go again, then the searing shot for 4. Heat Seeker, very good. You really don't want to let this hit if you can help it. Yeah. The searing shot's just full 5 damage total.
You've got CNC in hand, I believe. So this could be a nice, block 2, pitch for CNC kind of thing.
Yeah, but if Michael does end up drawing 3 of a kind, he could just block with 2 cards, pitch 3 of a kind, and he still has whatever he got from Heat Seeker. I think it really depends. If it's like a blue arrow, it's kind of whatever.
Yeah, you're right. But I think once you see... So you have this to block here, plus you have CNC. So to me, it seems like you might as well go half in and then go for your CNC if you can. Because fully taking this, giving an extra arrow to Lexi, and then having a pretty suboptimal turn on your own side, doesn't seem like the greatest plan to me.
Yeah, and you don't know what you're going to do. Like, it's not like you have the 3 of a kind in hand anyways. It's not like
there's some luck involved.
Yeah, you do have to draw the first one. No Reigns, no 3 of a kinds yet. The nice thing about for Maxim is this is all face up. Like, he knows what's coming. He can kind of plan around it. He does have the Gust Wave Descend to Gust Wave Yellow in Arsenal that he got from the Codex. Not his codex, obviously. He can't do that one. That would be very funny if they could just codex each other. But
no surgings, I think. I don't think I saw
surging. No, you're gonna see the block for 6. I'll block for 5, but you only need 5 here, so it's gonna be 4. I imagine he's taking
probably. Oh, he decided not to play CNC there. Okay,
he has no arsenal. So it would just be 6 vanilla. So he'd be taking 5 to send 6 vanilla. Yeah, he'd be taking 5 to send 6 vanilla. That is not how you win the matchup.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't account for that. So yeah, you don't really want to play it if there's nothing in arsenal for sure.
Yeah. Which is fair. You have the Gust Wave. He could just be waiting for like bonds.
Yeah. Right. Just wait around for one of your 6 bonds, I guess.
Yeah, and what you could do is you have cross trap, right? So if you draw surging, cross trap, surging, and just go bonds line.
And I'm pretty sure. I think one of the games we casted, Maxim pulled together a double bonds turn. it was really a lot of damage.
I think I heard about that turn. Yeah.
I think if he can pull that again, this game, it'll be very hard for Lexi to come back.
Yeah, Michael with no arsenal is at 27, but Winter's Bite, blue, looks like another blue, a yellow.
Red probably, Bolton here.
Looks like Rain Razor's at the top.
Rain Razor. He's a red Rain Razor and Bolton shot, which isn't bad, but no other arrows to follow that up with.
Looks like a blue and a red Bolton shot, a Winter's Bite, and a Rain. Not what you want to see. Like no on hits on that side.
No on hits.
No Codex. No 3 of a kind.
That's a good point.
Because even on 3 of a kind, at least you can quiver and hope to like hit something, even if you don't have an arsenal. So you do have Bolton shot. So if you had the 3 of a kind, you can really try to extend that hand, right?
That's true. Yeah, Bolton shot being one of those rare times or rare cards that lets you
that and Papping
use. Oh, that's true. Is Papping even?
You can reload off that. Yeah, you can reload off that.
I wonder if Lexi's actually play that. Didn't know if you're listening.
You can. The blues are pretty decent. I don't think the reds are played as much.
Okay, but just have like a small arrow with that really good on hit, maybe. Sure. Pretty annoying.
Yep. So we just see the pitch Winter's Bite for 5. Go again. Reload on hit. We know there's just Rain Razors. And oh no, it looks like a drill shot. Sorry, it's not a. It's not a shot. That's a drill shot. It's the last card. So Maxim just taking it. It's just vanilla at the moment. He doesn't. Like he's got 5-card hand with cross trap. He could have a lot of damage.
And he knows that there's 2 more ticks on the Voltaire, right? Yeah. So it's like 2.
No, there's one. There's one. He loaded the Bolton shot because he had 4 cards in hand. So this is a drill shot.
Yeah.
This is going to be for 3. It is +1. So it is the
blue.
Yeah, it was a blue Bolton shot or drill shot. It's one of the 2. It was behind it. So drill shot only for 3.
I think either way you don't really mind because you already used your armor.
There's the mask, but the mask isn't going to be blocked for like until the very last because oh my god, Mask of Momentum could be triggered decently easily because Lexi can
block very much, right?
You have the Perched Hornets, but like it always threatens it because you can always have Ancestral or something. So we do see starting with Descendant, pitching Descendant.
Okay, yeah, not really the surging line that I guess he was hoping for.
Yeah, this kind of smells like Bonds. It looks like there's 100 wins.
Oh, I think that's the Art of War.
Oh, I see. I saw 100 wins CNC and another card. I don't think it was Bonds, but I think I saw 100 wins in CNC.
He might want to use. So the CNC might have been Art of War, I guess. But if it's CNC,
there's definitely a CNC in hand. So he's planning on using that CNC for sure.
Okay, in that case, yeah, that's the play. So
come on, Maxime, a little bit forward. Don't keep it too close to your chest. We want to see the fun too.
We want to keep the suspense.
Oh, there's an Art of War.
It is Art of War. Yeah.
There might be Art of War and CNC in the 100 wins.
All right. Well, we'll see what he banishes here.
Yeah, the 100 wins because that's going to be the attack.
He has 2 CNCs in hand.
So he did have 1. He ended up drawing another one and a Fluster Fist. I don't think that's what he wanted.
It is a blue Fluster, I think. So he can still pitch for the CNC. I don't think he can go again with the Art of War. Unless he knew he wanted to play
on the next
CNC.
One? It's possible. Yeah, because he did have the 1 in hand.
He might actually. We'll see. Oh, okay. He's going to go with the Katsu. That makes sense.
Yeah, his
keeping both CNCs.
Yeah, because he's still in reaction phase. So he Art of War in reaction and grabbed the Bonds.
Okay.
And he's
I'm
going
just
to throw
surprised he
away
kept both CNCs. Because the blue seems like it might have had more utility with the Kadachis. And there's not enough to pitch for both CNCs.
Yeah. No, you can't. He only had the Fluster Fist.
I'm sorry, you can't even discard CNC for Katsu.
Oh, I didn't even hear what you said, to be honest with you. I'm just kind of looking at what lines are available to him because he doesn't have the. He could cross trap to CNC.
He could. You're right.
It's just the 2 floating.
That did just occur to me. Yeah, but of course, if you have only one option for Katsu, then it's a bit moot.
Did he choose plus? Like I know he chose banish. Did he choose +1/+1 or did he choose go again in the next one?
He put +1/+1 because I think I saw the Descendant go up to 3.
Bonds that's a 5. Yes.
And Bonds at 5.
Yeah, Bonds is 5. I don't know what I'm thinking here. Usually I see like a die on the Art of War.
That's true. Yeah, I guess we don't have that dice. Oh, we have the +1 dice actually somewhere.
That's fine. We know now. I mean, we saw Descendant go to 2 to 3 to 4.
Deduced it. Yeah. All right.
Combo.
There's the first time we got the combo. Ethan remembered.
Very, very relevant here. So
we're going to hear it all the time.
I hope so. So this is just going to be, I think it's just going to be Yeah, here's your 100 wins.
So very good. Extending the combo line to like 3. Well, the chain links to 3 at this point. So
yeah, Bonds being able to grab that.
Yeah, good value on the Art of War for sure.
Yeah, it doesn't want the massive trigger. Makes sense. So he's going to do 1 damage off the Hornet Sting. Michael at 21, and with only 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
I wonder what's in the hand. Is he 3 of guy? No, I see Arctic Incarceration. I don't know what else is in there.
Okay.
Is he going to cross-strap CNC? I think he's going to cross-strap CNC. I would cross-strap
do that.
CNC. Yeah. There
you would do that.
For 7, too.
You get the Art of War buff. Ooh, spicy.
That is great. I mean, you have Trench.
You do have Trench.
You're not necessarily you're not getting the arsenal.
Yeah.
There is very little chance. There is.
Command and Conquer.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the deepness of the Command and Conquers is really.
Deepest command.
I really do. I really am feeling that voice clip right there. So we do see the CNC for 7.
Yeah. So you definitely Trench here and turn that into 7 vanilla damage, and then you can Voltaire something in.
Jasker has Arctic. He doesn't have might not have a second arrow. I don't know what his other card is.
Yeah, wasting the... Well, I wouldn't say wasting, but not using the resource.
I think if he had an arrow he actually wanted to load, he would have just...
Yeah, Arctic. Arctic being one of those cards that is pretty good, but not necessarily into Katsu. Because there are quite a few
there's a Lord of Wind in hand for Maxim, so he's going to be able to...
He has the blue pitch here, yeah, so Maxim kind of smirking it off.
Mugenshi, Surging... Okay, Be White Water, get a pitch to Lord of Wind, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, Maxim in the lead here.
Yeah, pretty strongly.
I think it's still very close. Jasker has 3 of a kind in hand too, so he's gonna be able to block whatever he has coming. Flip the card, and
there's the second CNC.
For all the viewers and myself, and you included, he drew another CNC off the Art of War.
Command and Conquer.
Exactly.
Wasn't that the one that he had last turn?
He had one, and then he Art of War the second one.
The Art of War the second one.
And then he got the Flush the Fist to be able to banish.
That makes sense. Okay, so he
to
did
put into
draw
grave, sorry, to be able to
this,
Katsu into the bonds, so he did have the 0 cost.
Right.
Put the 0 cost in the grave, the Fluster Fist.
Lucky guy, had all 3 CNCs. Yeah, okay. Well, this is going to be annoying for Lexi for sure. You can block this out and still play your 3 of a kind. I don't know if Tunic was... Oh, no Tunic. Never mind. Trench.
I was literally about to say, imagine if you had Tunic, but then there's Warmongers. But if you're on Tunic, you're on Snaps. I think 'cause you need the Snaps as a way to get out of the Warmongers.
I agree. Yeah, that makes sense.
This is just going to be a Trench, and it's going to be a 3 of a kind in Arsenal.
Yeah, there we go.
Sorry. He's gonna play it and just hope he just hits.
Okay. Yeah, he doesn't want to give Katsu the space, really.
Second 3 of a kind, not amazing. Sleep Dart and Drill Shot, so 3 of a kind is not going to be able to load twice.
Pitch. Oh, you got another 3 of a kind. Ooh.
It's going to be Drill Shot for +1.
That's just going to be 4 damage on the Drill Shot, I think. Or 5, rather.
It's going to be 5. Like, if he gave it go, you pitch and you pray for a 0-cost arrow off Quiver, I don't think that's really going to be it.
I don't think so, no. Because you have to actually pitch the second 3 of a kind.
You see the mass just chilling at -2.
Oh, my God.
That's not going anywhere, so...
You can block with it for nothing.
Blade Break.
Oh, that is a hell of a Blade Break right there. Maxim's super happy to keep this 5-card hand only down by 3.
Yeah, this is a nice spot. I think if it was nice before, it's nicer now.
Yeah. Winds of Eternity. He's going to start with Kadachi. He's got a Surging Whelming. Raw.
Ooh.
Do we have a Raw?
Unfortunately, he has to pay for that
or
Surging.
Or we should like Natty combo or something like that.
Well, he's got to pay for it, but he has 2 floating.
He has
might
2 floating.
not opt to second Kadachi here.
No, he's good at Surging for sure. Yeah. It's a 2 for 5. It's hard to block.
Yeah.
Jasker has to give...
We can give a 3 in Perch, I think.
He can, but then he gets blown out by Ancestral. I think he blocks 6 here. I think it's very difficult for him to block 5 with a good conscious and just get blown out by Ancestral.
I think Surging is the card to block if you want to prevent like a Katsu trigger, right?
Yeah, and you have 3 of a kind in Arsenal, right?
Yeah, that's true. You can 2 Yeah, that's a very good point.
No, he used it. What am I saying? He used 3 of a kind. Trench and he used it. Sorry.
No, but he drew a second one off of the first 3 of a kind.
Oh, he did. He did draw the second one. Right. Okay. So he does have it. Okay. He does have it. It's not the one I was thinking of.
Right.
The one he deserves.
So he all CNCs, all 3 of a kind. It's all coming out here.
Yeah, it's all coming out of Millhouse here. And, it's the battle of the players with the first letter M. Not 2 Michaels. I'm surprised. I thought Michael was the supercharged name of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well, Maxim's gonna creep up on that name probably.
Yeah, it's gonna be a.
Yeah, well, like you said, 6 block.
Yeah, Descendant. That's you just have it.
It's fine. It's just it's raw damage, right?
I think he had Descendant. I think Whelming is his other card. Okay.
So he chose not to Whelming, I guess, right?
He chose not to Whelm. He chose the 5 instead of the 4.
Yeah, just going for some good damage, I guess. Ending the turn there with 2 cards left.
He might just have like a Surging in Arsenal or something like that. Do we know what he has in Arsenal?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
Yeah, Maxim just like, you got another one. Oh, it's awkward.
Yeah. Well, I mean, on the bright side for Maxim,
he pitched
Rain Racer. Yeah, I remember doing that once.
Looks like he drew a second Rain Razor. That's a little on the unfortunate side.
Oh,
So
nothing's kind of panning out.
yeah, Maxim's going to see him.
Oh, yeah. So
Michael's demanding the -1
right.
counter on
I
the
know it
mask.
doesn't matter at all, but put it on there. We don't have a -4 counter, so what's it going to do?
Yeah, so
-1, -3.
Gonna come in for 6 on the hamstring. I mean, the
That's pretty good.
the double rain and pitch could have been a lot worse.
It could have.
It could have been one of those. You keep an extra card in rain. Maxim doesn't look stoked about it though. Probably doesn't really want to block with his hand.
Oh, yeah. This is for 6, so you can fully block this. Depends on the arsenal, really. I'm not sure what it was. But I don't know if it's a starter or if it's a combo piece that he needs something else specific to play out.
Yeah, I mean, Jaskier at 14, Maxim at 7.
I think he's wondering if he can take the 6.
I mean, going to 1 seems real loose here.
Yeah, I agree. Especially because there's no arsenal now on Lexi's side. You're looking pretty good, even if you kind of give her some space.
I mean, I see 2 Whelmings.
2 Whelmings, Lord of Wind.
What's the third card there?
I was going to say Premeditate.
Double Strike.
Double Strike, that's an interesting one. Yeah.
I mean, it's probably going to get you a draw from Mask, most likely.
So.
But
Double Strike, Kodachi, Double Strike.
Like, are you, but then are you just, relying on Mask to draw you the out, or what's happening
I think you are, because, you can probably...
just use it for Katsu fodder.
Katsu, yeah, exactly.
Well, specifically use that. Well, no.
I guess what would you get? Yeah.
Oh, he's going in. He's going ham in the paint here.
I am surprised. He has a lot of faith in what he draws, I guess, with Mask.
I have a feeling that's Surging in Arsenal. If it's Surging in Arsenal, I kind of get it.
Yeah, you can pitch Lord of Wind. You know what? I believe it.
Okay, so he's going to pitch the Double Strike. That's pretty reasonable. I think he really wants this Mask trigger. I think he wants it, and he wants it bad. He wants it bad enough to go to 1.
Definitely. So he's going to probably... Oh, and he Katsu's. Okay. There we go. That makes sense. So you definitely need that for the Katsu.
Trigger, yeah. I mean, he's going to get Katsu trigger for Double Strike almost certainly.
Yeah, you're never blocking both Double Strikes.
No. Not with no arsenal on Michael's side. You don't really have
you need that hand.
2 in arsenal you can block with cards for some reason.
So being Michael here, I'm looking at that 1 health Katsu and being like, okay, what does he have this turn?
You're saying juicy, but
you're saying juicy. Yeah.
Gonna go for the second Double Strike. So it was the Bonds that was banished. So
okay. So we're relying basically on a Gust Wave here.
Yeah, I mean Breeze Riders is a thing. How many? He only has 1 card in hand. Okay, so.
Yeah, 2 floating though.
2 floating. He does have a Whelming.
Yeah, a Whelming. He has a Bonds and a mystery card.
Yeah, he discarded a Whelming for the Katsu, right? Yeah, I see a flashy Whelming. So there is 1 Whelming left.
Oh, here we're gonna see it finally. Oh, what's surging?
Okay, so it's starting to kind of come together because Michael's at 11, staring down what 4 plus Bonds, 416.
Is that 16 more damage?
Plus a Mask trigger, so he has to block this because this is Mask trigger right here.
Mask trigger right now, but there's 3 more 4s coming out.
There's 3 more 4s coming out because Bonds is going to grab another
giving Trench. Having seen all the CNCs in the world, he's like, okay, here's my Trench finally.
Combo.
That is combo. Oh,
this is natural combo. Oh no, he used Katsu trigger. Never mind, no natural.
Honestly, if I'm Michael, I'm looking real closely at New Horizon for that block. Depending on his hand, I think Maxim had 1. Do you really need New Horizon to close out the game here?
No, you don't. You're right. Yeah.
I mean, Codex is
2/4
Codex
power arrows
for 3 arrow hand. You can pitch arrow Codex.
That's true.
That's pretty reasonable.
You're never gonna set up a 2 arsenal turn, I think.
No, not at this stage of the game. If you're not dying, you don't have a lot of cards left in hand. So.
You probably. I mean, what would you use it for? I guess just a semi block for one of the 4s. I guess.
Yeah. Oh no, it's not probably a card in that.
Okay, like a 2 block maybe if he has one.
Well, that's the thing. He's going to get Mask Trigger off whatever he grabs from Bonds if nothing is blocked.
Yeah.
Right? So if Michael takes 4, goes to 3.
Yep.
He has to block because first of all, it's lethal.
He'll die.
Second of all, there's Mask. I mean, less important.
Importantly, but it is a thing too. If he semi-blocks and takes 1 damage, the Mask will still trigger.
It looks like all cards are 3 blocks. Yeah, so he's going to kind of take my psychic advice here and go for the
and of course you can't let the Whelming hit because it's a card draw, right?
This is also the best time to use new. There's nothing in Arsenal. So you're not really losing anything you've kind of set up there.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's no sunk cost, or not sunk cost, but
sunk cost. It's 2 armor. Look at that Mask. It's sitting there at -3. Look at that sunk cost.
Oh, yeah, that poor Mask. I mean, I've never seen that personally.
Yeah, I mean, it's done its job. It's forced some blocks in awkward scenarios.
Beaten and battered, just kind of hanging on there to give him some last bit of service before it just hits the grave.
Yeah, so we are going to see 4. He is going to take 1. So there won't be any Mask because the Whelming was fully blocked.
Yeah, we won't see a Mask, but we're going to see a full block, all of the equipment gone. Probably going to be
1 arrow in
Arsenal.
hand.
Yeah, probably going to be Arsenal. or pitch a blue
No,
for.
I don't know if that's Arsenal. That has to be a non-attack, right? Because if you Arsenal that, you Lexi flip, you don't have New Horizon. You can't just like fire 3 arrows.
What if it's premeditate or something?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's probably or a Falcon Wing.
Falcon
like
Wing's a
that.
good one. Yeah, it can't be an arrow.
It's a searing shot.
Oh.
Okay, so he's just on blocking mode. Okay, so there we
that
go.
makes sense.
Blocking
Yeah,
for 5 on surging. This is difficult because Mask is still a thing and Kadachis are still a thing. Oh,
he got over it.
Oh my god.
Okay. It would have been nice last turn for a mass trigger, but
It's
this is
still nice this turn.
yeah.
Like
It's
draw
still
a card and
nicer.
you're able to Katsu to get a Gust Wave. It's still super good because Gust
always
Wave is lethal. He's
Yeah.
just gonna keep throwing lethal after lethal.
Yeah.
What's his last card? Does he have like a bonds or something? That would be insane if he had
Oh, natural bonds into this. Insane.
Oh
Yeah,
my
we'll see.
god, Maxi going to 1.
Yeah, I think he knew that the pressure was in his favor.
He knew where to he knew where to pivot. He's like this is where I pivot. And like I'm just like
Masterfully done.
it has to be surging. Like that's where you pivot, right?
That's true. Because without it, you kind of give up so much power.
Combo.
Oh, that is a combo right there. So just you're gonna take it. Oh,
It was bonds.
bonds. Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Fully
Oh.
blocking those, so there's no chance of mask, but 4 more damage, I believe.
Am I not the only one seeing this? Like this is nuts. Like this is great. This is
Yes,
fantastic.
no one else thinks this
is
Oh,
fantastic.
I believe you. Yeah, I can. This looks like nuts to me.
Is that not like the high roll of your life? That this is the time to like draw like this. You know what I
Time to
mean?
buy lottery tickets.
I mean, Max, I'm gonna buy the guy a lottery ticket. Like it's.
I mean, this is his lottery.
Yeah, it's great. I like Maxim like quite a bit. I like Michael too, but I played Maxim. He was on Viscerai last Nats. I played him day 2. Oldham went to Viscerai. We had a nice chat. Very very nice individual.
Yeah, I mean that's been my experience so far with pretty much anybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyone's happy to talk, and
Yeah, no, it's fair. It looks like I think he banished the whelming for the bonds. It looks like it looks like
so
a whelming.
there is no like.
No, I think Fist. Well, this is still lethal.
It is. Yeah. Oh,
There's the fist
you're
bump.
right.
It's
That was
still
lethal.
Oh
Wow.
my god.
I didn't realize Michael had nothing left to block with. That was
Wow.
1 to 16. Was that the life total?
Game. Oh my
1 to
god.
1 against Lexi too. Wow. So we're seeing the lone Katsu make it up the ranks into maybe a Lexi. We don't know who won between. I think it was Dromai
No, they're
and Lexi.
still playing it out. I can see they're still playing it
They're
out.
still
there.
playing it out. Yeah. Holy cow. Frank would be very happy. I don't know where he is, but his
He missed
Katsu
the game.
is going up.
That was probably one of the most exciting games I've seen today.
Yeah,
Definitely on the cast. I can't.
I just can't.
Like I can believe it, but like I'm just like he needs this, and literally he has it. He has this too, and he literally is like, oh, ancestral blowout. There it is.
Yeah, it's all very telegraphed in a way that, like, if you could come up with it yourself, that's what you would do.
It's essentially your only out because you need maximum damage here. You need maximum damage here.
Yeah.
And
oh my god.
My good god.
All right.
That was.
So we're moving on to the upgraded. Yeah, here it is. So Maxim making it all the way to the finals and waiting on the results from Shawn versus Isaak there.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Katsu's pretty happy. I mean, obviously, if Dromai gets in there, he'd be very, very happy. But if it's, he has a decent matchup into both. Very good into Dromai, decent into Lexi.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. It's
Katsu might win this.
I like everyone in chat. Take my energy, Maxim. It's pretty good.
Like spirit bombing.
Yeah, they're all just like giving Maxim.
Oh, wow. It was close though. I mean, he could have lost really. If Lexi had 1 more damage, it wouldn't have been the same at all.
Yeah, that's
because Mask was at 3 damage count.
Yeah, Mask wasn't doing anything. Mask
there was
wasn't blocking
no block at all, right?
That is a non-blocking card right now.
Wow. Yeah.
That's So we're gonna do a short break here. We still have the last game going on here.
Yeah. So we'll wait that out and then come back for the final round of the Canadian Nationals 2023. Yeah, we'll see you guys very shortly.
See you guys in the finals.
All right, we're back, people. I just went and watched the last maybe like 4 or 5 turns of the Shawn versus Isaak game. Isaak is like just steely silent. Like he does not speak during his games, and that was insanely intense. They, not even on feature. They're just off on one of the tables. There's a crowd of like 20 people watching. Shawn flicking his cards like crazy, staring at every break point because he's in the death throes of the game. Isaak lip sealed +1. That's it. Oh, what's up? Yeah. And in the last maybe like 3 turns that I watched, it got pretty close, 2-2. But Isaak had basically Shawn on the back foot blocking, found a turn where he could clear the only dragon that Shawn had, Azalea, and then next turn cycle, just won it. Won it with a Rain Razor's 3-arrow turn. So we do have the updated graphic then. That is Isaak Krut making it to the finals against Maxim. I don't want to say the full name because it's not Villeneuve. I think it's Villeneuve, something like that, something with the EU. But there you go. The finals will be Isaak Krut, who, if you know anything about the Canadian scene, you know this man's name. You know how deadly he is. He comes out to the U.S. He absolutely rakes in those wins. He does it in Canada as well. And he's definitely one of the top names alongside Yuki and Tariq out here. So I don't think this is a surprise to most people. Isaak is amazing at this game. So there he is in the finals next to Maxim, who is not a name that I knew, but I'm really liking this guy. He's very friendly. I was talking to him after his game, just congratulating him on that razor-thin win. That was amazing. A top 4 game going down to 1, pulling off the win with an exact lethal versus the best deck in the room where you're on more of a rogue pick. That is just incredible. So I had to give him the congrats, shook his hand, showed him the chat with everyone spamming, Max, take my energy. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. Apparently, he also watches my streams and said that he's one of the people who trolls me, trying to get me to play Viscerai decks. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe I don't want him to win anymore. Anyway, he's a great guy. Isaak, great player. So we are going to have that as our finals. We're going to have the game probably within 5 minutes. The players are taking a bit of a break. That was a very intense game. They're going to get set up. I'm going to get set up. And then we'll have the winner pretty soon. So bear with it. Like about 5 minutes. Okay, about 5 minutes. I'll post this on Twitter. It's on the break screen as well. Take your screenshots, whatever you want. There you go. 5 minutes. Finals.
Okay, we have a small break.
Small break? Okay, sorry. Yeah, we were told there would be some national championships happening, but we were also told that there would be some Monarch packs.
I mean, this is going to be the last time that people are really going to be opening this. Like, this weekend is, like, kind of the last time for a while, no?
That's true, that's true. Like, I don't think that LSS is planning on running any more competitive events with these, so do we really need to do pack one, pick one?
No, we're just going to open the pack.
We're just going to open
Ethan has told us this is this pack opening war.
You know, why don't we make a little game out of this? We should split the pile, and we'll just see who has better results.
Better RNG?
Yeah, better RNG. Better.
I don't have like great luck with Monarch packs. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, this is Frank right now.
So on
Frank. I got a Dreamweavers. I guess we care about money, not value.
Not money, not value.
I was like, this.
What is the difference again?
I don't know. Where is the Majestic or the rare in this pack?
Oh, it's I don't know what the rare is. Tremor Endless.
Yeah, and the Endless Maw. Okay, all right. It's okay. I'm losing so far.
Fair enough. So we have Adrenaline Rush, Tribute, Belittle, Overload, Skippers, First Rare Aftermath. Oh no, yeah, First Rare Aftermath, Second Rare Plowthrough, Full Steel Hand. We're both still losing.
Yeah, we're both losing.
Okay, solid.
How many viewers do we have with us right now, Ethan?
We got over 600 people watching you open like half of a Monarch box. This is
whoa. We might get to 700 people at this rate. You know, this is high quality entertainment.
When you put Monarch in the tag, they will come.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, all right, it's me again. And so, yeah, we're waiting a couple minutes. Players are getting situated for getting situated for the finals here. We got a Soul Harvest. That's a played card.
Yep, but you only need one ever.
You can only have one.
Rarity is just Rainbow Foil. It is a sad day for us Live fans.
We have Invigorating Light, first rare.
Oh, show off your Invigorating Light there.
Oh, it's in the thing. I'll grab it in a sec. Foil Plasma. Foil rare, I don't think that counts much more than a common.
No, I don't think so.
Let me show you. I'll show you that Invigorating Light. So we got a little gift from LSS. Francesca.
Really?
Yeah. She came.
Francesca is the
LSS North American OP manager. Yeah.
North American OP manager who was in town to check out the event. Actually, she's right there.
Yeah, a little.
We put her on the.
Does she want to say it?
It looks like.
I'll ask.
Kind of.
We can ask.
Yeah. So should I hold this to my? Should we? Okay. Let's open another pack while we're waiting.
Yeah. We'll see.
Okay. So we've both failed miserably so far. Yeah.
Yeah. I opened a Soul Shackle actually. That's pretty good.
You know what?
One of the and a red Minnowism. That was worth like $1.50 at one point.
Just pack one, pick one.
Got a Hooves. I got a Majestic. Deep-Rooted Evil.
Rooted Evil.
Nice.
Ian. Oh, not Ian. Ethan. I must say Ian. Ethan. He's a Levia main I've heard. I've only heard about this kind of thing. I don't actually know for sure.
I'm gonna put mine up at the top here.
Sure. Tap out real quick.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
I have the Invigorating Light here, so I don't know if she wants to show it. I didn't show it off. I could show.
Why don't we get her to come around over here?
No, you should come on. Wait, it's a break anyways.
No. This is highlighting our esteemed guests.
Yeah, like 5 minutes or so. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we have a break. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Just making sure that everything's lined up.
I have the Invigorating Light here, or one of them. There you go.
Yeah, but
We're welcoming on Francesca. Nice to chat.
hello. Yeah, nice to be here.
Look, we are legitimate now. That is an LSS. That's a real LSS shirt. This is really someone who works for LSS.
How do I get one of those shirts actually? Like, can we
You
just
gotta
order
work
them?
at LSS, and
I
then
can't just order them.
unfortunately, no.
Because I feel like that merchandise would go over very well. Like the water bottles, some of the other stuff that's been, featured for content creators or just at big events. I think that would be a big hit in the Fab community.
Yeah, even us at the office, we've got to come to these events to get these kind of things as well. So, we want them too, and
Right.
we're, everyone's excited to see our stuff. So that's really cool.
What's the coolest place that you've been so far working with LSS?
Well, I'd have to say Canada.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was
Toronto.
not a fishing for compliments kind of situation.
No,
at all.
I'm actually I got citizenship of Canada recently, so.
Oh well, congratulations!
So
wow.
I'm a Kiwi as well and Canadian at heart. So yeah.
There you go. Okay, well, welcome to the team. Now it's a real, like nationals event. Now that we have Canadian LSS members and whatnot.
Yeah, and this is the biggest turnout we've had for Canadian nationals, so it's really cool to see everyone show up and play.
Yeah, and so I guess maybe this is something that like your work is with the organized play team, and you work with a lot of game stores and organizations in North America, managing, what the upcoming events and armories and stuff like that are. So maybe without getting too technical for all of our viewers, like what's something exciting that they can look forward to, just like in the near future?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you may have already heard, but we are starting to support social play in the stores. So that's something we're really excited about. A lot of the players, yes, they love to come to these competitive events and that kind of thing, but we do have a huge player base that are just social and want to have fun. And obviously we've got that the professor around the table box set coming out soon. But also we're going to be having some social prizing to support stores with bringing players in just for social play.
Yeah, yeah.
So
and without trying to ask you a lot of like corporate related questions, so like in the context of playing games at your local game store, not necessarily an event and stuff like that, like you personally, what do you like about that kind of environment, or like what kind of maybe experiences do you look for when you're just playing games and hanging out, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've played a lot of Ultimate Pit Fight in the stores and things like that, so that is fun and casual, and I like the quick formats. I like Blitz for sure, and just the Ultimate Pit Fight's fun because you can kind of tag team someone then stab them in the back in the end as well.
Yeah, it goes a bit off the rails. It's not necessarily kind of as cutthroat maybe until the end of the game.
Exactly. So
have you watched any of the Cube coverage on the stream this weekend yet?
Yes, I have. Yes, when I've had to take a break and things like that, I like to see what's going on, and it's been really awesome.
And this is just me again shilling for Cube and the Cube, and also just Cube formats in general. I think like cubes are just such a great way for people to engage with the game. I would almost argue that they're the best draft experience that someone can have. Not because I don't like the draft, but just because I think in a cube, it's like, you're really able to elevate like specific archetypes that aren't, doable in like a cube or a draft pod with 8 people, but instead in, a 2 to 4 person draft or something like that. It's like, like your whole archetype is potentially, playing Emboldens in your Guardian deck or something like that. And it's a little bit more interesting. So then related to that, like, could I potentially have a social event where I run the cube, and that's under the umbrella of the organized play?
Yeah, so we do have options for stores to run on-demand events. So those are just casual play, and they can do shapeshifter, they can do kind of whatever the players want to do. And so cube could be something fun for them to do for sure.
I'm just saying, LSS endorses the cube.
Yeah, but not for the official Armory events. Those are,
that's a little bit different.
We've got formats to follow, but it's cool to see the players come up with different ideas and doing different things with the game. So.
Yeah, and I think that, overall, just those of us in Canada, we're just really glad to have this event go on smoothly with the organizers, Red Riot, doing a great job to host this. And then, Francesca coming all the way out from New Zealand to make sure things go smoothly and be face of the company.
Yeah. Steve at Red Riot has done an awesome job, and it's just cool to see, the Canadian players get a big event here in Canada, and I know they want more. So
I know that we were having a Battle Hardened first battle. Well, maybe not first. I shouldn't say first. Actually, there's been another one. But there is a Battle Hardened later this year in Vancouver. And then we're looking forward to hopefully, the first calling next year, which I think has yet to be announced, but is like in the whispers phase, maybe?
Yeah, the Canadian players are whispering about it. I don't know where they're getting the information, not from me. I don't know anything about that. But I think the Canadians are like, if we talk about it enough, it might happen. So,
exactly. It's manifesting.
It's manifesting. It's out there in the universe. We shall see.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm not going to, make you answer questions, but we're glad to have you on as a guest.
While I'm ahead.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thanks for coming on the feed with us on short notice. We kind of just ambushed her off to the side here.
Oh, good. You guys are doing an awesome job. We really appreciate it.
Well, Frank, you hella ambushed Francesca because I invited her over to open the Monarch packs.
And
then what did you just do? You're trying to push for a Canadian calling.
I'm just saying, the fans want to see a Canadian calling, Like, look at how many people are watching the feed right now. We could get that number higher. And think about how many Americans would easily travel up to attend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Savage Feats would do it. I'm just saying.
There we go.
There you go.
All right.
All right, I think
luck,
that.
guys.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think that at this point, the judges and whatnot are all situated. So we're gonna take a 30-second break, get the assembly sorted, and we will have the gameplay starting in just a moment.
right. So the players are pretty much ready to go. It's going to be another minute or two, but it is going to be, we're going to do another Katsu, Lexi.
Yeah,
exactly. You weren't here for that one.
I wasn't here for it. I was really excited. I watched the end of it on the coverage, and
yeah,
it was really, really exciting. Good way to end the game.
It was definitely quite exciting. I mean, I was just emotion kind of took over me in the last fist of the game. I was just like seeing, like, you see it sometimes and you hear it like off the screen, but then when you see it in the semis of nationals, it's lit. You know?
Well, what I was saying to other people is I'm glad I wasn't commentating that, because I would have been yelling out loud and it would have been a whole scene, and the players are going to be over there trying to focus on their block. So
yeah, I felt I was controlled enough. I felt like I still kept it to the ground, but I don't know, maybe
a reasonable ruckus.
A reasonable. And Rob just kind of like nonchalantly just, oh yeah, this is what's happening. I'm like, man, this looks nuts. But it was a great game from both players, but Maxim pulling out the win there. But Maxim has a new opponent, and it is the silent assassin Isaak Krut. Isaak, he's definitely topped at one events. Specifically in the U.S., he's won a couple events like Battle Harns, things like that. Yeah. Last Nats, I believe he didn't make top 8. I think he was cut a little bit short. He was. I don't know if he was on the. He might have been on the bubble, but didn't make top 8 here. So here, just trying to like reverse Uno all the way up to just winning.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, why just go one up when you can just win? Yeah. Right?
And then he top 8'd the year before that, right?
I believe he did top 8 in season 1. 2021. Well, I guess not season 1 for us. I guess maybe not season 1 for New Zealand, but so. Maxim on the other side, I kind of talked a little bit about him from Quebec. Very good Katsu player. Played Viserai last year, and I did play him in day 2. Very good Viserai player. Oldham squeaked out for me that game, but he's a very, very nice player.
Yeah, I think he's day 2 the previous 2 Nats. Fairly
day
consistent.
2. Yeah, I think he did bubble that Nats. Like he was right with me essentially on the bubble last year.
Right.
But he played Viserai quite well. So moving on to Katsu. Katsu got a lot of help between now and then.
I mean, I think that, we were seeing it in the previous game especially, but all of these games, it's just like your Bonds of Ancestry, that's a lot of value on one card, right? Yeah. That's like, it's just kind of turned the deck from Katsu, a combo deck, into Katsu, the, manufactured Bonds of Ancestry turns deck, which maybe that means the same thing to some people, but I think that it's like, really push the deck in a direction of like that card and line is almost singularly making it relevant, right?
Yeah, it's the difference between like double triple bonds. Like single double triple is just exponential, right? You just get so over the top, and your opponent on average blocks 12 in your hand with all your 3 blocks, possibly a little bit of armor, and you just kind of blow them out, right? And especially if you can somehow like land Dishonor or something like that, that would be pretty insane to be able to just block that off.
Yeah, and speaking of the armor and Dishonor, we saw in the previous game that Michael was playing the Perch Grapplers.
Trench.
Yeah, exactly. And Trench get around Warmongers, Perch Grapplers that potentially throw armor in front of a late, well, Dishonor's got to be late in the turn, but, like a late on hit effect in a combat chain without giving up cards from hand, or when, he might not have cards in hand.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Do we know for sure what...
We don't know what Isaac's bringing into the matchup. I do not know if he's on Trench or Grapplers for that.
No, we actually, that's a good point. We could.
He's on Tunic.
Probably get.
He's on Tunic.
Yeah, Tunic generally. I don't know if he's got
Grapplers
in the sideboard.
Oh, you don't know if he's bringing it. Yeah. He has Tunic for sure. That we know for sure.
Okay,
that
I wasn't sure the question.
So we don't know if he's on like a Tunic Snaps versus like a Trench Grapplers.
Do you want to get the deck list?
Actually, I can go grab.
We can grab the deck list here. I personally really like Tunic Snaps. I think there's a lot of scenarios where. In the last game, that one counter off to him. Like, of course, there was a Warmongers.
Yeah, there was a Warmongers played.
Trench was the thing. However, with Snaps, you just get out of it with 1 Snaps in your arsenal. I think you just just try to play around it, and that if they try to like full block Warmongers and you have the arrow and Snaps, that Warmongers doesn't do anything.
Yeah, they've just set themselves back a full turn and card basically.
Okay, so we have Isaak here. Okay, so we do see the Trench in the list. Trench, and we do see Grapplers in the list, so he can run it if he wants to. We're not 100% sure if he wants to.
I mean, and as Isaak and Michael Jasker, I think I heard that they do play together sometimes. So maybe they've developed this counter strategy.
Yeah, interesting. Just right before this, 2 blue Cold Snaps. I wonder if that's going to do anything.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, 1 pathing, 2 blue Cold Snaps. I don't think we've seen that before.
It's kind of unassuming, but actually against a Katsu that's banking a specific combo card in the arsenal, it can just like randomly be relevant.
Just like freeze. It's like, do you have 1? No, you can't pay for it. Oh, too bad. And you get Frostbite. Enjoy it.
Yeah, and we saw
not Frostbite. I'm thinking about Icelander. Sorry.
It's not a matchup where Maxim is playing a Tunic, right? So.
Yeah, so we're gonna go into the game here. They're starting up. I do want to see kind of the difference between, as you said, between either how Isaak plays versus that, whether it's through armor or maybe slightly different lines. If he tries to set up more like 6-card hands or block out before, but we did see kind of the blowout potential from Katsu. It's your bonds line. Like we mentioned it before, we'll mention it again. That's just how you get it done as Katsu now. But Lexi does have a lot of smaller hand plays if you do need to block with 2-3 block arrows. 3 of a kind we did see from Michael Jasker. It's his were more unfortunate, I would say. On the more unfortunate side, he ended up drawing from 1 3 of a kind. He drew another 3 of a kind and 2 arrows, I think. One, he had to pitch a Rain Razors, play the 3 of a kind, drew a second Rain Razors, pitched the second Rain Razors. So not like the most high explosive Rain Razors turns. He got them a little bit on the later side to work turns. He also didn't have seed. I mean, Isaak doesn't have seed either. Right. So important to know, Maxim's probably picking second here.
Yeah, like Maxim's been able to pick to go second every single match so far, right?
Because third seed, I think the first and second seed were
eliminated.
First seed was Shawn, Dollywall, who lost to semi Isaak.
That's right.
Right. So if Shawn would have won, then it would be in the first one. Then Maxim couldn't pick. But in this case, Isaak just cold snap stare here. Just
exactly.
ran him down with the razors. I think it was literally Rain Razors for the game. Yeah.
Oh, for lethal.
Yeah. He just Rain Razor had 3 arrows and he just like, hey, I'm Lexi.
You know what? It's funny. I walked over there at one point and I saw the life totals for both players were quite.
They were low. It was neck and neck. Yeah. But I think that the key is Isaak got Shawn on. He got him on the back foot.
Right.
So
off the dragons.
Yeah, and it's just kind of like once that happens, it's kind of hard to claw back. You really do need Lexi to do a bit of a brick there. Right?
And so in this kind of context, I think Isaac's just going to try to do what Lexi does well, same as against Dromai, but also particularly against the more aggressive decks. Right. She's just gonna go foot to the floor with the gas.
Yeah.
And players giving the fist bump here.
I'm gonna start it off. Interesting note: Maxim only has the 1 Warmongers.
Okay.
So when he played it against Jasker, he just had the Warmongers.
Yeah.
We see interesting. We see Tunic and Grapplers. What do you think about that on the Lexi side?
Well, so you almost get the worst of 2 worlds against the Warmongers, but if he knows that there's only 1 Warmongers, maybe he's not that worried about it.
Yeah, because Perch Grapplers is face-up cards. Like it's the face-up arrows will gain go again. So essentially you'll Voltaire +1 and all of them will actually have go again, but it doesn't let you, like you get Warmongers, you can't Lexi flip if you have that in Arsenal and then fire it.
That's right.
So it doesn't really help you there. I think Isaak might just choose to more play around it. He's going to be going first here. Of course, Maxim kind of choosing to go second. Probably a double load. I can't imagine attacking Katsu here and letting him cycle some cards.
Get some free blue Fluster Fists in the graveyard or something like that.
Yeah, he gets a little Tunic energy. So he's running Tunic, so going first is slightly better.
And having this Falcon Wing in the arsenal here, playing around that one of Warmongers that we know about.
Yeah, that we know about is now pitched.
Oh, there we go.
But I don't know if deck lists are open for top 8. They are. So Isaak knows that that's the only Warmonger. So that's powerful. That's some powerful knowledge right there. So he doesn't have to be super worried about. I mean, Katsu shuffles a lot. It can kind of come up whenever, you know what I mean? But in this particular case, he doesn't have to worry about it immediately.
Maybe we should keep track of how many times we see it.
The Warmongers, or just like after the shuffle of like Bond or Katsu or something like that.
Yeah, maybe just how many shuffles. That's more relevant.
Yeah, that's fair. We do see Double Strike coming in, trying to proc that mask, of course. So if this hits the second Double Strike, if you choose to do so, probably we'll get the Horn Sting out of Isaak. If he doesn't want to give a card, I imagine it's probably the most efficient.
No blocks.
And it's going to be no blocks on the first Double Strike.
Yep.
Going to be Katsu activation on that one. He does have a Whelming in hand, so he has 2 floating.
He's also got that CNC, I think it looked like, in his hand.
Okay, so he has Whelming CNC. Interesting. So
mark that there was a chaining here.
Okay, yeah, they're just getting a mark just to represent that Double Strike has hits on the chain, so mask is kind of live.
And it looks like he's declining to search with Katsu, unless this is him thinking about his possible lines, which it probably is actually that.
Yeah. So he did tilt the Katsu there. So I'm assuming he's going to do it. Okay, I guess he's not. I guess he's just gonna Double Strike one more time here and try to proc the mask.
Yeah. So declining the Katsu trigger.
Yeah, declining the Katsu trigger, just going to be Double Strike for the mask here. Does Isaak? Let's see what he has. He has Ice Quake, Endless, Ice Quake very, very good into Katsu. I think Ice Quake is probably like one of the cards Katsu does not want to see, right? Getting the on-hit Frostbite on every attack, besides the buff, is really, really strong.
It goes really well with this Falcon Wing in the arsenal already.
Yeah, just imagine if that's a Bolden shot.
Yeah,
and then you just 4 arrow, you can 2 arrow, and then just load 2 more arrows as a 4 card with Ice Quake. I mean, you're burying the guy in Frost at that point.
Now, if you're Isaak, how much do you prioritize arsenaling a card like Ice Quake versus playing it out when you draw it?
Well, now that the Warmongers is kind of pitched, I think it's a little bit more safe. I don't think I would prioritize only an Ice Quake in Arsenal. I think I'd prefer like a 1 for 5 arrow, possibly a 0 for 4 arrow. It really depends on how close Tunic is for things like Codex plays. If I want to like Codex a Falcon Wing, if I want to, maybe if I have Rain, so I can Codex a Bolden Shot comes in for, go again automatically and then be able to fire a 1 for 5 off Tunic. So I don't know. Oh, he's got the tar pit. He's got the tar pit. He knows the tag.
Right. Oh, wow. Wait,
and
this is actually kind of brutal because this actually turns this follow-up potential CNC into a blank card, right?
Yeah, so this is the go again, so it will be on the next one. I mean, luckily Maxim already quote-unquote Katsu. He didn't really Katsu, but like Katsu is not really on the menu, I guess, here because it is already being triggered and declined here. So it will be whelming for 3. He does recognize Tar Pit is a thing.
Is active, yeah.
Yeah, Tar Pit is active because it just needs go again. So whelming is just going to be for 3. Isaak able to, I think he doesn't know it yet, but he was able to avert CNC on a 2-card arsenal.
Yeah, absolute disaster. And how many Tar Pit traps are we seeing?
So we have 2 Tar Pit traps on Isaak, and I think that's correct. I think I can see 2 or 3.
Right.
3 gets a little bit on the. I know a couple players who swear by 3, but I think 2 is kind of nice. I really don't want to be seeing 2 Tar Pit traps, and I think when you run 3, it's just more likely.
Yeah, likely that you see multiples. Oh, and here's that cold snap that you were mentioning.
No, that's the Winter's Bite. You know what? They all kind of look the same at some point. Honestly, all the ice cards here, but this one's definitely more effective out of the arsenal because you get to give him Frostbite and you get to make him pay 1 because he's not on Tunic. He can't just like use Tunic for that. He has to give him a card.
Yeah, it's basically taxes him on both of these turns, and not the spot that Maxim wants to be seeing it.
No, he's sitting on Art of War too, huh? I think I saw Art of War in Maxim's hand. He might want to be keeping this 5-card hand if he can. I'm not sure he will be able to, but I'll see. Oh yeah, he has the. Did he draw into another CNC? I guess because there's a CNC in the front of his hand. It looks like, and the arsenal is CNC.
Yeah, so maybe he's going to be looking to make a 2-card play, but if he's losing a card to this Winter's Bite and then potentially,
you know what you need to do? You need to Art of War, go again +1 CNC.
Oh, see that costs
a lot.
2 cards is worth of resources.
It costs a lot, but is that not a line? Is that okay? Well, he's gonna pitch Art of War anyways, but
yeah, pitching it to the Winter's Bite.
Look, it's expensive, I know, but life's expensive, so I don't know. So it's gonna be 3 go again off the Falcon Wing. We see the Ice Quake still in Isaac's hand. I think I saw Rain Razors in there also, and an Endless Arrow. So he's gonna pitch the Rain Razors. He's gonna probably load the Endless. I imagine try to attack twice with the Endless. Can't really afford the Ice Quake. He needs these 2 pitch to be able to pay for the Volt. Oh, he's just gonna go for 5 here.
Oh, he's gonna go for 5. Set up a Ice Quake into a chain link combat chain that ends with Endless Arrow.
Yeah, and this is nice because he's making it 5 because it's not an easy block to just give him the scales and a 3 block, right? He's demanding Breeze Rider's boost if he wants to only give him 1 card. And if he doesn't have a lot of pitch, the Frostbite is actually going to make it quite awkward. So it looks like Max seems okay with that. Now, with that 1 pitch,
no reactions.
There's going to be no reactions here. So it's just going to take 2 and call that good
2
enough. Yeah, and Isaac's going to get his Endless back. He's probably going to Arsenal that Endless, I assume.
Yeah, activates the Voltaire. That's a nice trick for the kids at home.
Yep. You don't have to attack with the Endless, but you can low with it because that's an instant speed at Voltaire. So going to get that second Arsenal. It is an Ice Quake, obviously, so he's going to be able to flip that. And it can play it off the Tunic, which is kind of nice.
Yeah. And
on his next turn.
Now, here's where it'll be nice for Maxim. Okay, so that was actually a red Soul Bead Strike. Wasn't sure if that was a blue.
Yeah, it was a red to pay for the Frostbite, so it's essentially going to make CNC free because of the cross wrap. And that's that's the one from hand. So we still have the one from Arsenal just chilling there for now. But we're gonna see how much. It looks like Isaak has another Ice Quake in hand. That is a 2 block. We see an Infecting Shot as a 3 block, and I can't see the other 2 cards. Okay, thank you very much. Bolden Shot, Drill Shot. So he has plenty of 3 blocks that he can use. Double Ice Quake. I feel like you want to spread those out. Like I feel like you want to Ice Quake, do a turn, Ice Quake, do a turn. I don't think you're gonna want to like essentially you're playing 2 Ice Quake. Be like, give me your hand.
Yeah, but the problem here with even keeping the second Ice Quake is that then you're really only able to go Ice Quake into an Endless Arrow, right? That's it is a relevant breakpoint and a relevant effect, but you're not getting a lot of value out of that Endless Arrow.
Yeah, I think his options are either just give him 2 of the arrows, pitch, play Ice Quake Endless. I guess he can also use the Tunic to do that instead, but I don't think if he doesn't need to use the Tunic for that, there's no real point because there's nothing coming after the CNC. I mean, he has no pitch. He can't like Art of War trick here. It's not a combo card. There's no shenanigans going on here unless they reprinted CNC to be combo when I didn't know when I wasn't looking.
I mean, Command and Conquer.
That is the one, and that's going to be blocked for 6 here. Isaak keeping the
arrows.
No, he's keeping the drill shot on the Ice Quake. Right, I believe. He does have the Endless anyway, so Tunic's going to be on 3. We're going to see how he wants to play that out. It could just be the Ice Quake from Arsenal off Tunic and then Endless. He's going to flip to the Frostbite first. Yeah. You always want to keep, like, you're running this Ice Quake to get both effects. Like, you really want to be trying to play them out in Arsenal as much as you can. And so he's going to try to end up having that at the end. Thinking about that Tunic play, so he might, what are his other options here?
Well, I guess the option is if that's a blue in his hand, he could play both of the Ice Quakes and then, shoot a fat Endless Arrow.
Yeah, I like the other game plan a little bit more. Just doing the. Okay, he's going to load the drill shot. He's going to try to just go. That's 7. Yeah, that's the red one. So it's going to be 7 frostbite on hit, and then the endless is going to be a 4 frostbite on hit. So he's going for like the max damage line here.
Right.
He doesn't really, because when you have the endless coming in for 4, if it does hit, it's very, very good. The drill shot's quite good because there's still armor up here. So I imagine Maxim's going to look to give him some armor. It looks like it could be like a 2-card plus scales. Yeah, like a 2-card plus scales block is what the easiest one would be to make that scales live, quote unquote. And you could just give another card, or you can give 2 cards. So they're both 2 blocks, yeah. So the other option would be like give Breeze and 3 block, but I think both 2 blocks kind of leads you in there. Frostbite not really doing a whole lot.
Yeah, exactly. When you're not trying to do anything, the Frostbite doesn't do anything either.
Yeah, and it's very important to block that endless. Like, you want to keep Isaak on as many no arsenal hands as you can, because the minute Isaak has that arsenal and has that 3rd arrow, that's when you just start getting outvalued, right?
Yeah, which is a little unfortunate for Maxim here.
He's going to premeditate 3. Yeah, he's going to premeditate 3 of a kind. It's very, very nice when you're able to get a buff before 3 of a kind. Rain Razors, premeditate, very good. Ice Quake in this particular case. I think he's on. It looks like, how many Ice Quakes do they have here? He only has 2, so he's seen them both. So he wouldn't have had the Ice Quake out here because he pitched 1 earlier and he played, right? So he did draw. He's going to start with Bolden Shot. That is the ideal arrow you want to start with to try to get the reload to be able to fire 3 arrows, right? Because that's one of the only ways. Other that and Path Flicks are really the only ones that, I mean, like the arrows you can do it outside of quiver. Of course you can quiver. But you can quiver whenever you want.
Yeah, and Maxim just putting 6 in front of this to prevent that reload trigger.
Yeah, I mean, Maxim's hand could also just be like kind of whatever. He has CNC if he's able to get away with just
keeping
blocking
1 blue.
Yeah, keeping a blue, maybe blocking another 4. Because there's no range. It's like the next arrow is just coming in for 4 if it's a 0 cost, and then he's able to come back, pitch for CNC if Isaac's trying to set up a bigger hand. He's going to quiver. He's going to see what he finds.
Activates a quiver. Finds a drill shot. Not a bad one to hit here.
It is a blue, I believe. It looks like a blue.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not exactly what he wanted, but it is an arrow. So he is going to be able to use that last pitch. He did draw Rain Razors from the 3 of a kind, unfortunately, so not able to use that on this turn. He is able to arsenal it for later. Little does he know the CNC is lying in wait.
That's right. And he could also just shoot this drill shot out for 2. Obviously, not that impactful, but if you really wanted to greet it and set up that Endless Arrow and Arsenal with the Rain Razors next to it.
Yeah. I like how Isaac's kind of checking quivers. Like, do I have to put that? Do I have to put this in? It's like, yeah, it's an arrow. You have to put it in there.
Mandatory effect.
That is, if it's an arrow. If it's not an arrow, then you're fine. Well, fine being, so this is going to be the Endless Arrow. It's going to be +1. And I imagine he's just going to set up a 6-card hand, which is fine. Like, he has a card in hand. So there's really no good reason, because he's just going to 30. That's fine. And he's going to get a Ponder, which isn't going to do a heck of a lot. He has Endless Arrow. But we know that Isaak has Rain Razors, which is like the one he's going to be arsenaling, right? But
draw with Ponder.
Yeah, he's going to draw off Ponder. Looks like it was a Heat Seeker.
Good arrow to have with the Rain Razors later.
Very good arrow to have with Rain Razors later. I definitely agree. He does have enough 3 block. It has a Cold Snap. He just drew. So he did Arsenal that Rain Razors. Yeah, it's just going to be a blue Kadachi CNC. I don't know what Maxim's last card is, but I would imagine it's looking like Kadachi CNC. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there we go.
CNC. Imagine if you were Ira. This would come in for 7.
That would be a bit disgusting.
It'd be pretty good. Adult Ira win.
They should just print another legendary ninja arm.
Not having it. No, I'm not agreeing with that one. Well, I mean, I like a good Ira, but of course only in Blitz. Unfortunately, just such a fun blue 1 and 7. This is great, but in this case it's only 6, so Isaak able to. I mean, if it was 7, I guess he could use Hornet Sting. Not too bad, but in this particular case, he has Perch. He could, if he wants, 3 block with his armor, Hornet Sting and Perch Grappler, and add another 3. But in this case, he has Rain and Drill Shot, so he can probably give him 2 cards and then pitch Rain, Arrow. He does have Heat Seeker. It's kind of okay.
Yeah, there's a few options here. I guess the way that his arsenal is configured with this Drill Shot, he is sort of forced into both, obviously blocking out the CNC, but even subsequently, he's sort of forced into playing out a decent number of these cards next turn, right?
Yes.
And blocking with too many of them puts him in an awkward situation, which is leading to this play here. He's actually forced to use the armor here, giving 1/3 block, because if he blocks with a second card, I think that turn falls apart a little bit.
Falcon Wing for 1. Yeah, that's kind of the first thing I mentioned is like if he needs to keep that extra card, which I think he does to make the Rain Razors like come in for I think 6 if he has enough pitch here. He's not on Tunic for 3, but I think he can still afford it. Because what is that? Is that? Oh yes, it's Cold Snap. I keep forgetting about the Cold Snap. He's got to put that in Arsenal eventually. If he can get that in Arsenal with the Tunic on 3, that'd be very good because he gets to draw the card.
Oh, I think it's being the pitch resource here, paying for our arrow.
Yeah, it is the blue in this case. That's true. So we're gonna have Go again coming in for 6, and then we have the Drill Shots. It's gonna be 4. I believe there's the Heat Seeker too. So he's gonna have the perfect pitch for this one off of blue.
Yeah, perfect pitch. That's that music thing, right?
Yeah, I've never heard Isaak sing, but I imagine when he does eventually sing, if he wins Canadian Nationals, maybe we can.
That'd be a little bit of a prize for everybody because
it would. I can imagine just a smirk, and he's just like no. So I don't think that's happening. But we're gonna see a 6-7-4, I believe, because Heat Seeker will be 7 with the +2, and then Drill Shot will be 4. So 6-7-4. Quick math, 17. Not bad. Rain Razor getting 6 value if he decides to do the. I imagine he's going to do exactly that. I can't imagine keeping any of these for later.
Yeah, I think that getting this Heat Seeker attacking.
There it is.
We got our sound effect. Heat Seeker attacking for 7.
Yeah.
Pretty challenging to block. Maxim could still block with 2 cards and the Breeze Rider boots, but I'm just wondering if I'm seeing this correctly, that's the last CNC in hand.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the 7 is set, and then Drill Shot's going to be 4. He's going to get 1 on the mask. He's going to choose it because you can put it on the scales. There's no harm in putting another one on. We see mask at 3 last game.
Oh really? That's good.
I think mask. I think Jasker is just like I'm actually putting this on the mask. This is still the thing that's happening here. So
very good.
Maxim going to bide his time down to 25 versus 33 for Isaak. Isaak is going to get the Tunic. Still no Arsenal, so Maxim doing a good job understanding that, again, Arsenal is the way Isaac's going to pull out ahead with pretty insane value. Maxim just kind of biding his time.
Yeah, and blocking pretty well on that turn, only leaking the 4 damage from the blue Drill Shot.
Yeah, only leaking 4 from the Drill Shot. I mean, Heat Seeker and Endless are the on hits. Like, those are the ones you really, really want to block. I mean, Infecting you want to block for damage purposes, but like as far as the ones that are going to win and get you Arsenal, it's Heat Seeker and Endless, right? So these are the ones you're going to really want to do. He's going to be tunicking to Remorseless, so he's able to Arsenal that card. Only a yellow Bolton Shot was pitched, so he kind of needed to do that to Arsenal. If it was a blue, he wouldn't need to use the Tunic, but it's just one more, one more turn. Tunic wouldn't be used anyways.
And Maxim thinking about the blocks here, it looks like. Probably because not only would he be taking extra damage to keep these cards and then play them through a Remorseless, it might be that, the payoff wasn't that great. It didn't look like all of those cards synergized that well together. There was 100 wins in the middle of a Bonds and no starter, it looked like.
Yeah. Maxim, be like water.
That's a starter.
The man is like water. So he's going to see if he can get this through. I don't think Isaac's no blocking this. Maybe he just doesn't care. 33-21. I feel like whenever I see Bond, like even not Bond, sorry, Be Like Water, I'm just I'm just so worried about what's coming after, in this particular case. Like, the only blowout is what? Ancestral? That's, like, really the only card that Maxim can have that pushes us over. This isn't a combo card, so he doesn't have to worry about breaking skills. Important. People sometimes think that's, it's really just Ancestral, right? As kind of mentioned, because no breaking skills. I guess Razor. Is there Razor in the list here?
I don't think there is.
No, there's Reinforced Sync. Nothing Razory here. So no Razor here. It's gonna be blocked with Pathing Helix.
32.
The blue Pathing Helix, and we're gonna see Kadachi.
Yeah, that was a blue whelming. I was concerned for a second that the shutting down of that Be Like Water was negatively impacting the rest of the team.
Maxim's always got to assume he blocks that. I don't think many players who've played against a decent amount of Katsu will just be like, I'm okay with taking like a lot. So we do see that 100 wins coming out. This is mass trigger. So you are able to, I guess, you can get another 100 wins off this if you want.
Yeah, that's true. Drawing a 0.
Drawing a 0 and using Katsu,
Yeah, that would give you a nice 4 damage to add on the end of this combat chain, or it could just be a good arsenal target, like another chain starter, a bond, something.
Art of War would be nice. Oh, yeah. Okay.
And there's the second Tarpit Trap.
Yeah, so this is the last Tarpit Trap, though. So not, like, good uses of Tarpit Trap for sure, but I think that...
Not the blowouts, right?
Not the blowout where, like, Maxim takes a bunch of damage to 5-card hand and you get Tarpited. And then it's just like, okay, well, I guess I'm doomed. But in this particular case, good value, but not the highest I've ever seen. So we do see Infecting Shot coming in 1 for 5. We see another Hamstring. Very, very good arrows versus Katsu.
And this is tough because, both of them have pretty detrimental on-hit effects. Obviously, the Infecting Shot basically dealing 7 damage if unblocked. And and we do see the block here.
Yes.
And then Hamstring Shot potentially shutting down any sort of counter attack.
Mm-hmm. We're going to see Dishonor block, so it's going to be 2. Hamstring is going to be making the next one cost an additional 1. No Arsenal from Isaak, so that was just some clean arrow fun here.
Yeah, because he was forced to block with a card on his on Maxim's turn and played out a 3-card hand, and then Maxim, same thing, blocks with 3 cards. Well, the opposite thing, blocks with 3 cards, and then Arsenal's a card, tries to really set up for those big turns that we saw him have success with in the previous game.
Yeah, so it looks like Maxim really is biding his time, 19 to 31, just waiting for like their turn to pivot. Very similar to the other game, kind of just trying to wait. I think there are Flick Flacks in Maxim's list, or maybe not. Yeah, there are 3 red Flick Flacks. Okay, so he doesn't have one here, but that would be like a prime target to flick right here. Because if he had, Isaak did have a 1 for 5. Well, he has Codex in this point, but you wouldn't know, right? But the Bolden Shot's going to be able to do 5, and then the Codex.
Oh, yeah, and this is a very, very good 4-card hand from Isaak. Not only does it deal all this damage, really effective to use every single card, it also gives him that Ponder token, lets him roll an Arsenal into the next turn. So, in the previous game, as you were saying, like, Maxim was sitting back a bit, waiting, biding his time, and really capturing those key windows.
Yep.
But at the same time, he was kind of able to keep a lot more life total parity up to that point.
Yeah.
And right now, it's looking desperate.
Yeah, the Ponder's great. The Frailty is even better in this case if it's thinking about Kadachiing at all. But
any of the Kadachis, really shuts down potential mass trigger, or at least makes it a lot easier to block if Isaak chooses to do so. And then also whatever this card in the arsenal is, if it's an attack, then, that makes it that much more difficult. Oh, yeah, and actually this this arrow that he's chosen from the Codex of Frailty, Remorseless, that's just saying, yes, please play all of your cards, actually. I would like you to, deal 5 more damage to yourself.
That is the arrow. I mean, can Maxim survive a long combo off that? Like, you're probably playing more than 4 cards if you take the 5 and go to 4.
Yeah, and we're seeing an Art of War in hand here, so, not only is it tough to not block, it is also tough to block. Like, his follow-up here is not going to be very good.
Yeah, this is looking a little brutal here. 9 to 31. I mean, never say never here, but with the frailties there, we do see the surging. Yeah, he wanted to, because he blocked with descending, so he definitely wanted to go off that turn. So Remorseless is definitely the arrow you want to pick there, because then you're just dealing lethal to yourself, right?
Yeah, and you couldn't even find another spot to block, I think, in that past turn cycle. So it's not like there's been any issues with the gameplay. It's just that the turns have lined up quite poorly for Maxim.
Yeah, I mean, Isaac's turns, on the flip side, turned out really good. I mean, with that Codex just getting, like, the ways to fire 3 arrows again and again and again, right? And being able to efficiently use his hands, efficiently use the tunic, and make sure to find out the most ideal line in these scenarios here.
And I think I'm seeing a Rain Razors in hand for Isaak here, which, that's going to be tough for Maxim to survive through. Oh, and a main phase from hand Winter's Bite. Alarm bells, right?
Yeah. I like you said main phase. Yeah. Main phase 1. I'm going with the Winter's Bite here. So
3 go again.
3 go again. That's all you really need. You're just taking out cards here.
Yeah, like when my opponent does this against me, or when I'm the Lexi and I do this against my opponent, usually it means that, you're about to have a bad time. I'm going to be using all of my cards.
Rain, go away, come back another day. But unfortunately, this is going to be another load on the Bolton shot. That's going to be plus 2, with +1 with the Voltaire, so it's going to be 6 go again. And then we're going to do the last one. Yeah, because I think that was the last hit.
Oh, okay. We saw it.
Use Tunic for all that.
Right. So it didn't have to pay or pitch a card for research.
Not all of that, I guess, because he used Tunic for... Oh, yeah, Falcon Wings from Arsenal, so he only used Tunic to load the Bolton shot. That's it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
And if that had hit, then he would have been able to play, I think it was a Searing Shot.
Yeah, and so we just see 2 cards. We see Kadachi. What is that? Do we know the last card in Arsenal? I don't know if we saw it. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think we saw it.
I know the last one... is that still... No, it's not the CNC, because he...
No, he's played 2 of them and blocked with one of them.
Yeah, okay. So this is just going to be Kadachi something. So Isaac's just going to be like, no mask for you, regardless. Even if you had a 1 for whatever or a 0 for whatever, go again. No mask for you. Tunic's already done so much work. I mean, what else do you want from Tunic?
Yeah, and now we're seeing the Searing Shot face up, pitching the 3rd Winter's Bite.
Yep, 3rd Winter's Bite here. Searing Shot red, going to be an Infecting Shot 1 for 5. Go again.
Yeah, and at this point, you've got to block these arrows, but at the same time, how are you going to find space to get back in the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, Maxim was able to pivot with Jasker at a much lower life than 26. I think it was 16 or something along those lines. But
oh boy, and yeah, now we're going to get a couple of Searing Shots following this up.
Oh man, can you imagine Codex into Falcon Wing into Searing Shot? I think that would probably be game, but he doesn't have it. Ooh, okay. Luckily,
and now forced to give the mask here to not die to that Searing Shot trigger.
Yeah, dying is the worst on hit, I think, is what I've heard in Flesh and Blood here. So going to avoid that one for one more turn, but you got to think it might be to... Oh, God, Primo. Oh, my God. Isaak just... he was really mad from last year.
This is rough.
He's just getting everything he needs here, right?
The hits keep on coming.
He's
like Mike Tyson.
We gotta put Mike Tyson's face on Isaak and just see what kind of happens here. So there will...
Go again.
There will be.
Go again.
He's getting the red. Oh yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Only had 4 block in that hand.
Lethal.
That is it. Isaak is 1. Isaak Krut. Congratulations. Oh my! I haven't seen. He's breaking out the smile. You can see he's
trying not to.
Here. He's trying not to have a big grin on his face here. Congratulations, Isaak Krut. Oh my God! What a.
That was really well played from both players. Maxim doing his very best to hang on in there in spite of that. Just continuous onslaught from Isaak, right?
Yeah, he didn't get any space.
Yeah,
I think he just arrow after arrow. He had Rain Razor, he had 3 of a kind. He was able to just chip him down, and when Maxime wanted to keep, he codexed, and I think he won off codex. No?
Yeah, there were 2 codexes that were super pivotal to that game.
Yep.
I would actually say that maybe the most pivotal turn of the game was Maxime's first turn.
Okay.
He only managed to leak a little bit of damage. Maybe was counting on a Katsu trigger to really be able to do something more than what he did.
Yeah.
And ended up just letting Isaak play kind of a fairly unobstructed.
Yeah, just value card. You're just you just coming in with bigger numbers, and then you can kind of vomit your hand. I think we're gonna go. We're gonna have an interview with Isaak, of course. He was the winner
for sure.
Probably a little bit of intermission. Got to get him his trophy. Got to show the trophy and kind of see the man of many words, but not really, and see what he has to say after he's won. Maybe winning is going to make him very talkative. Maybe his whole personality just changes after this. I'm not really sure.
I'm hoping we can. Maybe we got to think of some more interesting questions that he wants to answer, like what he wants to talk about.
I just imagine why do you play Lexi? Oh, best deck. Okay.
I was thinking more why do you play Flesh and Blood, deep existential?
Oh, it's give me your origin story.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I actually really much want to hear this. So yeah, that's
you might say, I don't know.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
So I very much. I'm actually looking quite. I mean, I would have loved both of these players to win. Of course, I'm not biased in any kind of way, but I think both of them have very different things they're going to be wanting to say. So We're gonna take a short break. We're gonna get a little intermission. We're gonna get Isaak on. He's gonna have a trophy. He's gonna be grinning. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Alrighty, welcome back. Eric, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, congratulations. I don't think I've shaken your. Everyone else is shaking your hand already. You have a bit of a trophy to show off there. You got a little something there. I mean, it's a big something here. Is Isaak Krut, your Canadian 2023 national champion on Lexi.
It's been a long tournament, 12 rounds. How are you feeling right now?
Feel very tired. Day one lasted for 12 hours. I got home around like 12 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right at midnight. Yeah, no, you're definitely tired. What are you gonna do to celebrate? You gonna go out for dinner? Do some.
Just have a dinner as usual.
Okay.
Nothing special.
Nothing crazy here. I think so. You got the gold foil. So you're gonna keep the gold foil sealed. So unfortunately, in case anyone was waiting for that, apologize. You just have to be here for Isaak and us. That's gonna be how it has to be. Got a little bit of money. You got your Worlds invite. You are going to Worlds in Barcelona, I assume.
I'm still thinking about it.
Still thinking about it.
Thinking about it. Okay.
You've got a good reason now because you have the invitational, right? You don't have to use any PTIs. Keep that stocked in the bank. You can sell one, and then you can pay for everything there, right? I'm gonna ask why Lexi. I have a feeling I know the answer, but is there any particular reason why Lexi?
I played Lexi a lot in the past two sets. After our set came out, I played it at PT Baltimore.
Yep.
I went 6-2 with it. I felt good on the deck, and I practiced a lot against Dromai, so that was my other consideration. But I feel like towards the end, I got the matchup to where I wanted to be, so I felt very confident on Lexi.
Yeah.
Right. And so you were basically considering those two matchups, and your decision making was predicated on which one fell favored into the other.
Yeah, because half my team are playing Dromai and they have a very good list and plans in all matchups. So if I want to learn something, I can always ask them.
And the finals matchup there, Katsu, is that a deck that you felt like you had a lot of practice against, or was it more like you knew in theory or based on some experience that you were, favored, unfavored? What's your thought process?
Actually, the person who taught me how to play the game was a Katsu
main.
Shout out to David Rood.
Oh, it's very international. David Rood.
Yeah. So I played against Katsu 2 years ago, and I think I learned the basics on what attacks to block.
Yep.
But in the new format, I haven't tested against Katsu specifically. No.
Right. So it's all just natural Lexi's power, sequencing well, and doing your typical process, right?
I thought in theory I have more good cards. I also have some disruption to prevent their big turns. So I thought I should be favored, but my opponent beat another Lexi in semifinals.
Yeah.
So
the
match was close. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And so actually, away from the technical gameplay part of things, what does winning the tournament mean to you? I know that you've put in a lot of hard work across different tournaments and formats to practice and get really good at playing the game. But now you're not only winning a big tournament, but national champion, right? That's got to mean a lot.
It does mean a lot to me. It's my first trophy in Flesh and Blood. I lost in the finals of the calling. That's the closest I've been to a trophy. And also, shout out to the two previous Canadian champions, Yuki and Tariq. Winning after them means so much to me.
Yeah, no, totally. We saw just the raw emotion after winning the game. It's he definitely wanted this. It's very, very clear. It wasn't just sometimes you see people win and they just put their cards in their deck sleeve and it's okay, where's my money? Where's my trophy? But no, that definitely makes sense. Just a quick. What do you think about the new set? It's way out of left field. Bright lights and any. I mean, you probably haven't spent too much time looking at it. Is there anything you're kind of excited for? Loaded now.
Not really.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I'll go home. I'll take a look at the spoilers that came out this weekend. And
no, it's fair.
Do you think that you're gonna stay as immersed and practicing of Flesh and Blood and Constructed as you have been leading up to NAS, or do you think you're gonna try to take a bit of a break before the ProQuest season?
So yeah, I'm gonna take at least a 2-week break until the new set comes out, and when I'll probably start testing new format.
And when you say testing, you mean real regimented testing, or is this more casual slinging cards around, figuring it out on the fly?
It's probably a bit more casual first, just here and there. But if I'm going to Worlds, I'll be practicing more.
Right. That's right.
The event.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I would hope so. We've had very divisive opinions about Monarch, but I don't actually know your opinion on Monarch draft. We've heard everywhere from the variance is crazy. I mean, we had Tariq on earlier talking about 3-0 Levia into 3 Levia. Obviously, you must have done well enough in draft to top 8, so I know you did well. But what do you have any kind of parting thoughts for Monarch draft?
I feel like I was insanely lucky in both drafts to come out with a positive record. Yeah.
See, even the greats, this happens to. I think that, people get down on themselves when they draft a bad deck or have a bad result. But sometimes you gotta cobble something together, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I totally understand. Any other? I know you gave a shout out to David Rood here at International. Any other shout outs you want to give? Any of your teammates and such? Any other shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out the team Commonwealth. That's it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. So that's just the team. So everyone in that team, hopefully you heard it because he's not repeating himself. So there's your shout out. Frank, you want to anything to end here?
No, I'm just really grateful that we got to have this conversation. Thanks for your time, Isaak. Congratulations on the big win.
Congratulations again. Go home, sleep, eat. Yeah, a little clapping. There we go. Our 2023 national champ, Isaak Krut. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, I don't know. I think yeah.
Oh, okay.
We were going for the cue there. We didn't want to.
There was no wave. I don't know.
Wait, but do we want to wave?
All right. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the end.
Oh, okay, we're gonna wave.
I thought we were gonna go to break and then we'll do an outro.
Okay. Thank you everyone for tuning in.
I gotta pack up, Frank.
Yeah. All
right.
No,
we'll put on another 4 hours of Viscera Cube footage.
Yeah.
Goodbye, everyone.
Right,
bye, everyone.
Thanks for tuning in.